Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel himself aging as he sat here listening to another pointless council meeting that had nothing to do with himself or the various clans of Konohagakure that were present for the meeting. All of them were forced to listen to the current civilian plight that the citizens of Konohagakure thought they needed to voice to the leadership of the village. The person that was currently speaking was an overweight man with greasy black hair tied into a traditional ponytail. The man was dressed in a very expensive-looking kimono which was dripping with sweat, as he had to exert himself to remain on his feet as he talked. To be completely honest, Sarutobi wasn't even listening at this point. He had heard every possible complaint in the book and he simply no longer cared as much as he used to. To keep his mind away from the mundane buzz in the council room, he busied his mind by thinking over how he should be enjoying his retirement by now. He was old and tired of this shit, but unfortunately he had no one that he trusted to take up the mantle at this point. Sure, there were several candidates, such as Danzo, who was always putting the village first and was constantly trying to make the village better, but he was a war hawk and only saw peace as being stronger than your opponents, so you could control them. Hitaki Kakashi was a possibility in a few years, but he needed to learn to let go of the past and stop blaming things on himself. Tsunade, one of his students, had the similar issues as Kakashi along with a serious gambling and alcohol problem. Finally, there was Jiraiya, but Sarutobi didn't want to get into his issues, which in retrospect might have been caused in part by him. Sarutobi looked over the council room and thought about how bland the civilians were. Like a herd of sheep, they all seemed to be the same. They dressed alike, talked with that similar arrogant tone because they were rich, and to be honest he didn't know any of their names. They were 30 representatives for the civilian part of the village and most of them came from powerful merchant families, and yet there was nothing extraordinary about any of them, and to make matters worse they seemed to be some of the most annoying people ever born. These people had no actual clout in the running in the village but thought themselves important because they held so much power among the civilians. These people, in a vain attempt to gain more power, had appointed themselves the Civilian Council of Konohagakure. It was pathetic really, but for some kami-forsaken reason the rest of the civilians in the village seemed to listen to them and even backed the idea of a civilian council, even going so far as to petition to make it part of the actual village council. The Shinobi Council, however, was a different story, made up of all the clan heads of Konohagakure, the Aburame, Akamichi, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Nara, Uchiha, Yamanaka, and of course his own, the Sarutobi clan. They made an interesting group of people that stood out in any crowd. Each had their own characteristic and were proud to be different. There was also places at the table for the Senju, Namikaze and Uzumaki clans. Unfortunately these seats were vacant as the only remaining Senju was Tsunade and the other two clans were believed to be gone, but the seats were kept as a form of ceremony and respect to the Yondaime and the Uzumaki clan respectively. The last part of the council was the village elders and Hokage's advisors, Homura, Kaharu, and Danzo, his old teammates and former best friends. Over the years they had become more and more distant until it got to the point they hardly ever said more than a few words to each other unless it was business. Danzo was against him at every turn in the council and Hiruzen felt a pang of regret for that. They used to be the best of friends, but now it was like they were little more than strangers that shared a past. Hiruzen knew that the distance started the minute he had been chosen to be the next Hokage, but at the time didn't know how much damage the title would do to their friendship. It was while he was reminiscing about his old friends and the different parts of the council that he noticed for the first time that all of the civilian council seemed nervous. In fact, they seemed beyond nervous and they were borderlining on anxious to be anywhere but where they were. As he observed them, he started picking up all the little things that had eluded earlier in his boredom, the way that some of them kept looking from the clock to him, the nervous whispers between 2 or 3 group members, and the fact that they all seemed to be sweating. His instincts were screaming at him and he tried to figure out why. He knew something was wrong, terribly wrong, but couldn't put a finger on why. Then it hit him, like a punch from the taijutsu expert of the village, Might Guy. How could he be so stupid? The air in the room began to fill with killing intent as Hiruzen Sarutobi became truly and utterly angry. With his hat covering his eyes, he began to stand as the civilian spokesperson fell silent. "What have you done?" His voice was barely above a whisper, yet in the silence that had settled in the room, it might as well have been a scream. He watched as his simple question caused most of the civilian council to flinch and become very nervous, while they all tried their best to avoid eye contact with the enraged Hokage. The room was completely silent, nobody wanting to be the first to break and risk the wrath of the man that could, without a doubt, kill all of them with minimal effort, having proven that fact in the 3 great shinobi wars. Surprisingly, it was a member of the so-called civilian council that broke the silence. He looked like any other male middle-aged civilian. He had brown hair, brown eyes and dressed in a simple, yet expensive, gray kimono. He stood up slowly, as if he was scared of making any sudden movements causing the Hokage's rage to be unleashed upon him. The eyes of the room moved from the still enraged Sarutobi to him as he addressed the Hokage. "What do you mean, Hokage-sama?" She stuttered out while shaking like a leaf, having had the focused killing intent of the Hokage set upon her. Hiruzen laughed and said in a voice that held a sharp edge. "Did you honestly think I wouldn't notice? Did you honestly think I wouldn't realize something was going on? I may be getting old, but I am far from senile. So why not just tell me what you have done?" During his speech, Hiruzen had gone from a soft whisper to shouting at the collection of wealthy civilians. The very walls seemed to be shaking at the unbridled rage in his voice. Slowly he moved so he stood in front of his desk, not raising his head to look at the terrified men and women in their seats, his eyes hidden in the shadows of his Hokage hat. Homura, Kaharu, and Danzo all looked at their old friend in both fear and surprise. It had been many years since they had seen Hiruzen with such a commanding presence. In fact, the last time he had been this commanding was during the Third Great Shinobi War. Finally, after a few more minutes' silence, Kaharu spoke. "Hiruzen, what's wrong?" It was at this point that Sarutobi finally lifted his head so that all present could see his eyes. They were not the soft, caring eyes of the old man that so many had come to know. They were as hard as steel, the pupils of his eyes black pits of death and rage. These were the eyes of someone that had seen battle, that had witnessed the lives of countless people end, both friend and foe. These were the eyes of the god of shinobi, the eyes of the professor, one of the most feared ninja to ever walk the elemental nations. At this point in time, his eyes were fixed firmly on the members of the civilian council. Many on the civilians looked away, afraid to look into the eyes that felt like they were staring into their very souls looking for misdeeds. His voice as cold as ice, Sarutobi spoke. "Why are we here? Why are any of us here? These aren't shinobi matters or matters that are urgent in any way, shape or form. So far all we've heard is nothing but civilian affairs that could have waited until the next official council meeting where civilians could voice their grievances. So, why are we here? I was told that there was an important matter that must be discussed, and yet we have been here for 4 hours and all you have talked about is basic information of no real importance. So I ask you, why are we here?" Nobody dared to speak as even the clan heads were shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Nobody moved in the group of civilians due to the gaze of the Hokage still pinning them in place. But the tension in the room was becoming more and more intense with every passing minute as the civilians got more and more nervous at the gaze and killing intent that the Hokage pushed upon them. It was then that he asked a question that had a unique effect on the room. "What is the date?" Those 4 words froze all those in the room, the civilians in fear and the shinobi in sudden realization as the topic of conversation became clear. Everything was quiet. Then the killing intent in the room seemed to increase tenfold. All the shinobi clan heads and, surprisingly, the 3 elders added their own killing intent to the Hokages and focused it at the civilian council. Suddenly, not being able to stand the killing intent in the room any longer, one of the civilians stood from her seat to address the gathered people, a woman in her late 20s, with pink hair, which is a common trait among the Haruno merchant family, and an expensive-looking white kimono with the image of a sakura tree in bloom. The fear she felt at the combined killing intent making her voice come out high and shaky. "We did what you were afraid to do. The Kyuubi is dead, all the people it killed that night have been avenged, and the garbage that has plagued our streets has finally been done away with." It was then that an extremely pissed Inuzuka Sume shot to her feet, practical frothing at the mouth, and shouted back. "You are fools and are so blinded by your hate that you actually believe that a 6-year-old boy is the Kyuubi. Did it ever occur to any of you that if what you say was true, then we'd probably all be dead by now due to the Kyuubi flattening the village?" The clan heads nodded in agreement with Sume's logic and continued to stare down the civilian council. Despite what many would believe, many of the shinobi in Konohagakure didn't hold a grudge against the boy. Some did, but they were mostly teenagers that lost everything in the attack 6 years ago. Even the ninja that did hate Naruto never acted beyond glares and harsh words. Every now and then a ninja would join in with the civilians if there was a mob, but those ninja that did participate never stayed ninja long after Sarutobi Hiruzen found out. If they didn't drop out of the shinobi program, they always seemed to be killed in action while on a mission. Before anything else could happen, the Hokage decided he had wasted enough time on the civilians and moved to the door of the chamber. I don't have time for this, I need to try and stop whatever is happening before it's too late. That was all it took to snap the attention of the people in the room as the clan heads and elders all quickly moved to the doors, but before the Hokage pushed the doors open, he paused, looking back at the members of the so-called civilian council. He left them with one more thing to think about before he left to stop whatever they had planned to do to Naruto. If anything has happened to Naruto, anything at all, I will come back here and kill every single one of you. Anbu, make sure none of these worms leave this room before I come back. 5 animal-masked ninja appeared in the room, positioning themselves in such a way that any and all possible exits were blocked off. With that he pushed the doors open, only to stop dead at the sound that assaulted his ears. A scream unlike anything anyone in the room had ever heard echoed around the chamber. Hiruzen absently made a mental note that someone must have applied a silencing seal to the door and windows while they were in the room. It was the only way to explain why none of them had heard the bone-chilling scream that seemed to echo across the entire village. Hiruzen rushed out of the room, flanked by the clan heads and the village elders, intent on ending whatever the villagers were doing. They managed to arrive quickly, and when they got there it appeared the villagers were celebrating around a bonfire. But locating the source of the scream, Hiruzen's stomach dropped as he realized that it was coming from the fire. Hiruzen quickly ran through a series of hand seals before he called out his jutsu. Water style, liquid bullet. The water bullet hit the flames and doused them with ease. The Hokage then rushed to the pile of smoking wood to see Naruto without any skin on his form. Muscle was showing all over his body and he appeared to be charred. The Hokage turned to the clan heads and said in a grim tone, barely restraining his rage and killing intent. Kill them all, I don't want survivors, any person that would do this has no humanity. The clan heads nodded and smirked as they turned on the civilian crowd that was watching them. The crowd stood no chance against the leaders on the various clans of the Leaf Village. As blood began to spill, Hiruzen stood up and body flickered to the hospital. He appeared right outside the hospital doors and quickly walked in holding Naruto in his arms bridal style. I need a stretcher and several doctors now. The nurses looked at him before they moved into action to do as their pissed-off Hokage had ordered. XXX. Flashback. Hours earlier. Naruto sat on his bed in his apartment, staring at the floor blankly. Today was his 6th birthday and, like all his previous birthdays, he was spending it completely alone. He had no friends or family to spend what was supposed to be one of the happiest days of his life with, and it caused knots to form in his stomach. His apartment was made up of just 2 rooms, the main room, which had his bed, a table and a small kitchen which he didn't know how to use. The once white wallpaper that covered the walls of the room was peeling off due to age and neglect. Cracks covered most of the walls in the room where villagers either threw Naruto against the wall or broke it themselves using whatever they had on hand, and the carpet was covered in reddish-brown stains from all the times the villagers had broken in and beaten him to a bloody pulp. There was even places where the carpet had been torn up and showed the sub-floor underneath. There was one window that looked out over the street, but it had several cracks and missing pieces of glass from where people had thrown rocks into his room. The only other room was what the old man said was supposed to be his bathroom. It did have all the basic things that one would find in a bathroom, a toilet, a sink, it even had a shower. The problem, however, was that he never had any hot water, so whenever he took one it hurt because it was so cold. He also learned that before he moved in, someone, after hearing that he was moving in, had disconnected the water pipe that went to the toilet and sink. This meant that he needed to put water in the holding tank himself when he wanted to flush the toilet. The problem with that, however, was that he could barely reach the top of the toilet. This room also was not immune to the rage of the villagers, as the mirror above the sink had cracks all over it from a villager punching it. The sink had a chunk missing from a villager hitting it with what Naruto assumed would be a pipe or bat. Naruto looked around his small apartment, and even with the issues he felt he was lucky the old man could get it for him. Sure, it was small, but it's not like he had much stuff anyway, and the stuff he did have was old and, in most cases, moldy, and it was far better than when he was living on the streets. The apartment at least gave him protection from some of the harsher elements that Mother Nature could dish out, as well as provide a place to call home. 2 years ago, on his 4th birthday, the orphanage had told him that they didn't have room for him anymore and threw him out, literally. One of the care workers had thrown him out by the scruff of his neck right into a pile of rotten food. The first few weeks had been hard as he had no food or place to sleep, but he learned rather quickly which bins would have food and which alleys would have boxes that he could sleep in. He even learned to avoid people at night, as if they saw him they would take away whatever he had managed to scrounge up or would stomp on the boxes he was going to sleep in. But to the villagers that wasn't enough, and that's when the beatings had started. Luckily, the old man had found him. He didn't trust him at first. It wasn't the first time someone had tricked him into trusting them, but over time his weariness of the kind old man in the strange clothes eased away. Sarutobi had been careful when he saw him, shocked as well. But after getting over it, he took a shivering Naruto to the hospital and, after getting him looked at, brought him to the apartment in which Naruto now lived. His distrust of people stemmed from one instance that he remembered. One time a nice, old lady had invited him into her house to eat when she found him looking through her garbage bins for food. The moment he was inside her door, she locked the door and proceeded to beat him with her walking stick. Screaming and yelling at him, something about how he had killed her only son. Only after about 10 minutes of cowering on the ground as she beat him, was Naruto finally able to get away from her by jumping through a window. He received several large gashes from that incident and learned to avoid the kindness of others, or at least to be wary of it. It was also the first time he noticed that he healed very fast. When he had gotten far enough away, he had stopped and looked at his arms, which were filled with shards of broken glass from the window he had leapt through in his desperation to get away. Then, right in front of his eyes, the glass was pushed out of his skin and the wounds started to heal. He didn't know what to think, but just assumed that it was the same for everyone and, putting it to the back of his mind, didn't think about it again. That was about a year ago, and since then he never left the apartment, at least not willingly. All his food was brought to him, so he never needed to. Not that it stopped the villagers. The old man would visit him every now and then, but he hadn't had time as of late. Naruto didn't know what he actually did, but he knew it was important as he had seen several of the villagers give him respect. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't even realize that he had started singing to himself, his small, weak voice barely above a whisper. Happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me, happy birthday, Naruto, happy birthday to me, happy birthday, dear Naruto, happy birthday to me. By the end of the song, Naruto could feel the tears falling down his cheeks, but he still didn't make another sound. He just stared off into empty space, twin lines of water falling freely from his eyes. The tears washing away the grin on his face, showing the clear lines on his face where the tears had fallen. Why did he have to be alone? Why did the villages hate him? Why did they hurt him? Why did no one love him? Why? As he asked himself these questions again and again out loud, Naruto barely even registered he had started to punch the wall next to his bed, his small hands bleeding as the skin split and the wall cracked, only for the wound to heal moments later. The sadness finally became too unbearable, and Naruto threw himself on his bed and sobbed into the bare mattress, as the villagers had taken the sheets and pillows the last time they had attacked him. Meanwhile, Anbu Captain Hatake Kakashi was looking through the window from his perch on the building across the street from the small boy's apartment. He watched a 6-year-old boy sing to himself as he cried, and punch a wall over and over again until his hand broke. His heart ached at the sight, and he wanted desperately to help the boy more than he had. No one should have to go through what that boy had, and defiantly not as young as Naruto. Kakashi had been the boy's guard ever since the Hokage had found him in a back alley. Naruto had been found half frozen from the cold and little more than skin and bones. It had been a miracle he was alive when the Hokage found him. When he had first seen the boy in the hospital, the silver-haired Jonin thought he was actually dead, and, after spending about an hour just staring at his weak form, the Hokage had called him straight to his office and told him what had happened. In fact, the doctor said that any normal child would have succumbed to starvation at the point in which Naruto had been found. Originally, he had wanted to adopt him, but the civilians had argued that because Kakashi was an Anbu captain, his job was far more important to the village than looking after one child. The Ninja Council had refused his request, as they felt that the civilians had a point. They believed that they couldn't show Naruto any sort of favoritism due to the fact that he was supposed to be one of the hundreds of orphans from the Kyuubi incident. Of course, the real reason was not to emphasize the fact that he is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, which was supposed to be an S-class secret. So instead he had volunteered to be the boy's bodyguard, a job the Hokage had agreed to but had to set certain rules. The boy was still a civilian after all, so he couldn't officially be given a guard. So they had come up with a solution. Kakashi spent almost all his spare time watching the boy. If he wasn't on a mission, then he was on the roof across from Naruto's apartment. This meant he could stop anyone that tried going after the boy while he was here. The only problem with this was that he still needed to go on missions so nobody would realize that the boy actually had protection and not just a passing Anbu to help him. Kakashi knew who the boy's parents were. Really, you would need to be completely blind not to. He had his mother's last name and hyperactive nature for a start, and as for his father, well, just look at him, he was a carbon copy of the fourth Hokage. The only difference between the two was the malnourished frame and whisker marks on his cheeks. So caught up in his thoughts, Kakashi didn't notice the black-clad figure behind him, and by the time he did it was too late. Kakashi felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then nothing. After an hour or so of crying, Naruto had finally fallen asleep, his dreams full of faceless people, villagers. There was one thing they all had in common: they hurt him, they always hurt him. Why did they always hurt him? His dreams were always the same, at least when he could get to sleep. It was very rare for Naruto to sleep more than an hour at a time, in part due to the paranoia and fear that dominated his life. He didn't know why, he just didn't seem to really need it. His body was just full of energy, like it was constantly being pumped full of energy from some unknown source. He knew it was strange due to his time in the orphanage. The other kids just seemed to be able to go to sleep whenever they felt like it, but Naruto always felt like he was ready to go. But on the rare occasion when he did manage to get to sleep, it was always the same. He would always have nightmares. Some of them, like the one he was having now, were of all the times he was beaten by the villagers. Other kinds of nightmares he had were of strange creatures, odd things that one would assume someone in a mental institution would dream up. Some of them didn't even seem to have a shape, nothing more than shades in the shadows of his dreams. Hiding at the edge of his mind, lurking in the shadows, waiting, watching. The thing that scared him the most though was when he had a dream about it. He didn't know why, but it was always the clearest thing in his nightmares, and it was the one thing that was always there. Whenever he slept, no matter what he was dreaming, it would always make an appearance. A large fox, bigger than any building he had seen in Konoha, bigger even than the Hokage monument. With its blood-red fur and teeth larger than a full-grown man, each a giant spike that could easily pierce metal, it was the most frightening thing he had ever seen. But the most terrifying thing about it was the eyes. Large red pools of moving liquid fire ringed in black, with a black vertical slit down the middle. It was like the two colors were fighting for dominance, a never-ending battle between light and dark. It was the eyes that haunted Naruto in his waking hours. They held no real emotion. No malice, no happiness, nothing, just a primal instinct, primal need, yet they shone with an odd intellect. The intellect of age, of things long past. It was like the fox was both a raging beast, yet it held an intelligence as vast as the world. Naruto was woken when he heard loud banging at his door. Instantly he knew what was going on. It happened all the time. Sitting up in his bed, he just stared at the door, waiting, listening to the door strain against its assaulters. He knew from experience that there was no point in hiding, they always found him. He knew he couldn't run as they would track him down, and he really couldn't outrun some of the adult in the crowd. It didn't take them long to get through the door, as it had taken abuse before and was already partially broken. When they did, Naruto saw a large number of people crowded in the corridor outside his room. He recognized some of them from previous mobs: the middle-aged fat man that had no hair, the old man with the long white beard and one eye. Then Naruto's eyes landed on one of the most prevalent figures in these mobs, the woman with the pink hair. She was a regular when it came to his mobs, hell, most the time she was the leader. With her pink hair and green eyes, she normally stood out in a crowd. She wore an elegant red dress with a strange white pattern and looked like she was going out for a night on the town, not leading a mob to beat a small boy. They just stood there in the doorway for a moment. The pink-haired lady had a smug look on her face, just staring at him. "Take this piece of filth outside." Her voice was cold, and without sparing him a second glance, turned around and went to wait outside. With those 3 words she had broken the floodgates. The men lurched forward and roughly grabbed the 6-year-old. Naruto could smell the alcohol on their breath, which was bad. it was always worse when they were drunk. After they dragged him outside, Naruto saw more people. This was very bad, as there had never been this many people before. For the next half hour the mob proceeded to beat, stab, and bludgeon the small boy until it seemed there was nothing left to hurt. Even through the pain, Naruto found himself making mental notes of what was happening. He was stabbed more times than he could count, but that wasn't saying much considering he was never taught past 10. He was bludgeoned with lead pipes, run through with farm equipment, kicked, punched, and slashed. Throughout the whole experience, Naruto never made a sound, not even to scream. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Even now he had his pride and he wouldn't let them take that away. This just seemed to make them angrier, but as soon as they stopped he started to heal, leaving nothing more than faint silvery scars on his skin. Unfortunately, after he was healed the mob would begin again. He didn't know how long they beat him, it could have been hours or minutes for all he knew. Every time Naruto was completely broken they would stop, wait a few minutes for him to heal, and then start again, repeating the torture over and over again. Eventually the pink-haired woman came back into view, though it took him a few minutes to identify her because his eyes had needed to regrow after they were stabbed and a rusted spoon was used to pull them out for the 5th time that night. Not that Naruto knew they were doing this, as far as he knew he had just lost consciousness for a few minutes. Tie him to the post. Naruto was hurled up and dragged to a post someone had stuck into the ground, a pile of wood lying around the base. Naruto could smell accelerant in the air, and as they approached the post he realized that all the wood was soaked in it. Now, Naruto might be young and uneducated, but even he could see what was going to happen here. If he could have put up a fight as they tied him to the post, he would have, but he was still weak and was currently healing from the last round of the beatings. When he was secured to the post with ninja wire, the mob moved back and 5 people clad in black hoods, stopping anyone from seeing their faces, stepped out of the crowd and stood there, surrounding the unlit pile of wood. When the crowd had quieted down, the pink-haired woman stepped forward and stared at him with an empty expression on her face. After a minute of looking into his eyes she smirked, her eyes becoming filled with sick glee, and turned to address the crowd. "Tonight, we right the wrongs that have been done to us. Tonight, we take our revenge on this creature." At this point she threw her right arm out towards Naruto. The crowd began to cheer as her words got more and more heated. Someone in the crowd got so worked up by this that they threw an empty sake bottle at the beaten boy. After waiting for the crowd to settle down again she continued where she had left off. 6 years ago, the Kyuubi attacked this village, destroyed our homes and killed our families. Tonight we take our revenge. This thing has the Kyuubi inside of it, therefore it is the Kyuubi. The Hokage may be fooled by its facade, but we are not. We see it for what it truly is, and tonight we finish what the Yondaime could not. Tonight, we kill the Kyuubi no Kitsune. At the end of her tirade she turned to look at the boy, her face full of arrogance, self-importance and joy. Naruto was shocked. He didn't understand. He was the Kyuubi. That was impossible, wasn't it? His thoughts flashed to his nightmares, to a giant red fox. What if it was true? What if he really was the Kyuubi? It made sense. He realized, the glares, the beatings, the hate, it was all because he was the Kyuubi. But if he was the Kyuubi, why didn't he remember? If he had killed all those people he would remember, wouldn't he? All these thoughts and more passed through Naruto's head, but before he had time to think the pink-haired lady raised her hands and looked at each of the 5 people around the fire. "Light it up." With that the 5 hooded figures started to make hand seals. When they finished 5 voices could be heard calling out. "Fire style. Grand fire ball jutsu." 5 balls of fire simultaneously struck the wood, and lit it instantly due to the accelerant. It didn't take long for the heat to become too much for Naruto. He tried not to scream, to keep to his personal vow of silence, but he just couldn't. The pain was too much for him to bear, and with one deep breath, he let it out. All the years of pain that these people caused him, all the things they had done, he just let it all out. He screamed so loudly that it actually made them stop cheering for a moment, but then the moment passed, and they started again. Soon he started to feel his skin bubble, melting off his body. It was indescribable. He was in so much pain as the skin slid off his body. Then he noticed, in his pain-fogged mind, that he was healing while he was burning. The thing that had kept him alive was at work trying to heal him as fast as his body burned. For 3 hours he screamed as the torture continued, but to him it seemed like a lifetime of burning, writhing in agony, nothing but him, the flames, and the sound of laughter from the crowd that enjoyed his pain. Eventually, he felt the fire stop, but that just caused a new pain to arrive. He felt cold, very cold. He had become so used to the heat of the fire that he couldn't stop shivering, and the more he shivered only caused him more pain as the nerves screamed at him to stop moving. The last thing he saw before he was finally able to slip into the abyss that was his mind was the old man, looking down on him with a look of absolute horror and rage on his face. XXX. When Naruto next woke, he didn't know where he was, and frankly he didn't care. There was no more pain. He was numb, as though he had been sitting out in the cold too long. He felt nothing. He started to notice his surroundings, though his head was still a little foggy. Wherever he was, it was huge, some kind of underground cavern, solid stone walls all around him and a barely visible stone roof. To one side he noticed a giant gate in the place of a wall, but that wasn't what was weird about it. The strange thing was that it seemed to be held shut with nothing more than a piece of paper. Naruto also noticed that there were pipes running along the walls coming from the cage. As he stood up, he realized that he was knee-deep in some kind of strange water, which seemed to be flowing out from the cage. It took him a moment before he recognized that it wasn't water at all, it was blood. Yet Naruto still didn't care, as he'd seen blood many times in his life and held no fear of it, especially since he dreamed of becoming a ninja and knew the harsh reality of his chosen career path. It was then that he heard it, a low rumbling sound off in the distance. At first he thought it was thunder, but then remembered he was underground, or what he thought was underground. Whatever it was getting louder. Turning towards the gate, he grasped what he was hearing. Growling, very feral growling. How did he figure that out? Easy, by looking at the giant red fox on the other side of the gate. Naruto stared up into its face, into its fire-like eyes, the eyes that had haunted his nightmares for as long as he could remember. For the first time they didn't scare him. He felt empty, a shell, numb. The two just stared at each other for what felt like hours, until finally. It was strange to see a fox laugh. Its voice was so deep he could feel the vibrations all around him. I have lived for thousands of years, seen civilizations rise and fall, but I have never known a human, a child no less, that could look me in the eye without fear. Maybe you won't be such a bad host after all, for you must be either as foolish or as brave as they come. Ha 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 ha. Naruto just continued to look at the giant beast before him with a blank expression on his 6-year-old face, showing no sign that he had even heard or cared about the fox's words. So it's true. You being here must mean the things the pink-haired lady said were true. Though I can't tell where we are, it does seem oddly familiar. His words made the fox's laughter stop instantly, a look of mild surprise crossing its face. The boy's voice just sounded wrong. It held no emotion, no feeling. It actually sent a shiver up the Kyuubi's spine to hear such an empty tone in a child's voice. It was then the fox took a good look at the boy. Naruto had on a plain white t-shirt that looked like it had come right out of the trash, a pair of black shorts with too many holes in them to be considered usable. His spiky blonde hair going in all directions, and 3 whiskers on each cheek that gave him an innocent but feral look, not that it had helped him with the villagers. But what really caught its attention were his eyes. His large blue eyes that were normally full of life no matter what life threw at him, eyes that could brighten up the room just by being there, were now dead. They held no light in them, no shine of happiness, no flash of anger, nothing. They lacked the spark that one would see in the eyes of the living. Now, they were like the eyes of an old man that had seen too much and had given up, waiting for death to come and take him away. The Kyuubi didn't know what to think of this. It had seen eyes like that before, but only in people that had lived their lives and had endured great loss. Kyuubi had never seen it outside of that situation, especially not in the eyes of a 6-year-old boy. We are in your mindscape, a place in your subconscious mind. At the moment we are using it as well, you could say a bridge of sorts, in order for us to communicate. What you see around you is a representation of both our minds. Naruto thought about that for a moment, seeming to be getting his thoughts in order as he took his time looking around him. I see, I'm guessing the blood is you, which means that my mind is a sewer, or a boiler due to the pipes running through it. Interesting. That made the fox laugh again. It was starting to actually like this kid. XXX. Naruto just stared at the giant fox in front of him, his face completely devoid of any emotions as he met the beast's burning gaze without fear. Why? The fox just looked down at the boy in front of it with an amused gleam in its eyes. It would amuse me, what other reason do I need? Let's face it, you need all the help you can get. You're weak, it's pathetic really. I'm 6, how the hell am I supposed to be powerful at this age? Whatever, in your circumstance you need as much power as you can get to protect yourself. So you'll just give me a new bloodline with no strings attached? The fox looked thoughtful for a moment before its eyes took on a slight glimmer. Well, I guess you'll just have to owe me one, won't you? The fox paused here, to see how Naruto would react. All it got was a blank look for several minutes before. That's it. That's it. Naruto thought about it for a moment then agreed, what harm could it do? Okay. With that the Kyuubi sent as much of its chakra through the bars of its cage as the seal would allow. Slowly it made its way towards Naruto, who stood there, staring into the fox's eyes, seeming to ignore the bubbling red chakra as it slowly started to climb up his small legs, and after a moment covered his entire body. After a few minutes it started to soak into his body until nothing was left. It's done. So what can I do? You can be anything. Naruto looked at the fox for a moment. Isn't that just crap parents tell their kids to make them feel better? The fox looked at the boy, trying to tell if he was serious, a large sweat drop appearing at the back of its head. Well, yes, it is, but in his case it's literal. I gave you the ability to shape-shift, its only limitations are your imagination and size. The bigger or smaller the thing you change into, the more chakra it will take. Naruto thought about that for a moment. It did sound useful to be able to change into practically anything. How does it work? It's simple enough. Just picture the form you want to change into in your mind, and channel chakra through your body. I can be anything. Pretty much. Oh, I should probably warn you that if you're not careful you could lose control of the form, and go on a killing spree, slaughtering everything in sight. Sounds fun, right? I personally hope that happens at least a few times. Naruto just stared at the fox for a moment. It made sense, and he didn't really care one way or the other anymore. That seems like a fair enough trade-off. The fox just stared at the boy in front of it for a long moment, before bursting out in laughter. Ha 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 ha. They really did break you, didn't they, ha. Cammy, this is the most fun I've had in centuries, ha ha ha. I mean, I thought the Romans and the Mongolians were brutal, but this village just topped them. Naruto just stood there, staring at the fox as it continued to laugh. When the Kyuubi calmed down enough to stop laughing it turned back to the boy. Thanks for that, woo, I needed it. Anyway, I think it's time for you to wake up, see you later, Kit. Before Naruto could reply he felt dizzy, and fell back into the water. When he opened his eyes he could see the old man leaning over him. XXX. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been sitting at Naruto's bedside for 3 days straight. Luckily, his old friends had stepped up to run the village for a few days. He had been skeptical at first of letting Danzo anywhere near his office, but it turns out he wasn't against him as much as he had thought. He had been, in his own words, trying to bring back his will of fire. It seems that he had taken it onto himself to try and challenge him, hoping that by going against what he believed in it would force him to regain the fire that he lost at the end of the Third Great War. Sarutobi had been so happy when he heard that he actually hugged the old cripple. Danzo still didn't agree with his ideals, but he did admit that he respected them, even if he couldn't believe in them himself. Homura and Koharu apparently knew about this from the start, but not having the heart to do the same, started to distance themselves from him, not being able to see him that way. When the three had seen the look in his eyes at the meeting they had seen their friend again, the man that had lived through wars and countless battles. They had come to him the same night of the incident, as it was now being called, and told him everything. Since then they had been handling everything while he waited for the boy in front of him to wake up. They had caught most people from that night, at least the ones that were left after he let the clan leaders take the crowd down, but some had still gotten away. They had stopped 4 of the 5 ninja that had been involved, and they had been nothing more than a few no-named Chunin that had lost their families in the Kyuubi's attack 6 years ago. The rest that they had caught were just civilians, mostly drunk, and had all been sent to Ibiki and Anko in T&I. 3 days, and there was still no response from Naruto, not a twitch or a groan, nothing. He was completely and utterly dead to the world. If it wasn't for the heart monitor, Hiruzen would have thought Naruto a corpse. Hiruzen heard the door to the room sliding open and turned to see Hatake Kakashi entering the room. XXX. Kakashi had been in a deep depression ever since the incident. He wasn't wearing his Anbu uniform anymore, only his normal attire of a black bodysuit, his mask, his flak jacket, and his left eye covered by his forehead protector. It was all his fault. If he had been paying attention, this wouldn't have happened, and to have been jumped by some no-name Chunin. If nothing else, this whole experience had shown him that he had become arrogant, relying on the Sharingan and letting his other skills fade, which had left him vulnerable, and now Naruto was the one to pay the price. By the time he had come to, it was too late. The damage was done. He had woken up just in time to see the Hokage go berserk, slaughtering the many people gathered around the burning 6-year-old. He was found a few minutes later on the same roof he had been sitting watching over Naruto, with his hands tied in ninja wire, by one of the Anbu that had been gathering up the few villagers that had gotten away. After discovering what had happened, and a quick talk with the Hokage, he had come to the memorial stone, and just stood there, staring at the names of his old teammate and sensei for 3 days. "I'm so sorry, Minato-sensei, Rin. Obito, I've failed again," he whispered to the air. He decided that it was time to see if Naruto was awake. Turning his back to the stone, he took off towards the hospital. XXX. The first thing Sarutobi thought when he saw Kakashi was that he looked even more tired than he did. The bags under his visible eye only seemed to emphasize this fact. His clothes were a mess, and his hair, which would usually be sticking up, was flat against his head. His shoulders were slumped towards the ground. He slowly walked into the room, and stood next to the Hokage, looking at the boy lying in the bed. "I don't blame you, Kakashi, it wasn't your fault. They got around all of us and you couldn't have known other ninja were going to come for the boy." The silver-haired ninja didn't react to the Hokage's words. He just stood there, staring at Naruto. Eventually he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "I appreciate that, Hokage-sama, but it was my fault. I let my guard down. I became complacent and he paid for it. I will never be able to make this up to him." Sarutobi was afraid this would happen. "Kakashi, they tricked us all, including me. At least we don't have to deal with those damn fools anymore." It was true. While Naruto had been in surgery, Sarutobi had gone back to the council room, and repeated the actions of the clan heads when they had found Naruto. The only difference being that he killed them all. Since then not a single civilian had approached the Hokage, as word had spread of the massacre, and the civilian part of the village was in no rush to organize a new group of advocates to go to the village council. Kakashi still didn't move his eyes from Naruto's form. "I guess." Before another word could be said between the two of them, one of the machines connected to Naruto started beeping rapidly. Startled, Sarutobi shot to his feet, and leaned over while Kakashi ran into the hall shouting for a doctor. "Naruto, Naruto, can you hear me? Naruto." Slowly, the young boy's eyes started to open. When they did, Sarutobi's, Kakashi's and the just arriving doctor's eyes all widened in a mixture of horror and shock, all three of them taking a step back, not even realizing it. They were the eyes of a corpse, lifeless, without the slightest hint of emotion in his once bright blue eyes. They were still the same shade of blue, but something was just missing. "Dear Kami, Naruto, what have they done to you?" whispered Sarutobi under his breath. Getting over his shock, the doctor quickly made his way over to the boy's bedside and, after taking a moment to check the many different machines that he was hooked up to, shone a small light in his eyes to test their reaction, trying to figure out what was wrong with them. When that was done, he stepped back, shook his head, and then turned to the other two men in the room. "He's conscious, and there's nothing physically wrong with his eyes. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do at this point, seeing as he is at full health." With that he left, leaving the men in the room with the poor boy. A few minutes later Naruto started to whisper something. It was so quiet that the two shinobi in the room had to lean in towards the boy to hear him. "Why didn't you just let me die? Why?" Those words broke both men's hearts. To hear such words coming from a 6-year-old boy was just wrong. Not able to stand it anymore, Kakashi left the room without a word, though the old Hokage could clearly hear the sound of something being thrown against a wall out in the corridor. Probably going back to the memorial stone, thought Sarutobi. XXX. It was a week later before Naruto was discharged from the hospital. He didn't say a word to anyone, not even the Hokage after that first sentence, just stared off into empty space. It worried Sarutobi greatly. There was also the fact that he hadn't slept at all for a week straight, and didn't show any signs of changing any time soon. Kakashi hadn't come back. As Sarutobi led him to his apartment, Naruto absently noticed that the people were still glaring at him whenever the old man wasn't looking. He was covered from head to toe in bandages again, although there was now an opening for his mouth and eyes. The old man had found him some basic clothes to wear on the way. Ironically, they were the same clothes he had when in his mindscape talking to Kyuubi, only new. Sarutobi had tried to talk to him about the Kyuubi several times, but Naruto would just stare off into space, not saying a word. When they got to the apartment, the old Hokage stayed with him for an hour or so, making sure the boy was okay. Naruto just went about his business as if Sarutobi wasn't even there. Moving around the room, picking up the things that had been knocked over when the villagers had dragged him out, throwing away what they had broken and trying to fix what was salvageable. At least one good thing came out of this, thought the Hokage. He finally had the drive and complete power to do anything he wanted to help Naruto. Meaning, starting tomorrow night, Naruto would get a full Anbu guard watching over him 24/7. He had asked Kakashi to be the team leader, but the man had refused, saying that he couldn't look after him anymore when he had let him down and had caused him so much pain. Eventually, Sarutobi had to go back to work. He had been away for too long as it was. So saying goodbye to the unresponsive boy, he left the apartment, shaking his head at the thought of what had happened to the boy. XXX. As the day turned to night, you could find Naruto in the same spot as the night when they had come for him, just sitting on his mattress staring into an empty corner of the room. He didn't know how long he had been sitting there, and he didn't care. It was at this point that his door opened. He hadn't locked it, he didn't see any point, it never stopped them before, and it wouldn't now. He just kept staring at the wall. After a few minutes of nothing happening, he slowly turned his head toward the door, still showing no interest at what was going on around him. Stood in the doorway, an insane grin stretching across her face, was the pink-haired lady. It seemed that she was one of the few that gotten away from the old man. For a few more minutes he just sat there, staring into her wide, deranged eyes. Then he saw the knife in her hand. It looked like a simple 8-inch-long kitchen knife, the same thing someone would use if they were preparing dinner. Why didn't you just die? It was all planned out. I was going to be the one to lead the people of Konoha to the destruction of the Kyuubi. I was going to be a hero, but you just wouldn't die. Her voice was high, almost a screech, and as she was saying this she had moved further into the room. By the end of her speech, he made a mental note that she seemed to really like monologues for some reason. She had stopped right in front of Naruto, and stabbed the boy in the chest. He felt the pain as the blade pierced his skin, slipping through his ribs and puncturing his lung as a cold sensation started spreading around the wound, but Naruto didn't react at all. He didn't flinch, he didn't blink, he didn't even gasp. He just kept staring into her green eyes. This just made the woman angrier, so she kept stabbing, each time repeating the same word over and over again. Die, 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 die. It was while she was stabbing him over and over that something inside Naruto just snapped. Before the woman could stab him again, he grabbed her by the wrist, seizing the hand that held the knife, and with the same emotionless expression he had been wearing until to that point, broke it in one quick movement. She was in such shock that she stood there, staring at her wrist for a full minute, before she started to scream. Before she could get to a decent volume, Naruto leapt from his mattress, and pushed her to the ground, placing a hand over her mouth to silence her. Slowly leaning down so that his mouth was right next to her ear, Naruto made the first sound he had in a week. Shush, shush, shush. When he pulled away again, his hand still placed firmly over her mouth, she looked up into the young boy's eyes. What she saw made her stop struggling, and instead she froze in terror. His eyes weren't empty anymore. They were filled with predatory glee at what was about to happen. Then he started to giggle, then chuckle, then laugh until it reached full-blown hysterics. After about a minute of laughing, he stopped and once again leaned down so that he was next to her ear and said, in a voice so full of childlike innocence it made a cold shiver run down the pink-haired lady's spine. "Will you step into my parlor?" said the spider to the fly. And with those words, the small boy's body started to change before her eyes. XXX. He could feel it, the way his body shifted to his will, his muscles ripping and knitting back together under his skin. The way his bones were breaking, stretching and reforming into something different. The way his clothes just melded into his body, as if they were never there. It was excruciating, almost as painful as the feeling of being burned alive for hours on end, but more than that it was euphoric. He had never felt so alive. When it was done he stood up and stepped back from the pink-haired woman. She was so scared of what was in front of her that she couldn't scream. Standing in front of her, in all its 8-foot glory was, she didn't even know what to call it, something out of a nightmare maybe. If only she knew. It actually was from a nightmare, one of Naruto's to be precise. His very skin was covered in an ivory white shell, the only clothing he had was a torn black cloth that covered his waist down to his knees, held up by bandages tied to his waist, his body covered in muscles reminiscent of a bodybuilder. Long spiky blonde hair went down to his feet, and strange red markings covered his entire body, huge hands with long, bony fingers tipped in vicious scythe-like claws. He had what seemed to be white spikes with red tips growing out of his shoulders pointing in random directions and a long tail coming out the base of his spine, the end of which was a deep crimson, as if it had been dipped in fresh blood. But what really scared her was his face and chest. A demonized skull-like mask covered his face with long, sharp teeth spread in a horrifying grin with more of the red markings on the left side of its face. Cold yellow eyes ringed in black with a sickening glee shining in them as they stared down at her, and a hole in the center of his chest where his heart should be. Naruto just stood there a moment to admire himself in the reflection of the broken glass that was in his window. This was one of the creatures he had seen in his nightmares, right down to the last detail. He laughed, he couldn't stop himself. He absently noted that his voice had a strange echo to it, as if more than one voice was talking at the same time. The irony, for years this creature had haunted his nights, now it would be the image he would use to haunt others as well. Without saying a word he bent down and grabbed the pink-haired lady by her throat, lifting her up easily with one hand above his head and, with no effort at all, threw her through the broken window onto the street outside. Jumping out after her, he then slowly made his way over to her broken body. She was covered in cuts and glass shards from the window, both her arms were bent at odd angles, obviously broken in several places. She was still conscious, if only just. He couldn't have that, he wanted her fully aware for what he was about to do. Quicker than most eyes could see he speared her through the abdomen with the end of his tail, and held it there for a moment, listening to her gargled screams as blood rose in her throat. It was music to his ears. He then sent a small pulse of his chakra through his tail and into the woman on the ground at his feet. Instantly her eyes shot open, she started to scream as loud as her abused lungs would allow her, causing Naruto to stop yet again to listen to her screams. When he had enough of that he lifted up his right foot, and brought it down on her, mostly uninjured, left leg, shattering the bone. He tilted his head to the side in fascination as her screaming changed pitch, so he did it again with her right leg, then each of her already broken arms. Each time he did this she made a new sound. XXX. A platoon of 5 Anbu that had heard the screams and came to investigate, were watching in stunned silence as they saw some thing mutilating a woman, but what shocked them more was that it was the woman they had spent the last week looking for. She had somehow managed to get away on the night of the incident, and had avoided them ever since. A cat-masked Anbu turned to another with a dragon mask, asking in a clearly feminine voice. "What should we do, Captain?" The now identified captain remained quiet for a moment, staring at what was happening in stunned silence, before replying. "You go and inform the Hokage, we will stay here, and try to subdue it, hurry." With that she was gone in a swirl of leaves. The 4 remaining Anbu jumped off the building they were stood on, running towards the creature. Spotting them out of the corner of his eye, Naruto grabbed his limp prey by the throat and held her to his chest to use as a human shield as he turned to face the Anbu, still cackling insanely. They stopped in their tracks, not expecting the creature to have seen them coming. Stepping forward, the dragon-masked Anbu spoke. "Drop the woman and get on the ground, do you understand me?" The creature just laughed at him. Then, slowly reaching around the woman's stomach, dragged his free hand. Naruto used the claw on his index finger to slowly cut a line across her stomach. For a moment nothing happened before a red line appeared, followed by a burst of blood, and the pink-haired woman's intestines fell onto the floor with a wet squelch. The Anbu were shocked at the act of brutality, but what was even worse was that the woman was still alive, but not for long. Just before the light left her eyes, the creature reached a hand around her neck, and with one quick jerk, pulled her head from her shoulders. What little blood was left in her body spurted out of the hole where her head once sat, covering Naruto's face. What he did next shocked the Anbu as, in his echo-like voice, he started to sing. Ring around the rosy. A pocket full of posies. Ashes, ashes. You all fall down. At the end of the song he started to laugh again, the sound of his voice, echoing across the village as he threw his head back, and laughed. One of the Anbu, a large man in a bear mask, ran forward. No, stop, we have to take it together, called out the captain, but it was too late. The bear-masked Anbu started to run through hand signs as he ran straight towards the beast, but before he could finish, the creature appeared in front of him, grabbing his arms just below the shoulders. The Anbu let out a scream as the hands got tighter and tighter, the arms falling to his sides limply, getting number by the second until, with a quick jerk, both his arms were pulled off just below the shoulder, but before he could get over his shock at the loss of his arms, Naruto used the one in his right hand as club, hitting him in the face so hard his head exploded in a shower of blood and gore, his laughter never letting up for even a second. Without further ado, the remaining three Anbu sprang into action. Wood style. Tree binding. Instantly long pieces of wood shot out of the ground and wrapped themselves around the beast's arms, legs, neck, and chest. Fire style. Great fireball. Wind style. Great breakthrough. The two jutsu joined together, the fire being fueled by the wind, turning white from the increased heat, stopping the laughter as soon as the attack hit. The Anbu released a sigh of relief, only to take a step back in fear when the laughter started again, if weaker than before. Nothing had ever survived that combination, nothing. When the smoke cleared they could clearly see the creature still standing, if only just. Its body was covered in what seemed to be cracks. As they watched, the shell-like skin started to move, like millions of maggots were curling under it as its body started to shrink. The Hokage arrived with the cat-masked Anbu, just in time to see the beast before it disappeared, leaving an unconscious Naruto with a large crazy grin on his face, his small body almost completely covered in blood. Looking at the bloodbath before him, then to the 6-year-old boy, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only say one thing. Dear Kami, Naruto, what have you done? Time skip. 1 year later. Sarutobi slowly made his way down the dark corridor, a man in a long white doctor's coat just a few paces behind him with a clipboard in hand. Sarutobi wasn't in a rush, honestly he didn't really want to be here at all as the place filled him with an odd mixture of sadness, remorse and regret. With a poker face developed through years of war, Sarutobi asked the man behind him. Has there been any progress in his condition or mental state? The man didn't even slow down as he looked down at the clipboard in his hand. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, there has been no change in his condition since the last time you were here. He has shown some new shifts, but that is just an example of his seemingly endless creativity at work. Sarutobi just gave a nod and kept walking towards his destination. The institute was a depressing place. It was built underground and was designed for the express purpose of housing and rehabilitation of shinobi that couldn't cope with the stress or responsibilities of the job. Those ninja that had let their guilt or grief overwhelm them, or that had given into their bloodlust. If a ninja had a mental breakdown, of any kind, they were sent here to be treated and contained. Because this place was designed to contain shinobi, it had the highest level of security possible. Built underground in the forests surrounding Konohagakure, there was only one entrance in and out, and it was manned by at a minimum of 5 Chunin or higher level ninja. On both sides of the corridor were solid steel doors with heavy locks and a small window so the workers and doctors could see into them. At the bottom of each door was a small locked hinge door. These were used to push food through. When he came to the last door in the corridor, he stopped. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he looked through the small window in the door. It was more or less the same as all the other cells, white walls with a simple cot in the corner that was screwed into the floor to prevent the occupant from doing anything with it. What made this one stand out, however, was that the walls, floor and roof were covered in blue glowing seals. They were the only source of light in the cell and made it look like something out of a drug-induced dream gone wrong. Another thing that made it stand out from the other cells was the fact that there was dried blood on the walls and floor along with the seals. Finally, The other thing that set this cell apart from the others was that it was the only one that didn't have a shinobi. This was the room of one Uzumaki Naruto. After what had happened with the Haruno woman, Sarutobi had done all he could to help Naruto. Sarutobi had him watched constantly and had Naruto visit therapists under armed guard, but Naruto always managed to slip his guard. It was during one of those times in which he went missing that villagers started to go missing or were found dead. Naruto was later found with the blood of the deceased all over his person. Sarutobi had no other choice after this had happened several times, but to put him here in this depressing prison for the insane. The seals were applied by his old student Jiraiya, who had been beside himself with rage when he heard that his godson had not only been treated like something less than human, but had been driven into insanity. On that day it took a lot of convincing, but Hiruzen managed to keep the Sannin from waging war against the village. Hiruzen shuddered to think of the damage Jiraiya and his summons could do before being taken down. The seals were designed to do two things according to Jiraiya. The first was to strengthen the walls of the cell to keep Naruto from using his shifts and advanced strength from damaging them, and the second was to constantly drain as much of Naruto's chakra as possible to attempt to keep him from hurting people. It turned out that because of the amount of healing the Kyuubi had done to it, Naruto's body had been practically saturated in its chakra. This had resulted in Naruto gaining chakra reserves far beyond what was thought possible even for a Jinchuriki. If anyone other than Naruto was to go in that room with the seals active, they would be killed in a matter of seconds. As it was, the seals only seemed to make him slightly tired, and Sarutobi made a mental note to recall Jiraiya to the village to increase the power of the seals. When the boy had first been admitted, they had sent a Yamanaka to try and assess his mental state. That had been a mistake. He was now in a white padded cell next to Naruto's, raving like a lunatic about nightmares, monsters and darkness. A few weeks later a doctor had gone in to try to talk to the boy, and that was the source of the dried blood on the walls and floor, as they weren't willing to risk another life to clean up the mess. Looking into the room, Sarutobi started to panic when he didn't see anyone in the room. He was about to turn around to ask the doctor where Naruto was when he jumped back from the door, heart beating a mile a minute, when a face appeared just on the other side of the glass. But it wasn't Naruto's. The face in the glass was that of a pale girl with long messy neon green hair that had grim visible in places. She was so pale she had an almost blue glow to it from the seals. She had dark rings around her mouth and glowing orange eyes with silted pupils, a small smirk on her face as she looked at Sarutobi. Just looking at her sent shivers down the old Hokage's spine. "Stop playing games, Naruto, I'm not in the mood for it today." The girl's smirk turned into a full-blown grin at the old man's words, showing her slime-covered black teeth that appeared to all be filed to a point. "Ah, you don't want to play with me? That's not fair. The doctors are boring, they've seen most of what I can do. But you, I've got so much I can show you." Her voice sounded so innocent, like the tinkling of small bells. It didn't seem right that a voice like that would come out of something so twisted. The Hokage didn't say anything, just stared into her bright orange eyes with no fear or emotion. Eventually, after the two had stared at each other for a few minutes, the girl broke eye contact and pouted. As the two men watched, they could see the face change into that of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy. His face covered in bandages. "You're no fun, old man." Turning his back to the door, Naruto walked away and jumped onto his cot in the corner. This gave Sarutobi and the doctor that was accompanying him a good view of the boy. He had grown. When he was first brought here he was barely 3 feet 5 inches and very malnourished. Now, he was 4 feet 6 inches, and still growing. He was still very thin, but no matter what the doctors gave him he wouldn't put on weight. He was wearing a modified black straight jacket with a hood attached at the back of the neck, the sleeves hanging down past his arms, almost touching the floor. Plain black trousers going down to just above his bandaged feet. No skin could be seen due to the bandages that covered his skin. He just lay there, staring at the reinforced concrete roof of his cell. Every now and then he would break out into chuckles, as if someone was telling him jokes that only he could hear. If only they knew. "How have you been, Naruto?" He didn't answer straight away, but when the Hokage was about to ask again he spoke. "I am how I am and I'm not how I'm not." More laughing. Sarutobi sighed again. He was used to this, getting roundabout answers that didn't really tell him anything. He was about to turn away when he heard Naruto call him back. "Hey, old man." "Yes, Naruto." As he looked back at the boy, he could see him trying to hold back more laughter. What has no legs, no arms and goes a-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h? Naruto. Guess. Stop it, Naruto. I said guess. Sarutobi was slightly taken aback as Naruto yelled at him in a demonic voice. I don't know, Naruto, what is it? At this point Naruto finally took his eyes off the roof and locked eyes with Sarutobi. A villager after I've pulled their limbs off. They kept eye contact for several more seconds before Naruto started laughing again. Without another word Sarutobi turned around and left, the sound of Naruto's insane laughter following him down the corridor. XXX. Time skip. 5 years later. 6 years, it had been 6 years since the incident. 6 years since Naruto had killed those people and have landed himself in the institute. Sarutobi had visited Naruto once a week for that entire time and had talked to him at least briefly. In that time Naruto had never improved. During this time life in the village returned to normal and many villagers celebrated the incarceration of the demon child. A few became neutral when detail of the incident were released. They still didn't like the boy. But after what had happened, they were at least neutral and weren't able to push the Hokage. He couldn't believe he let Danzo talk him into this. It was a big risk, but if it worked, Naruto would have a chance to be outside the institute once again. Making his way down the corridor towards Naruto's cell, he couldn't help but hope the boy would agree with his proposal. Looking into the room, it still surprised him just how much it took to keep the boy contained. When he was younger it had been easy enough, just the seals around the room could stop him. But as time went by they found out that there was a side effect to the seals. Since the seals were on all the time, Naruto's chakra coils had been under a constant strain for 6 years. This had the result of his already unbelievable reserves growing even larger and larger. So every year they needed to increase the security as it constantly took more and more to keep Naruto from being able to escape at will. The walls were the same, covered in seals and dried blood, but now there was no cot in the corner. Naruto was kneeling in the center of the cell. A thick black metal collar around his neck was bolted to the floor with thick, black chains. Naruto's hands and feet were cuffed as well, and the cuffs were chained together and to the floor to limit his movement as much as possible. All the chains covered in the same seals as the walls. The boy looked up when he noticed Sarutobi standing at the window to his cell. Naruto didn't say anything, he just stared at him with that insane grin that Naruto had become so well known for among the staff. "How have you been, Naruto?" "I am how I am and I'm not how I'm not." This had become a routine for the two. It was almost enough to bring a smile to the old man's face. It was one of the few things Naruto did that didn't have any malicious intent behind it. "I have a proposition for you." At the mention of the proposition Naruto got an odd look in his eye. This was new. After making sure he had Naruto's full attention, Sarutobi continued. "You can't spend the rest of your life here and a majority of the council agrees as they believe you to be an asset to the village. So we have decided to offer you a chance to become a ninja of Konohagakure." There was a moment of silence before Naruto's grin spread even wider. "I'm listening. You would need to behave. No killing or mauling any civilian, clients, classmates, teammates, teachers or other shinobi of the leaf." "I think I could do that." This brought a smile to the old man's face. Naruto had agreed, and that is all Sarutobi needed. "Good. I will be back soon to take you to the academy to meet the other genin. As you don't know the academy jutsu, you will be allowed to skip the exam. Seeing as you are, well, I don't think you will have a problem with ninja life." As he turned to go and fill in the necessary paperwork, he stopped when Naruto asked him a question. "Hey, old man, I can still kill other ninja, right?" At the end of this he was starting to chuckle to himself. Sarutobi thought about that for a moment before saying, "Yes, Naruto, you can kill other ninjas so long as they are not allied with us." With that Sarutobi left. Sarutobi listened to Naruto's laughter and thought about the effects of what he was about to unleash on the shinobi world. XXX. As Yumino Iruka stood in front of his class, he could already feel the headache coming on. It was the last day of the academy and they still wouldn't be quiet. Taking a big breath, he did the hand sign for his infamous big head jutsu. "Shut the hell up, you brats." Instantly everything went quiet. "That's better. Now, as you know, today is the day you are sorted into your 3-man teams. The problem with this is that we are 1 person short." However, the Hokage has found a suitable candidate and will be bringing that person here in a few minutes. So I want you all on your best behavior." At hearing that there would be someone new, the class burst into whispers. Whoever it is, if they were handpicked by the Hokage himself, then they must be strong. It even got the attention of one Uchiha Sasuke, who thought, "Finally, someone that might give me a challenge." It was at this point that Inuzuka Kiba decided to share his thoughts. "Wait a minute, what about the exam? We all took it, it's not fair if this new guy doesn't have to." "Calm down, Kiba, there are special circumstances that not even I know about. But when they get here you can ask the Hokage yourself." That seemed to satisfy the boy and the rest of the class for the time being. It was a few minutes later that a knock was heard at the door. The class fell silent again as Iruka went to open it. "Welcome, Hokage-sama, thank you for taking the time out of your day to come down here." "It's no problem, Iruka." After the old Hokage walked into the room, the class could see the boy that stood behind him. He was tall, very tall, and skinny. At 6 feet -3 inches he was the tallest 12-year-old any of them had ever seen. But because of the way he stood slightly hunched over, it was hard to tell his true height. He had on a strange black jacket with what looked like steel buckles all over it, a hood sewed into the back of the neck and sleeves that went down past his hands into his knees. He had a long spiky blonde-haired mane that went down his back to just above his waist and bandages covering any place flesh could have been exposed. The only parts of his face that could be seen were his blue eyes and his mouth that had a huge grin on his face. His appearance unnerved everyone in the class a little. It was at this point that the kids saw their teacher Iruka. He was backed against the wall, staring at the boy in front of him with wide fear-filled eyes. This caused confusion in many people's minds, but they dismissed it for now. Seeing his reaction, Sarutobi addressed the now clearly terrified man. "Don't worry, Iruka, Naruto has promised me he will behave himself." This did calm the man a little. If there was one thing known about the boy, it was that he has never broken his word. It was a mystery. No matter how insane he was, he still had some kind of moral code. It baffled the Yamanaka clan immensely, as they have never run into a situation like that before. Unfortunately, nobody knew what most of the code was, with the exception of the boy and maybe the Hokage to a limited extent. But Iruka was still not sure that it was a good idea. "Are you absolutely sure, Hokage-sama?" "Very. You have nothing to worry about, isn't that right, Naruto?" "Naruto." When the boy didn't answer, the old man turned to face the boy. But he wasn't there. Quickly looking around, he spotted the boy crouched on a desk staring down at Sasuke, their faces only inches apart. The class and Iruka were stunned. They hadn't even seen him move. When Sasuke had gotten over his own shock, he asked in a clearly irritated voice, "What are you looking at?" Naruto just kept staring. When Sasuke had enough, he was about to ask again, and that was when Naruto asked, "Did you know you have a duck's ass on your head?" At this the class burst out laughing, all except for the Uchiha and a few of his fangirls. But when Sasuke made a grab at him, he was already back next to the Hokage. "Naruto, you said you would behave." Naruto turned his face to look at him and replied, "No, I said I wouldn't kill, maim or permanently break them. You never said anything about behaving." The class was shocked at his words, to talk about such things without any hesitation. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Sarutobi took a deep breath, then let it out slowly and thought, "At least he didn't kill anyone. Yet. Just introduce yourself so we can move on, please." "Whatever, old man." Shocking the class yet again at his disrespect. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like what I like and I hate what I hate, though. Nothing I hate seems to be around for long when I hate it." After saying this, he broke out into giggles. "I don't have a dream or goal in my life, because quite frankly, I don't actually have any will to live." After seeing their faces when he said this, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He laughed and laughed. With the introduction out of the way, Naruto just sat on the floor where he was, the Hokage having quieted him down. Deciding to humor him, the Hokage nodded to Iruka to continue with the team placements. "Right, well then, Team 1 will be comprised of..." It went on like that for several minutes. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba under Hatake Kakashi. When Iruka had said her name, Sakura had jumped up screaming about true love. It was then that Naruto saw her, and grinned wider. She reminded him of the pink-haired lady. When Sakura had calmed down, Iruka had continued. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino and Uzumaki Naruto under Yuhi Kurenai, and finally, Team 10, Akamichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino under Sarutobi Asuma. When he finished reading out the names, he put down the list and said, I want you to know that I am proud of all of you and that I expect great things from you all, and remember, you are all shinobi of the leaf now. That is a big responsibility. I trust you to act accordingly. Your new instructors will be here soon to pick you up. With that done, both Iruka and the Hokage left the room, Iruka looking back over his shoulder as he went out, then closing the door behind him. Leaving the class alone with Naruto. They all looked at him for a moment and he just looked back with that huge grin on his face and thought, I think I'm going to enjoy this. XXX. Yuhi Kurenai was a beautiful woman, no one could or would argue with that, especially the men that hit on her. She was an average height for a woman at 5 feet 6, with long brown hair that cascaded down her back and a wonderful hourglass figure that was the envy of almost every woman in Konohagakure. Her clothes were made of what appeared to be bandages, with one red sleeve, white shorts and a mesh undershirt. She wore almost no makeup since she didn't really need it, just some red lipstick and blue eyeshadow, and with her exotic red eyes she was without a doubt one of the most beautiful ninja in the village. She was also very nervous. She had been called into the Hokage's office ahead of the normal Jonin-sensei meeting time and she really didn't know why. She was shown into the room and stood nervously in front of the village's leader waiting for him to address her. The Hokage finished signing a document before he put down his pen and looked up at Kurenai. I am glad you are here and I am sure you wondering why I asked you here early. Kurenai nodded. I am just concerned I won't be getting a team this year. You will be getting a team this year, you don't have to worry about that. The reason I asked you here is to talk about who will be on your team. Alright, but why couldn't that have waited for the normal Jonin meeting, sir? Because frankly I am giving you a very special student this year. Alright, who will I be teaching then? I have made your team into an information gathering and infiltration team with an element of frontline assault for when the mission become fucked up beyond all reason. You will be training Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino and Uzumaki Naruto. Hokage-sama, you can't be serious. That boy is dangerous. Kurenai had an incredulous look on her face, maybe the old man's age was finally catching up to him. She knew of the boy, hell everyone knew of him. She didn't blame him for being the Kyuubi container, if anything she felt sorry for him. But he was put in the institution for a reason. Kurenai, calm down, I know what I am doing. Do you think that I would put you or your other students at risk? Despite what many think, he is not as dangerous as the villagers would like you to believe. With all due respect, he was put in a crazy house for broken ninja for a reason. He killed innocent people. How could you say he is not as dangerous as they say? Sarutobi looked at her for a long minute before he sighed. Kurenai, I'm disappointed in you. Those words shocked her, but before she could say anything he continued. As a ninja you should always look underneath the underneath. And as an intelligence gatherer you should know better than to listen to hearsay from a group of bitter villagers, especially when they have never had anything to back up their claims. Did it ever occur to you that if those villagers were innocent that Naruto would have been put to death? Kurenai's eyes widened at the implications. But, if that's true, I don't understand. I thought you put him in the institute because he was dangerous. I did, but at the time there were too many holes, too many things that didn't add up, so I looked into it further. It turns out that Naruto, in the few weeks leading up to him being put in the institute, never technically did anything wrong. Kurenai was about to object to this, but again the Hokage continued before she could. In the case of Miss Haruno, self-defense, there was never any doubt about that. It was the way that Naruto handled it that set off alarms, but the others. Here Sarutobi took out his pipe and lit it, taking a deep breath before he continued. The three men, self-defense, turns out they were drunk and attacked him. The two men in the ally, it was later found out that they had been attempting to rape a young girl. Naruto stopped them and even took the girl back to her house. The orphanage's care workers, we found out they were selling children into slavery outside the village. Every one of the people Naruto killed was later found to have either attacked him first or found guilty of crimes against the village that carried a death penalty anyway. Kurenai didn't know what to say. How could she have been pulled in by the villagers so easily? She prided herself on her ninja skills. But this was a huge mistake on her part. But then something occurred to her. But Hokage-sama, if this is true, then why was he kept in the school? Surely he should have been released when this was found out. Why did you leave him there? At this question the Hokage got a sad look in his eyes. Because he asked me to. Again, Kurenai was shocked. Nobody asked to be kept in such a horrible and isolating place as the institute. But, why? Sarutobi took another deep breath from his pipe before letting it out again. At that point Naruto still had some semblance of his old self. He still does, though it's buried under a very thick layer of insanity. In a moment of lucidity he realized what was happening to him. He could see what was happening and knew that if he didn't get away from people for a while he could lose himself completely. So he asked to be left in the school until I thought he could be trusted. I have watched him over the years, and I can honestly say that although he is the most insane, dangerous, and fucked up person I have ever met, he is also one of my most trusted people. At seeing the confused look on the young woman's face he elaborated. It is true that Naruto is insane, but he has still kept what makes him a good person. It is what makes him different from many that lose their minds. He has morals, they can be hard to see, but they are there. He never hurts children, scares them, yes, but never hurt them. He also has a respect for women, which all things considered as a miracle. He also will never break a promise once it has been made, but he rarely will give you his word or he will word his response to allow himself some leeway. Kurenai didn't know what to say. Naruto just didn't make any sense to her, but that wasn't really surprising since Naruto didn't make sense to anyone. However, this made her stop her train of thought. There is a problem that you need to be aware of with Naruto. He can't control himself when he kills. When he goes into fight mode he won't stop until he decides that there is no longer any threats in the area to kill. He will make anyone that he deems worth killing go through extreme pain before he will let them die. He has been known to scare Anbu with his methods, both psychological and physical. To be honest, Anko and Ibiki have watched Naruto to learn new ways of getting information out of people. I was even at one point letting Naruto out just so he could help train Anbu. That worried Kurenai. Anbu were trained to be fearless, to not let anything bother them, and they are the best of the best. But for his methods to spark interest with Anko and Ibiki means he had to be extremely good. If Anbu were scared of what a 12-year-old boy could do, then he had to know what to do to get under people's skin. Taking a deep breath, Kurenai asked. Can you tell me anything about his abilities? As far as I know this kid has never had any sort of training. If he is going to be on my team I need to know what to expect. This made Sarutobi smile as she was willing to give Naruto a chance. He has enhanced senses far above that of an Inuzuka, enhanced strength, reflexes, and he is able to process information at an astonishing rates. He has been out of the school for only 2 days and has been at the Konohagakure library the entire time reading. I have been testing his progress and comprehension on the books he has read since he started, and he went from being unable to do math to doing basic algebra. His reading speed and ability has shot up from that of a 6-year-old to that of someone easily in their 20s. He has already read through the entire academy curriculum and I have tested him on it. He got a perfect score for the information portion. While he is not reading every book, he is certainly gathering and learning information that he feels he needs, and if he continues to act this way, I am considering giving him access to the village technique vault just to see how many techniques he can read, practice and master, although I might have to restrict him to the lower level techniques until he makes Chunin. This surprised Kurenai. To be able to read and understand so much information in such a short time was truly amazing. He also has a bloodline. It has been designated as shapeshifter, as he is able to become almost anything. If he can picture it in his mind he can more than likely become it. It is similar to the transformation jutsu. But unlike the transformation jutsu, he physically changes his body. The implications of this were spinning through Kurenai's head. To be able to become anything, the potential was practically limitless. However, there is a catch: the longer he uses it, the harder it is to keep it up, or in some cases, to come back. From what he has told me, he is currently able to hold a basic shift, as he called it, for 3 days, but the more complex it is, the harder it gets. He said a basic shift is anything that keeps the general humanoid shape and isn't any bigger or smaller than his current size. This made perfect sense to Kurenai. With every bloodline there was always a weakness. She also now understood why he was on her team. With a bloodline to change into anything, he could make a great intelligent gatherer. and with his heavy hitter abilities, he could cover the rest of them if they needed to retreat or escape from a tough situation. She was broken out of her thoughts when the Hokage stood up from his chair. "I'm sorry Kurenai, but I need to go and check on him now," before he decided to put some of the information that he has gathered to use and moves on to something else that would not be as beneficial to the village. "I hope I can trust you to teach your future students to the best of your ability." Standing up from her chair, Kurenai did a small bow to her leader and replied, "Yes Hokage-sama, I understand and I welcome the challenge. XXX. Kurenai waited outside for the rest of the Jonin and the meeting went on without any problems as everyone was given a team to teach and train. After the meeting the Jonin went out for lunch. She was now on her way to meet her team with the other senseis and just couldn't stop herself from feeling nervous, only for all the Jonin to stop at the door when they heard the voices inside the room. XXX. They all sat in silence for a few minutes, just staring at the strange boy in front of them. He was just sitting there, looking around the room with that creepy grin on his face. Eventually Kiba, being the hyperactive loudmouth he is, took it upon himself to break it. Standing up from his seat he made his way to the front of the room where Naruto was sat, smirking to himself, not seeing Akamaru shrinking back into his hood and shaking slightly. "So, you're the guy that was too good to go to the academy like the rest of us, you don't look so strong. I bet you don't even know any jutsu." Naruto just sat there for a moment, looking up at Kiba. Slowly, standing up, he looked Kiba in the eyes and asked, "What's a jutsu? Wait, now I remember reading about that. Unfortunately, no, I do not know how to perform any of those yet, just haven't had the time to try out the ones I read about." The other children in the room looked at Naruto incredulously. What kind of ninja didn't know how to perform a jutsu? Kiba started laughing and pointing at Naruto, and then so did the rest of the class. You don't even know how to use a jutsu, huh? Where have you been for the past few years? Locked in a cell lined with chakra-sapping seal inside a mental institution for dangerously insane ninja. That turned the laughter into shocked silence. Was he serious? What the hell? You're joking, right? Nope, the people there were really boring. Hey, did you know you need a bath? You smell like dog piss. This got to Kiba. Nobody embarrasses him in front of his class, nobody. What did you say? I am going to fucking kill you. In his rage Kiba charged at Naruto without thinking. But before Kiba could lay a hand on him Naruto had his right hand on the back of Kiba's head and was slamming it into the ground, or so it seemed. Just before Kiba's face connected it stopped. Bending down, Naruto said to him, loud enough for all to hear. "I have killed people for attacking me, and the only reason I haven't killed you is because I promised the old man I wouldn't. But know this, the next time you try to do that you won't be able to walk away. Think yourself lucky I left you unscathed this time." And with that he let Kiba fall to the ground, his grin still on his face. Kiba shuffled away as quick as possible, and then made his way back to his seat. The room was quiet again, no one knowing what to say after that. Hell, no one even want to look towards Naruto after that. What no one expected though was for Sakura to slowly get up from her seat and make her way over to Naruto, Ino trying to tell her old friend to come back. When she was in front of him she asked, "You said your name was Naruto?" At his nod she continued, "My dad said that if I was ever to meet you to say that we are sorry for my mother's actions to you and to ask for forgiveness, but he never said why." She let the question hang, hoping he would explain. Naruto just gave her an odd look for a minute, before his grin faded into a genuine smile. "Thank you, and tell your father that there is nothing to forgive, her actions were her own, and I hold no grudge against you or your family." At hearing this Sakura let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. "As for what she did, I can honestly say that your mother made me what I am today." When he said this, his grin returned in full force and he began to chuckle. It sent a shiver up her spine, as well as all those in the room, but before anyone could comment further on this the door opened and a group of people walked into the room. One by one they introduced themselves as the leaders of their respective teams and took their respective teams out of the room. "Team 8, I'm your Jonin sensei, Yuhi Kurenai. Please follow me." Shino, Hinata and Naruto followed her out of the room. XXX. Hinata, Shino and Naruto said nothing on their way to the training ground, all lost in their own thoughts. Shino and Hinata didn't know what to think of the boy, he seemed strong, but from what they had seen he was completely out of his mind. Naruto was staring at his hand intently as a beetle had landed on it and he was smiling the whole time it was there. To anyone watching him it would appear as if that beetle was the most interesting thing in the whole world. This caught Shino's attention as it was his beetle that he had sent out. He had put one on Hinata as well, but he didn't need to test her. Shino wanted to see if Naruto would kill it, but Naruto just seemed fascinated by the creature. He even noticed that Naruto began to push chakra into his hand to let the bug eat it. This really caught Shino off guard. Kurenai was trying not to smile. She had heard everything that had gone on in the room and was happy to know that he didn't hold a grudge. Or kill the Inuzuka boy for that matter. But she didn't notice Naruto feeding his chakra into Shino's beetle as she didn't know all the ins and outs of the Aburame clan's bugs. And Naruto was thinking, I wonder what I can do with this beetle, and I wonder if it eats wood. I wonder what wood tastes like. I bet it tastes like starch. Wait, what does starch taste like? When they had come to training ground 8, Kurenai motioned for them to sit down. When they were all seated she spoke. Right, my name is Yuhi Kurenai. I am 24 years old and am going to be your new sensei. I specialize in genjutsu and traps. I like reading and training, and my dream is to prove that women can be just as good at being ninja as men. Now who wants to introduce themselves next? Shino raised his hand and began to speak in a stoic monotone. My name is Aburame Shino and I am 12 years old. I specialize in my clan's jutsu. I like studying new insects and training with my hive, and hope to prove that my clan is not weak just because we use insects, and to surpass my father as a ninja and as a clan head by being able to control and hold more hives than him. Nodding at this, Kurenai turned to Hinata. I'm Hyuga Hinata. I am 12 years old and I specialize in my CL clan's jutsu. I hope to one day unite my clan by getting rid of the caged bird seal. Hearing the stutter, Kurenai made a note to introduce the girl to Anko. If anyone could break her of it, it would be her. Turning to her last student, she was surprised to see him tuning a beautiful black violin that seemed to have designs carved into it. Where the hell had he got a violin? After a minute he seemed satisfied and spoke. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I am 12 years old. I specialize in infiltration, torture, and I am a chakra powerhouse. On top of that, I am currently learning several other things as well. I enjoy learning new things and using my bloodline. I have nothing I wish to accomplish, as frankly I have nothing to live for, but I figure that while I am here I might as well explore the world around me and fight some of the more powerful people I run across. At hearing that he was learning other things, Kurenai got interested. What other things are you learning? Looking back up at her from his violin, he said. Well, I am currently looking into weapon crafting, seal making, jutsu making, and a few different taijutsu styles that I plan to merge together into my own personal style, as well as studying up on kenjutsu. I think I will also be reading up on the Hyuga and Aburame clans to understand my teammates' fighting styles better. Kurenai and the two genin didn't know what to think. Most ninja picked a specialty and stuck with it, but here was Naruto looking at several different aspects like it was nothing. If he mastered even half of what he was learning, then he would be a force to reckon with in no time. If they only knew what he could truly do. While they stared at him, Naruto had started to play his violin, which, considering his hands were still covered by his sleeves, was impressive. Kurenai didn't know what he was playing. It started off slow but was slowly getting quicker. It was then that Kurenai felt it, the feeling of someone casting a genjutsu. Naruto was channeling a huge amount of chakra into the violin, which caused the carvings to glow a faint blue. The instrument acted to cast a wide-scale genjutsu. Smiling to herself, she discreetly cancelled its effects on herself, but not the others. Naruto was doing her job for her. Her test was to see if they could detect and dispel a genjutsu anyway, so why not let him do it? As she watched, she saw Hinata and Shino fall into some kind of trance. A few minutes later, Shino was the first to notice something was wrong, his bugs telling him that he was in a genjutsu. Calmly putting his hand on Hinata's shoulder, he broke them both out of the genjutsu. When she was sure they were both out of the genjutsu, Kurenai said, "Good work, Shino, and well done for helping your teammate out, but I have to ask, Naruto, why did you try to put us in a genjutsu in the first place?" When she asked this, Naruto stopped playing and looked at her strangely. "What the hell you talking about? I can't cast a genjutsu to save my life." I've got too much chakra to control even the most powerful of genjutsus. If I wanted to actually use a genjutsu, then I would have to cast one with an area effect of the entire village. This surprised Kurenai. He was right, he did have too much chakra to do genjutsu, but she had assumed that was why he was using a violin as a means to control and as a catalyst. But how he was doing it without even knowing it, she didn't know. She would have to talk to the Hokage about this. Naruto, are you saying you didn't know you were channeling chakra through your violin while you were playing it? Of course I was, it's something I read in a book about chakra control. This is actually my 5th violin in the last day, they kept exploding because I was pushing too much chakra into it. Had to put a reinforcement seal on this one, that is what all these carving are actually. The casual way that he said this made her laugh. As if exploding violins were normal, although, this was Naruto after all, who knew what went on in his head. Hinata and Shino were confused, so asked. What do you mean Kurenai sensei? I agree, I don't understand. Turning to face the two, Kurenai said. It's quite simple really, Naruto here was channeling chakra through his violin and it acted like a catalyst for a sound-based genjutsu, which I would like to point out are more powerful than normal genjutsu. But the interesting thing is he did it without knowing he was doing it, the genjutsu acted on its own and hypnotized us. None of the genin knew what to say to that. Then Naruto started to laugh. When he had calmed down, Kurenai told them. Now, normally this would be where I give you your true genin exam, but seeing as Naruto beat me to it, you all pass. Congratulations, you are all now official genin of Konohagakure. Meet me here tomorrow at 6 AM and we can start your training. With that, the 3 genin left to do their own things. Letting out a deep breath, Kurenai stood up and left to report to the Hokage. She never noticed that Naruto had come back to the training grounds. Walking up to the tree he had seen earlier, he pulled a branch off and bit into it. Yuck, tastes like wood. XXX. Meanwhile, Shino was walking home when he sensed the beetle that he had placed on Naruto returning to him. The second the beetle returned, it had started mixing with the hive. He immediately knew something was off. The beetle seemed stronger, and it seemed that any beetle that was near that one started to get that boost of strength. Shino quirked an eyebrow before thinking. Interesting, it seems that something about Naruto has made my Kikaichu stronger. I will have to either talk to him about this or observe to see what about Naruto is doing this. Shino, not one to disregard an advantage, started to cultivate his hive to have the advanced traits shown in the enhanced Kikaichu that had returned from Naruto. XXX. It had about a week and the new teammate had settled into a nice routine. They would train for the first half of the day and then in the afternoon they would get a mission, but whenever they went out for a mission things would get interesting. Kurenai was at her wit's end. This was her team's 4th D rank and Naruto was driving them all crazy. Their first mission had been to paint a civilian's house. It went okay at first, but the problem came when the client's wife came home and saw Naruto. By the time her husband had calmed her down and took her into the house, nobody noticed that Naruto had painted the house bright pink instead of the white the client had supplied them with. They still didn't know where he got the damn paint. The second mission had been to weed an old lady's garden. This had gone fine until she refused to pay Naruto. While Kurenai had been arguing with her, Naruto had replaced all her plants with cannabis, which, while legal, was frowned upon. This was another thing that baffled the team, as they still didn't know where he got the plants, though Kurenai was more worried at the thought of a high Naruto. The third had been to catch Tora. This had actually gone okay. Seems Naruto had a way with animals. He had been the first ninja ever to just walk up to Tora and pick him up. The problem had come when he left with the little beast for about an hour. Nobody knew what he did, but after that mission it became a lot harder to catch the cat whenever it escaped from its owner. One genin team had claimed that they had seen the demon cat jumping through the trees like a ninja animal. The mission had been simple: get the shopping done for a woman that had broken her leg. The problem had come when she had given Naruto a dirty look. At the time the boy had just ignored her, but his team had got to know him over the past few weeks and knew he was going to do something. He never let something go. This was why Kurenai was watching him like a hawk. So far everything was fine. They had just gotten back to the client's house without incident and were just waiting for their pay. When the client had been paying them, she had gave Naruto another dirty look and tried to give him half what she owed him. The feeling of dread that had increased when Naruto didn't say anything, just stood there grinning like the madman he was. A few minutes later they had gotten the money and were on their way to report to the Hokage when they heard a scream from inside the house. Rushing back inside they had arrived to see the woman sitting on the floor, covered in bright red paint. Naruto had somehow put a paint bomb in her shopping bags when they weren't looking. Letting out a deep breath, Kurenai and the other two genin started to help her off the floor into a chair in the living room. The whole time Naruto was laughing his head off, rolling around on the floor. It took them an hour to calm her down. Now here they were stood in front of the Hokage in his office. For a full minuet he said nothing, just sat there looking at Naruto with his pipe in hand. "I thought we talked about this, Naruto, you can't keep attacking clients." Naruto just stood there, giggling. "Well, technically she wasn't a client when it went off, we had finished the mission." None of them knew what to say to this. He was right. They had finished the mission. Sighing to himself, Sarutobi just waved a hand for them to leave. "Whatever, I'm getting too old for this shit, just go." With that they left to go to the training grounds. XXX. It had been a few weeks since the disaster week of missions and Team 8 had decided to hold off on doing missions as a team for a while, but Kurenai had encouraged Hinata and Shino to continue to do them solo when they had time, at least until they could stop Naruto from being Naruto. Kurenai, Hinata and Shino were currently waiting for Naruto at Training Ground 8. It was one of the more secluded training grounds, with a large lake and small wooded area. It was a good place to train. Today Kurenai was planning to teach Hinata and Shino how to water walk. She would have been teaching Naruto it as well, but he was having problems with tree walking. The last time he tried he was blown off so hard he not only broke the tree he was trying to walk on, but 3 other trees as well when he flew into them. For some reason Naruto was always a few minutes late to team training. After waiting for a little longer they decided to start without him. It was half an hour later when Naruto walked into the training grounds, a strange bundle on his back. This put them all on edge. Though Naruto had never done anything to them they were still cautious. When he got to them he put the bundle down and waved. "Hey guys, I got you something." Slowly making their way over, the group looked at the bundle on the floor nervously. Seeing their faces, Naruto laughed. "Don't worry so much, it's not going to explode. At least I don't think they will," he said with a thoughtful look on his face. This did not fill them with confidence. Reaching down and unfolding the package, Naruto took a step back and looked at them all expectantly. "So, what do you think?" They didn't really know what to think. On the ground before them were the most bizarre yet beautiful weapons any of them had ever seen. The first was what looked to be some sort of launcher. It had a long barrel but it didn't seem capable of firing kunai. It was encased in a leather holster. The weapon itself was also covered in strange markings that they soon realized were seals carved perfectly into the metal. The next was a long metal pipe, about 3 feet in length, with a small needle-like point. On closer inspection they realized that it was hollow and that there was a small hole in the end. This was also attached to leather straps and was covered in similar seals as the first. The last was a pair of elegant gauntlets. The metal was white and the middle finger had a sharp, pin-like point in the end. They were designed to go up to just below the elbows and had seals all over them. After a while Kurenai looked at Naruto and said, "They are beautiful, Naruto, but where did you get them and why did you bring them?" Naruto gave her one of his rare, sincere smiles when she asked that. "Well, remember when I said that I was looking into weapon making?" They all grow shocked looks on their faces when he said this. "You mean you made these?" "Yep, I made a deal with a smith in the village. I get to use his workshop and I let him look over some of my designs and use the ones he likes so long as I get a percentage of the profits. Nice guy, open-minded." Naruto seemed to get lost in his own mind. XXX. Flashback. XXX. Naruto was in a good mood, things just seemed to be going his way today. He had just met his team and successfully became a full ninja and he had a feeling that his team would be fun to be around. They all seemed like good people, so he wouldn't need to kill them later on, which was a plus, and they all were interesting, which means Naruto wouldn't get bored. But the thing that had put him in a great mood is the fact that he just successfully snuck into the Anbu headquarters and dyed all their uniforms bright orange. The look on their faces was priceless and he was glad he brought a camera. Naruto was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't realize he had wandered into a back alley of the market district of Konoha. When he did take notice of his surroundings, he found himself outside a small shop. It had an old wooden sign in the shape of a kunai hung over the door, the universal sign for a shinobi shop. The windows were so dirty that he couldn't see inside. He couldn't see a name anywhere, and there didn't seem to be any other shops in the area. His interest piqued. Naruto pushed the door open and went inside to see what they had to offer. The inside was the same as the outside of the shop, dark and dirty. There was just enough light to see without bumping into anything, but beyond that the shelves were stocked with an assortment of different weapons from kunai to swords. They looked to be of very high quality, but they all had a thick layer of dust coating them. In one corner of the store Naruto could see ninja clothes and armor on display. If he had to guess, Naruto would say that this shop hadn't had a customer in a long time. Smiling to himself at the thought, Naruto made his way to the back of the room in hopes of finding someone that he could talk to. Maybe the owner, and he did. There, at the back of the room leaning on a counter, was a large middle-aged man. He was big, almost 7 foot tall, with huge muscles and large hands. He had on a fine gray sleeveless shirt under a thick leather apron and thick pants. The top of his head was shaved and he had a thick black beard. Scars littered the man's skin, showing of past battles and time-round weapon. When the man saw Naruto, he stood up and looked at the boy with hope in his eyes before saying in a deep voice, "Please tell me you want to buy something." Naruto wasn't surprised at the pleading tone. It seemed he was right about the shop not having much business. "You make the weapon here, or do you order everything from a producer?" The large man was surprised at the boy's question. "I make the weapon in here using the forge in the back. Why?" When the man said this, Naruto's grin stretched even bigger. "I've been looking for a forge to rent out, so I can work on a few projects of mine in peace." This got the man thinking. If he let the boy use his smithy, he could charge him and make a bit of money. Kami knew he needed the money. "Name's Higashi, and if you can pay, then I don't see a problem with letting you use my workshop." Taking the man's outstretched hand to shake, Naruto replied, "Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto had expected a lot of things when he told Higashi his name, insults and shouting being at the top of the list. But what happened was enough to shock even him. Higashi's eyes widened at his name and he let out a small gasp. Without letting go of the young boy's hand, the muscular man pulled him forward and hugged him. Naruto stiffened at first, thinking he was being attacked, until he felt water falling onto his face. Looking up at the mountain of a man, Naruto was shocked yet again when he saw the tears falling down his face. Thank you, thank you." When Higashi let the shocked blonde go, he let out a hearty laugh and explained, "I never got a chance to thank you for what you did for my family. You might not remember, about 6 years ago you saved a girl from being raped in an alley not far from here. That was my daughter, Tenten. I've been waiting for years to thank you." Naruto just tilted his head to one side in thought. Short girl in a Chinese-style dress with buns in her hair, looks kind of like a panda. Higashi just laughed again and nodded his head. "Small world, how's she doing nowadays?" "She became a ninja, graduated last year. She'll be glad to see you. No one knew where you disappeared to, and she was worried something had happened to you. Where you been for the last 5 years?" Naruto just shrugged and said, "Place called the institution, and from the look on your face and the scars on your skin, I'm guessing you are an ex-shinobi, because that's the only way you could know about it." True to his word, at the mention of the insane asylum, Higashi went deadly pale before a sad look came onto his face. Nodding his head, the large smith said no more about it. After a few minutes of silence, Naruto asked if he could see the workshop. Nodding his head again, Higashi led the young boy to a door behind the counter and down a corridor past several rooms until they came to the workshop. It was a good-sized room, about 20 feet by 20 feet and a lot like the shop in front. It was dark and dusty, and again, Naruto could tell that it hadn't been used for a while. The tools were all neatly arranged on hooks on a wall and the furnace was good. The work counter was full of old broken kunai and swords. On a wall at the back of the room were several different designs for weapons Naruto had never seen. He couldn't help but be impressed. Seeing what he was looking at, Higashi made his way over to the blonde. "These were all my ideas. I had planned to make them one day, but after the Kyuubi attack, my first shop was destroyed. When it was finally rebuilt, I ended up back here and nobody even came. I found out that one of my old competitors had bribed an official on the planning council to have me put here to get rid of me, so I never had the money to move to another location or to advertise. Nodding his head, Naruto reached up and took down some of the designs. There was a double-bladed axe, a zanbato, and several more complex designs that he could just barely comprehend. Putting them down, Naruto pulled out several pieces of paper and handed them to the old smith. Curious, Higashi took the offered paper and looked over Naruto's designs. They were rough around the edges, and some of them wouldn't be possible due to the characteristics of metals, but he was impressed at the ingenuity and creativity that the designs held. Turning his gaze back to the blonde boy, Higashi asked, "You make these?" At his nod, the man grinned. "Impressive. So what do you know about weapon crafting?" "Strong theoretical knowledge, but no practical experience to back it up." Nodding his head at Naruto's words, Higashi looked back at the designs in his hands. "It shows, in the designs. What would you say to me going over some of these designs with you? When we've got the bugs ironed out, I'll show you how the furnace works, and maybe we can teach you how to actually make some things. Sound good?" Naruto just grinned and nodded in agreement. XXX. For the next few hours, Naruto and Higashi were in the workshop, leaning over the designs he had brought and the ones on the wall. It felt good for the old man to actually work again. He was always at his happiest when he was working on a new project. He had missed the feel of the paper and the satisfaction of seeing his work coming to life as he molded the metals. As the hours passed, Higashi was more and more impressed with the blonde boy. The way his mind worked allowed him to think outside the box, to think of things no one else had ever considered. That creativity partnered with Higashi's years of experience, they found that time flew by without them even noticing. Just simply bouncing ideas off each other occupied the men for a while. Higashi quickly figured out that the boy was off his rocker. There was no doubt about that, especially since he had been put into the institution. But it was that touch of insanity that made Naruto's designs stand out. At one point during their time together, Higashi had made a shadow clone to make them tea. The jutsu had caught Naruto's attention and he asked the old man what it was. After a quick explanation of the jutsu and a demonstration, they spent the next hour working on the shadow clone jutsu. It surprised Higashi that it didn't take longer for the boy to do it, but what really shocked him was that he made so many on his first try. The room was filled with clones. The amount of chakra needed to make even one clone was substantial, but from the looks of it, Naruto had just made 30 like it was nothing. Deciding to put this unexpected gift to use, Higashi had the clones go around and clean the workshop while he and the original went back to the designs. This was the sight that greeted Tenten when she came home. She had just finished a hard day of team training with her hyperactive teacher and was nearly dead on her feet. Hearing her father in the workshop surprised her at first. He hadn't set foot in there for years. So trying to be quiet, she gently pushed the door open only to see a sea of blonde-haired boys that looked about her age moving around the room cleaning. Slowly making her way into the room, Tenten found her father stood at the workbench leaning over the shoulder of another of the blonde boys. He was one of the oddest-looking boys the girl had ever seen, with his long blonde hair and black straitjacket. But for some reason she could have sworn she had seen him before. Shaking the thought out of her mind, Tenten walked over to her father and looked over his shoulder. The fact that he didn't even notice her there showed how engrossed he was in his work. He never took his eyes off the papers in front of him. Taking a better look at the papers, she realized that they were weapon designs, complex weapon designs. Without realizing it, Tenten had been leaning forward to get a better look. It was then that Tenten's father noticed her. "Oh, Ten-chan, when did you get home?" "Just now. Who's this and why aren't there so many of him? And while I think about it, why is he even in the workshop?" Tenten didn't miss the slight shine in her father's eyes when he turned to the boy at the desk that didn't even lift his head when she asked about him. "That, my dear Ten-chan, is Uzumaki Naruto. You've met him before. He came to ask about using the workshop. We got to talking, and I guess we lost track of time. As for why there is so many of him, I showed him a jutsu from back in the day. He seemed to take to it quite well." When her father said she had met the boy, Tenten got confused. Sure, he seemed familiar, but she would remember someone so strange. Seeing the look on her face, Higashi laughed and tapped the blonde on the shoulder to get his attention. It was then that she finally got a good look at his face and was unable to stop the gasp that escaped her mouth. All the clones had their heads turned away as she walked in the room, so she didn't see his face until then. His face was covered in thick white bandages, similar to the ones Lee always wore on his hand. But it was his sky-blue eyes and huge grin that jogged her memory of that night 5 years ago. She could feel the tears starting to run down her eyes at the thought of it. If it wasn't for the boy that had come to her rescue, she didn't want to think what would have happened. It was the words he had said to her that night after he saved her that made her want to be a kunoichi. I might not be around next time, so you better learn to save yourself. The world is full of damsels in distress, we need more women that can look after themselves. To never be a victim again, that was her ninja way. Tears still running down her face, Tenten threw herself at the still-seated blonde and pulled him into a hug. This time it didn't shock Naruto as much as when Higashi hugged him. Locking eyes with the man, Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm starting to see a pattern here. This just caused the older man to laugh at the blonde as he was struggling to breathe as Tenten's grip around his neck tightened. Deciding to take pity on the young boy, Higashi put his hand on his daughter's shoulder. Ten-chan, I think you should let the poor lad breathe. At her father's words, Tenten released Naruto from her death grip and took a step back with a blush. Sorry. Naruto fell to the floor and made a big show of sucking in big gulps of air before rolling around laughing at the girl's reaction, which caused her to blush even more. Don't worry about it, anyway I better be off, I'm starting missions tomorrow. I'll be back sometime tomorrow so we can start working on my designs. Good night. At that, Naruto got up and left, leaving a blushing Tenten and a smiling Higashi behind. XXX. Over the next few weeks, Naruto had taken to going to the workshop every day after his training, and under both Higashi and Tenten's tutelage Naruto proved to be a quick learner. It wasn't until a month into his lessons that Naruto was finally comfortable with his abilities that he attempted to combine his research of seals with his weapon designs. It wasn't long after that he had combined seals into his designs that Naruto made weapons for Shino, Hinata and Kurenai. XXX. End flashback. XXX. Naruto shook his head for a moment before he continued. Anyway, I brought them here because I made them for you guys. We've been a team for a while now and I made you these to complement your fighting styles. Here he bent down and picked up the gun-like weapon and, taking on a lecturing tone that was so out of place coming from Naruto, started to explain the weapons. This is for you, sensei. Now I know that when you cast a genjutsu you can't move from one spot without disrupting your flow of chakra. So I made you this. By channeling your chakra through the grip you will be able to fire a magazine of specially made bullets with your chakra. It will take a lot of practice as compressing your chakra right to get the bullets to fire is difficult, but when you master it you should be able to cast genjutsu and kill your enemies without having to rely on someone to make the finishing blow, and as a bonus this gun makes no sound when you fire it because it is condensed raw chakra. Kurenai was speechless. Naruto had made this just for her. It was perfect. He had made her the perfect weapon after only knowing her for less than 2 months. Before she could thank him he moved on to the pipe. Now this is for Shino and, if it works out, your family. The pipe is made from a strong metal to compensate for it being hollow, and can retract so it can't be seen. It goes on your arm under your sleeve. The idea is that you can have some of your bugs fill the pipe, and when you stab someone you can inject them into your opponent so your bugs will be able to take your enemy from the inside. I know that your clan can't fight in close combat because of your bugs, so this should help. The gift I gave your beetles should also help, but I think we will have to talk to really maximize the results on that end. Shino was deeply impressed with the weapon. He guessed that he shouldn't be surprised. It would take someone with a mind like Naruto's to come up with something as unorthodox as this. But it surprised Shino as he knew about his new beetles. He had yet to approach Naruto about the subject as he didn't see a reason to, since Shino knew he had other areas to improve in before he really had to worry about his hive's strength. Kurenai and Hinata looked at Shino for explanation, but he remained quiet and stoic. Naruto continued on, not worried about the information he had let drop. And last but certainly not least, this is for Hinata. Like the others I made it to go with your family's fighting style. They are mostly designed for protection, but they can, in theory, enhance your gentle fist. By channeling chakra into the needle it can give your chakra a boost. If it works like I think it will, you will be able to actually destroy or pierce someone's chakra points. This actually shocked Hinata. Her family had been trying to improve the gentle fist for years to the point that they could destroy a person's chakra points, and here was Naruto, the most insane ninja anyone had ever known, solving what her entire clan couldn't. It was then that he explained the seals. Now as for the whole not sure of them exploding thing, the seals are your basic strengthening seals, with something of my own thrown in. Chakra channeling seals. I made them to help you channel your chakra through the metal. The only thing is I haven't. What's the word? Tested them. This surprised Kurenai more than the weapons. She knew that he was looking into seals, but never thought he would come so far in so little time. This is great, Naruto, but why did you go to so much trouble? Naruto just looked at each of them for a moment, then said, why the hell not? That marked that serious Naruto was gone and random Naruto was back. When they had gotten up after face planting, they each thanked him and asked if he had made anything for himself. His grin took on an unnerving glint and he reached behind his back and pulled out two wicked-looking katana, hidden behind his long hair. The handles looked like they fitted his hands perfectly and were wrapped in black leather. The blades themselves were stained a deep black that seemed like it didn't reflect any light, and the edge a deep, blood red, with jagged teeth offset to each side of the blade instead of being straight. They had the same seals as the other weapons etched into them, but they were almost impossible to see. The blades actually sent shivers down their spines just looking at them. They held a terrible beauty that left no doubt that they were made to take life and rend flesh from bone. These are my blades. No one said anything for a few minutes, the blades seeming to weigh down the area with their own killing intent. Which was promptly broken by Naruto falling over and laughing so hard it looked painful. When she saw he had finally calmed down, Kurenai spoke. Well, thank you Naruto, these are all great, but I think Hinata and Shino should finish the water walking exercises before learning how to use them. The extra control will help, I'm sure. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto just put his blades away and ran to a tree. Only to fly past them and into the water when he was blown off again. As they watched him get up and do the same thing over and over again, Shino summed up their thoughts perfectly. It's hard to tell if he is a genius or an idiot sometimes. Nodding their heads in agreement, they all turned back to the lake, their new weapons in place, and started the exercise again. Naruto's laughter echoing around the clearing as he was continually blasted off the trees. Chapter 3. It had been a month since Team 8 had gotten their weapons, and ever since then they had been exceptionally close. Shino, Hinata and Kurenai were now more at ease with Naruto and his odd behavior became very normal to them. It took them a while to realize that Naruto wasn't evil per se, he was just random and took enjoyment out of life where he could. Hinata and Shino had finished water walking in record time, wanting to start training with their new weapons as well as taijutsu and ninjutsu to a limited extent. Kurenai would have Shino and Hinata spare each other while Naruto went against herself. Kurenai discovered quickly when she first matched Naruto against Shino that her other students couldn't keep up with Naruto in a straight fight. He could move faster than most Chunin and he hit as hard as Jonin. Thus Naruto spared with Kurenai as she was able to put Naruto under enough pressure that he actually had to try. Not to say Naruto ever seemed tried, because no matter what she had Naruto do he was never winded, he had stamina and energy in spades. Kurenai was also helping her students develop their weapon styles. While she wasn't well versed in weapons, she was able to direct them to people that could help. Kurenai herself was starting to get the hang of her weapon as Naruto had decided to call it the straight shooter. She still had some work to do before she would be able to use the weapon effectively, but she was getting better at handling the recoil and was starting to be able to fire the bullets using her chakra. She also had to practice quite a bit to learn how to accurately shoot the thing. Naruto didn't name the other weapon, saying that Shino and Hinata could do it themselves with their families. Speaking of which, both the Hyuga and Aburame clans had been very impressed with the weapons, so much so that they had requested for more to make so others in the clan could use them. Shino and Hinata had come to Naruto and asked him to make more, but Naruto told them that they could get the weapons from a small ninja shop owned by a man named Higashi. It turned out this was the man Naruto had made the deal for the use of his forge in exchange for Naruto's designs. Naruto had given him the designs after he made them in case this happened, as long as he got a nice 10% cut of the profits and that he tell nobody who made them. Higashi could remake and sell them to the two clans. This even applied to the other clans as well. When Kurenai asked why he didn't want anyone to know he made them, she could have sworn he was channeling his inner Nara when he said, "Too bloody troublesome." It turns out this was more than sufficient, as the Aburame and Hyuga clans were paying a small fortunes for each weapon that they wanted. After all, seal's work is expensive due to the limited number of seal masters and the tedious work required to carve them into the metal. The Hyuga had named Hinata's weapon the Hands of Kami, as they believed their eyes were a gift from Kami herself. The Aburame had been a bit more modest and named their weapon Wasp Point. Higashi and his daughter Tenten were making so much money from Naruto's weapons they were thinking of expanding the shop. Naruto, after many times of being shot off the trees like a cannon, had finally got the hang of tree walking. He even managed to learn water walking. He was by far the most advanced in taijutsu, followed by Hinata. Kurenai also let all of them train on their own from time to time, and Naruto was seen practicing with his katana. XXX. Eventually Team 8 started doing missions again. Kurenai couldn't put off giving them field experience and experience for dealing with clients. Thankfully Naruto had not done anything to the clients. Seems the word had gotten out about what Naruto does to people that cross him, and no one dared to do anything to raise the boy's ire, or they never did it to his face or while he was working for them. Team 8 were currently stood in the Hokage office, after just returning Tora to the daimyo's wife for the 5th time. The Hokage was looking at their mission record to decide if they were ready for AC rank mission. Well, everything seems to be in order. I see no reason not to give you one. Before he could finish, the doors to the office slammed open and Kiba stormed in, followed by the rest of Team 7 walked in. Hey, Hokage-sama, can we please get AC rank mission now? These D ranks are driving me and Akamaru crazy. After an apology from Kakashi for Kiba's rudeness, Team 7 noticed Team 8 stood in the room staring at them. Kakashi's eye lingered on Naruto for a moment before moving to Kurenai. Sorry Kurenai-chan, hope we didn't disturb you. Before Kurenai could answer, she was drowned out by Naruto. Duck ass, dog piss, Pinky, and Inu-san, how you been? Everyone in the room sweat dropped at this, with exception to the 3 genin, who were silently steaming at the names. Kakashi was shocked a little, as Naruto had just called him by his Anbu codename. How much does he remember and how much does he know? Thought a suspicious Kakashi. When they had calmed down, the Hokage spoke. Well, Team 7 does have the necessary number of D ranks to take AC, so how about this? I was just about to give Team 8 here AC rank. What would you say to a joint mission? The 2 senseis looked at each other for a moment before nodding. Very well, seeing as Team 8 were here first, Kurenai will be team leader. The mission is to protect a bridge builder named Tazuna while he travels to Wave Country and until he finishes his bridge. The client will be here shortly. No sooner had he said this, an old man walked into the room on unsteady feet. He had a beard, glasses, and smelled like sake. He looked at the genin and scowled. I pay good money for a ninja guard and you give me this? And what the hell is the mummy grinning at? At these words 4 loud smacks were heard. Looking around the room, Team 7 saw the Hokage, Kurenai, Shino and Hinata with their hands on their faces and Naruto's grin taking on a sinister edge. The gears in his mind working as thousands of possible plans formulated in his twisted mind. Team 7 was confused, but Kakashi pressed on, not seeing any real option at the moment. Well, let's meet up tomorrow morning at the front gate where we can check out your gear before heading out to Wave Country. I would recommend packing a long-term mission, as this mission could last more than a month. Everyone nodded before they headed out to prepare for the mission. XXX. Both Team 8 and 7 were stood at the front gates of Konohagakure, waiting for Tazuna to show up so they could leave. Both Kurenai and Kakashi had checked their team's equipment and had cleared them to go on the mission. After what Tazuna had said the day before, the Hokage had quickly dismissed them and told them when to be here to go. The 2 teams were keeping their distance from each other, mostly because of Naruto. Speaking of Naruto, both Kurenai and Kakashi were worried what he would do, his track record speaking for itself. They knew he wouldn't actually kill Tazuna since he promised the Hokage he wouldn't, but beyond that they didn't know. Naruto came up with the most unorthodox ways of getting people that anything he did could be a way to prank you. They didn't have to wait long. Right on time they could see Tazuna heading their way. He had the same clothes and smell as the day before, but he was able to walk in a straight line. His eyes were red and he was clearly suffering from a monster hangover. As he approached, Kurenai cast a nervous eye over to Naruto. He was just stood there, grinning at Tazuna. Not breaking his stride, the old man walked right past them and through the gate. Nodding to their teams, Kurenai and Kakashi followed after him. They were about an hour away from the village when Naruto started to walk next to the old drunk. They spoke in low voices for a moment when Naruto pulled out a small silver flask. Handing it to Tazuna, He took the lid off and had taken a swig before anyone could stop him. Giving the flask back to the boy, he stood there a moment, all eyes on him. Then his eyes went wide. He opened his mouth and they could all see smoke coming out. It was shortly after this that all the strength left his legs and he fell over. Bending down and lifting the old man onto his shoulder, laughing the whole time, Naruto started to continue heading towards Wave. Walking up to her, student Kurenai asked, "What the hell was in that flask, Naruto?" This caused Naruto to laugh louder, before answering, "Don't worry, he'll wake up in 10 minutes. I gave him my homemade hangover cure." Ha ha, did you see the smoke? All the ninja present just sweat dropped at the insane boy's antics. Naruto, if this is to get rid of his hangover, then why in the name of Kami is he unconscious? What the hell is in that stuff? Turning around and walking backwards so he was facing them, Naruto got a thoughtful look on his face. "Well, let me think. A few herbs, some spices, wasabi, chili powder, oh, and some strange fish I found in the lake at the training grounds." They all sweat dropped again at Naruto's description of his cure. Luckily for them, they were getting used to Naruto, well as used to him as one could get anyway. They were actually surprised when, exactly 10 minutes later, Tezuna's eyes shot open and he started to run around holding his throat. After being given water, he turned to Kurenai and said in a dry voice, "What the hell, what did the mummy give me to fucking drink?" Shaking her head, she just said, "You don't want to know." It was then that Naruto made his appearance. "So drunk, how is the head feeling?" Turning to face the boy to yell at him, Tezuna suddenly realized that his hangover was gone. Without saying anything, Tezuna started walking again, not looking at Naruto. As he passed Kakashi, they could all hear him mumbling about stupid mummies and not warning him. XXX. The group had walked the whole day, and about an hour before the sun had complete set the party brook to make camp. That night they had decided to set up camp in a small clearing about 30 feet away from the footpath. Not much had happened since Naruto had so kindly helped Tezuna with his hangover, though the old drunk had refused to say anything to Naruto since. It was shortly after they had finished setting up their tents that they noticed that Naruto didn't set one up for himself. Sakura, being the ever-curious person she was, took it upon herself to ask him where his tent was. The answer shocked them all and even got Tezuna's attention. "Don't need one. My body produces so much raw chakra that it converts any I don't use into energy. I don't actually need to sleep more than an hour or so a week if I don't use chakra." None of them knew what to say to this. To have so much chakra that you didn't need to sleep was unheard of, but what was really scary was the amount of free time that Naruto must have. "Just how much chakra do you have exactly, Naruto?" Thinking for a moment, Naruto considered how best to answer. "Well, according to the old man, about 13 times more than any Kage known to have ever lived. But I can't actually use most of it because I lack the level of control needed to use it effectively. So adjusting for the amount I waste when I cast any sort of technique, I would place my reserved at high Chunin to low Jonin." Even Tezuna was shocked at this. He might not be a ninja, but even he knew not to mess with a Kage. After a brief moment of silence, Sakura spoke up again due to her curiosity into what made Naruto tick. "So if you don't sleep, what do you do with all the time that most people would be sleeping?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders before looking up at the sky. "I do a lot of things really. I tend to read anything I can get my hands on. I also have been practicing my fuinjutsu, and I usually work on my various projects a little or train when the mood strikes me." They all sat in silence after that, staring into the smokeless fire. No one really knew how to respond after that. After a few more minutes of this, Naruto reached behind his back and pulled out his violin. Without looking at any of the others in the clearing, he started to play. The music was soft and gentle, calm, the complete opposite of the one playing it, Naruto's face taking on a serene look as he played. They sat and listened to the boy play, watching the fire as it seemed to dance in the night. They were spellbound. None could move as they listened. But as the night went on, they knew that they needed to go to sleep. One by one they all got up and went to their tents to sleep. The last one to head off to sleep being Kakashi, but before he went into his tent he pulled out a jutsu scroll and placed it next to Naruto, who was still playing with his eyes closed. "This technique should help you master anything you want faster if you can figure out how to use it." Kakashi turned and went into his tent. The sound of Naruto's violin the last thing they heard as they drifted off. None of them saw the single tear that trailed down Naruto's face as he played into the night. XXX. The next day they had all woke up to the sight of Naruto, leaning over a small pile of dead rabbits that Naruto had skinned the carcasses and was in the process of cutting up the meat in pieces to be cooked over the fire. After they ate breakfast, which was a surprisingly good rabbit stew, the group packed up camp and were on their way. The atmosphere was a lot calmer today. They were spread out in a loose formation and you could hear Sakura talking to Tazuna about wave country. It was then that the two Jonin noticed the puddle in the road ahead. The sight of it made Kurenai's blood boil, as it was such a poor attempt at a genjutsu that the genin should have been able to see through it. Looking at each other, the two sensei silently agreed to let the genin handle it. They didn't have to wait long. As soon as they passed the puddle, two men in brown cloaks jumped out and wrapped a battle chain around them. The genin and Tazuna turned around just in time to see their sensei fall to the ground in bloody pieces. 2 down. 6 to go. After saying this, the two ninjas started to run toward them, chain at the ready. Team 7 froze at the sight of the Jonin falling and didn't know what to do. Luckily, Team 8 did as Kurenai had desensitized death from Shino and Hinata by having them kill baby rabbits. Naruto didn't need any pushing to kill, as Kurenai had found out when he had simple ripped the head off the rabbit he was given without blinking an eye. In fact, he had just stared at Kurenai the entire time with a neutral expression. Shino and Hinata were in front of Tazuna as soon as they saw what happened, and Naruto had moved to intercept, pulling out his katanas from on his back as he went. Before the two ninja had went 2 meters towards them, Naruto was on them and made a slash at them. The demon brothers jumped back to avoid the slash, and both Naruto and the demon brothers paused to size the other up. With his back turned to the others, they didn't see Naruto's grin turn predatory and downright evil, but the demon brothers did. In fact, it stopped them in their tracks. They had seen this grin before and it scared them that a boy had the same grin as him. They were brought out of their thoughts by the insane giggling and words laced in killing intent. Let's have fun, try not to die too quickly, it has been ages since I had any real fun. That was all it took to anger the brothers. Who did this kid think he was saying that he was going to beat them? Yelling in rage, the two ran straight at the boy, intending to wrap him in their chain. But before they could, a kunai pinned it to a nearby tree. As they struggled to get the chain free, Naruto turned to Sasuke, who had managed to break out of his daze. Don't interfere with my fun. Do that again and I will rip out your precious eyes and shove them up your fucking ass until you can cough them up. None of the genin knew what to say. They had never seen Naruto like this. His grin was still in place, but his voice was hard, cold and dripped in killing intent. But that wasn't all. When he turned to face the group, they all saw his features taking on an almost demonic look. His teeth had taken on the appearance of fangs and his eyes had become red silted pits that had sunken back into his head. Turning back to his prey, Naruto was just in time to see them detach the chain from their gauntlets and charge at him again. What followed was one of the oddest kenjutsu battles any of them had ever seen. His grin stretching painfully large, Naruto switched the katana in his left hand to a reverse grip and disappeared in a flash to appear behind the brothers. Naruto slashed, making a small cut appear on both of them. The brothers moved to avoid Naruto, but Naruto was fast and would appear wherever they moved to deliver another cut. Every time one of the brothers got within Naruto's striking range, they would be pushed back, and before long the demon brothers were on full defense. No matter how fast the brothers seemed to move, Naruto was faster, and small cuts started to appear all over the demon brothers' bodies and their movements started to get more and more sluggish. 10 minutes into the fight and the demon brothers dropped to the ground, their entire bodies littered with small, paper cut-like marks covering their bodies. Their clothes had been shredded and they, like a book, had attacked them, as every cut appeared to be no more serious than a paper cut. When he saw that they couldn't fight anymore, Naruto stopped in front of them. He was a bit unsteady on his feet for a moment but quickly got over it, put his katanas away and tied them up with ninja wire. Seeing that Naruto was finished with the enemy, the two thought-dead sensei stepped out of the woods. They explained how they had gotten away with a substitution jutsu before they turned to congratulate Naruto, only to see him positioning the brothers in a way that they were facing each other tied to trees. When they were about to ask him what he was doing, he spoke. Now, which one of you is the brain of this partnership? The brothers were silent, but Naruto really didn't care. He turned to the older of the two brothers. You look like the man with the plan. So, you going to tell me why you attacked us? The only answer he got was the man was him spitting on the ground at Naruto's feet. Naruto's grin turned malicious and without saying a word he turned to the other brother. When he was within arm reach he spoke again. I was hoping you would say that. Lifting his hand up for all to see he made his fingers change, turning into long, thin, worm-like tentacles. Seeing what the boy was planning, Kurenai quickly cast a genjutsu on the genin and Tazuna so they went blind. But in her rush she forgot to make them deaf as well, so they could all hear the man's muffled screams as Naruto lowered his hand to his head and the tentacles made their way into his mouth, nose and even under his skin. Kakashi and Kurenai watched in a sick fascination as they could see the man's skin start to move as the worms spread under it. Staring in horror at his older brother, the ninja could only watch as the lines moving under his skin seemed to go into a frenzy. Then, without warning, he stopped screaming and his entire body except for his head exploded in a shower of blood. Turning back to the, now terrified ninja, Naruto slowly made his way over to his other captive, grinning insanely. All right, I'll tell you anything you want. For the next few minutes he told them everything, about Gato, Zabuza and everything he knew that he could think of came spilling out. When he was done, Naruto took out one of his katana, walked up to him and slit his throat in such a way that it took him several minutes to die from drowning due to blood filling his lungs. When the light left his eyes, Naruto used his blade to cut off the head. When he was done, Naruto took a sealing scroll from his bag and sealed both the severed heads into it along with the gauntlets the men had worn. When Naruto was done he stood up and started to walk back towards everyone else. The blood on his clothes seemed to melt into them and within minutes he was clean. Before Naruto made it back to the group he stopped at the tree that had the barbed chain pinned by a kunai. Pulling the kunai out, Naruto examined the barbed chain quickly before coiling it up and attaching it to his waist. Kurenai and Kakashi just stared at Naruto, not sure what to think. It was the first time either of them had seen Naruto's bloodline in action, and it scared them what he could do with it. Kurenai now understood what the Hokage meant when he said Anbu were scared of his methods. Kakashi was the first to recover from his shock and walked past Naruto, who was currently admiring one of the demon brothers' gauntlets, and did a quick fire jutsu to get rid of what was left of the bodies. Kurenai snapped out of her shock when Kakashi called his jutsu and waited until there was nothing left before she released her illusion. But the smell of burned flesh lingered. After that the Jonin talked with their charges and explained what had happened, leaving out the details, keeping in very general. Then they had quick talk with Tazuna. After Tazuna pleaded for their help they decided to continue the mission as they couldn't allow a country to be oppressed like that, and since they had two teams with Jonin on the mission they felt that they were more than equipped to handle anything that could happen. XXX. For the next few hours as they continued the trek towards Wave the and before they set up camp for the night no one said a word. Every now and then the genin would sneak glances at the blonde in the group when they thought he wasn't looking. None of the genin knew exactly what Naruto had done since the Jonin refused to tell them anything beyond general information, but they knew from the screams it was bad. Kiba could still smell the blood that clung to Naruto like a blanket. Shortly after they finished setting up camp, Naruto left by simply walking into the forest. About an hour later he came back, hair wet and with a deer slung over his shoulder, the smell of blood still strong but from the deer instead of him. They all watched quietly as Naruto sat down on a nearby rock away from the fire and started to skin and prepare the meat from the deer with a small knife he had got from his bag. Every so often throwing a scrap piece or organ into the woods to unseen animals that had been attracted by the smell of blood. It was a clear night and the moon was full, casting an eerie glow on the insane boy as he did his work, humming to himself as he went. When he finished that he went on to stripping the bark off of several branches to cook the meat over the fire. Not being able to stand the silence anymore, Kiba spoke in a quiet voice, drawing the attention of all those present. What the hell did you do to them back there? They only had small cuts. Why did they stop fighting? Naruto, turning to face the dog-like boy, his usual grin in place, answered. Have you ever got a paper cut? Seeing the boy nod his head he continued. They hurt, don't they? Something so small, yet they can hurt as much as a kunai to the gut. Imagine having your entire body covered in them, your face, arms, legs, torso. Small cuts all over your body. What do you think would happen? It was Sasuke that answered first. It would start to slow you down, then the more cuts you get the more pain. You can't fight if you are too focused on the pain. Turning his grin to Sasuke, Naruto nodded in approval. Exactly, and when the pain gets too much your body stops on its own, leaving you completely vulnerable. This time it was Kakashi to ask the question. Where did you learn that? I've never heard of anyone fighting like you did. The speed was well insane as it appeared you were flashing from point to point, and the precise aim so you only broke the skin when you cut. It seems like the perfect style for capturing an opponent while causing the most amount of pain, while at the same time it could be turned into a full-on offensive at a moment's notice, capable of quickly overpowering anyone that doesn't know how to counter the style. Naruto just nodded at the assessment of his style. Yep, sounds about right. I'm still working a few bugs out of it, but that pretty much sums it up, and I didn't learn it, I made it. I took the idea from a technique in an old style of kenjutsu. Working in conjunction they create a truly hard to counter style. This didn't surprise Team 8 as much as the others. They had gotten used to Naruto and the way he seemed brilliant one minute and like an idiot the next. Nothing more was said for a while after that. Team 7 were a bit confused at Naruto's somewhat subdued attitude. In the short time they had known him he had never been this calm. He still let out a giggle from time to time, but other than that nothing. While they had been talking, Naruto had put the meat on the sticks and started to cook them, the smell filling the camp. When they were done, Naruto handed them out and sat back down on the rock from earlier. When he had finished his own meat he put the stick down and pulled out his violin again. He had just started playing when Sasuke spoke. Can you teach me your style? Naruto didn't stop playing, leveling his gaze on the young Uchiha. Kakashi was about to tell Sasuke that he was being rude when he was stopped by the blonde. Sure, why not? We'll need to get you some weapons to use until I can make you something, but I don't have a problem with it. Actually, I think I have something here you can use. Putting down his violin and reaching into his bag, Naruto pulled out a scroll. Unrolling and putting his hand on one of the seals, a moment later there was a puff of smoke and in his hands were two beautifully crafted katana. The blades were only 2 foot long, with seals carved onto their length from tip to handle. They had no guard and the handles were wrapped in a fine red silk. The sheaths were made out of wood that had been stained black. After giving them a quick inspection, Naruto threw them over to Sasuke. Catching the blade, Sasuke's eyes widened at the skill shown in the making of them. He turned back to Naruto when the boy started speaking again. They were one of the first things I made and it was the prototype to the katana I have now. The seals make the metal strong and the blade shape should work for you just fine. Sasuke just stared at the weapons in his lap. Looking up at Naruto he nodded and said just 2 words. Thank you. Naruto just nodded at him, then, picking up his violin, started to play again. Just like the night before, they all fell asleep to the sound of Naruto playing his violin. The next morning, after they had finished the rabbits Naruto had killed, the 2 Jonin sat the group down and explained about Zabuza. Needless to say, Naruto was the only one grinning at the end. So you're saying he's a demon? Asked a slightly shaking Sakura. Turning to his student, Kakashi replied. Pretty much. An air of depression started to leak out of the genin. But this didn't last long. Potato. This caused them all to sweat drop. Turning to Naruto, Kurenai asked. Should I even bother to ask? Probably not. Shaking their heads they returned to the conversation. Anyway, as we were saying, when Zabuza shows himself you all stay with Tazuna while Kurenai and I fight him. You will not engage Zabuza. If something happens to us you run, understand? The last part was directed at Naruto. That's stupid. Raising his one visible eyebrow, Kakashi motioned for Naruto to continue. If this guy is as strong as you say, then how can we outrun him if he kills both of you? That stopped both of the older ninja in their tracks. He was right. After that they started to plan what to do if both the Jonin failed and continued on their way to Wave. XXX. They had crossed the waterway into Wave about an hour ago and so far everything was going fine. At least no one had tried to kill them on the way across. Naruto had taken to walking on his hands instead of his feet shortly after they got off the boat. Ever since the Demon Brothers they had started to be a lot more formal in the way they guarded Tazuna. Currently they were set up in a circle formation around him, Kurenai and Kakashi at the back, Naruto at the front and the others at the sides. Naruto, I think you should walk on your feet again, we could be attacked at any minute. Pouting, Naruto did as he was told and started to walk normally. It was a few hours later when they found themselves in a thick mist that made it hard to see more than 10 foot in any direction. They knew instantly that it was Zabuza. Hinata could see the tiny particles of chakra mixed in with the mist, and Zabuza was known to be a master of the silent killing technique. All that they were waiting for Zabuza to show himself or for him to make his move. The mist caused a big problem though. Not only did it make it hard to see, but according to Kurenai it made it almost impossible to cast her genjutsu, something about the chakra in the air messing with it, the chakra she would use to cast. This meant that when he did make his move, Kakashi was on his own. Since Kurenai wasn't amazing at taijutsu, she could hold her own, but Kakashi and Zabuza are well above her. They continued on their way, pretending that they weren't waiting for an attack. Then Kakashi heard it, the sound of something moving through the air at high speeds. Grabbing Tazuna, he yelled, "Get down!" Instantly everyone hit the deck, heads down. Everyone except Naruto, who had jumped up instead of dropping to the ground. As he was coming back down, instead of landing on the ground, he found himself spinning through the air on a giant sword. Naruto laughed as if he was riding a carnival ride. Eventually he stopped when it struck a tree and got stuck. That was fun. Getting off the sword, he wobbled for a moment, but before he could regain his balance he was kicked hard in the back towards his team. "Hey, that wasn't nice. Tell someone who gives a damn." Zabuza was tall as Naruto, but unlike Naruto he was covered in muscles. He didn't wear a shirt, just gray and black cameo pants, gray arm warmers, and his slashed headband slightly tilted to one side. His voice was low and slightly muffled by the bandages that covered his face. But Naruto only saw one thing. "Dude, what happened to your eyebrows?" Even with the current situation, all those in the area face planted in the ground. When Zabuza picked himself up, he had a tick mark on his forehead. "What the hell did you just say, you mummy? You're one to talk." The two stared at each other for a moment, and then both burst out laughing. None of the others knew what to make of it. 1 minute they were at each other's throats, and then they were laughing together. When they had both calmed down, Zabuza wiped a tear from his eye and said, "You're all right, kid, for a genin. But I've got a mission to complete, so hand over the old man and you can all walk away." "No can do, no bro, I got a mission as well." Silently nodding his head at the boy, Zabuza turned to Kakashi. "So are we going to do this? Or do you want to trade insults for a bit?" Taking out a kunai and lifting his headband, Kakashi just stared at the missing ninja. Without saying anything else, the two met in a clash of steel, Kakashi with his kunai and Zabuza with his zanbato. It was a few minutes later that Zabuza gained the advantage, sending Kakashi into a nearby lake that none of them had seen through the mist and trapping him in a sphere of water. He then made 20 water clones and had them charge the group. Running forward so that the real Zabuza would be in range, Kurenai sent 3 shots at Zabuza at high speed. Unfortunately, without using genjutsu, it was easy for the missing ninja to dodge the bullets and appear behind Kurenai, only to kick her onto the lake as well. Before she knew it, Kurenai was in the same predicament as Kakashi, only this time it was a clone that had her trapped. At a silent command from their creator, the clones went speeding towards the genin and bridge builder. This time, unlike with the demon brothers, none of the genin froze. Naruto and Sasuke ran to meet the clones before they could get to the others, while the other genin stayed to protect Tazuna. Pulling his katanas from his back, Naruto met the clones and started to flash from place to place. Sasuke, not having the chance to use the swords fixed to his back, chose to use a kunai in each hand. As he watched the two boys finish off his clones, Zabuza sent a curious look at the blonde. He could tell there was something different about him. If he was honest with himself, he reminded him of himself. It was this thought that made him laugh. "I've got to say, I didn't think you wimps in Konohagakure had it in you." He could just hear Kakashi's reply. "What are you talking about? Don't bullshit me, Kakashi. I know what it looks like when someone has had their mind broken. That kid has the same look in his eyes that I did at his age. The skills, the attitude, even the smile. You people have the makings of a true monster in that boy." He got no answer to this, which made him laugh again. But what he didn't realize was that he was so caught up in his conversation with Kakashi that he didn't see Naruto flash his way over to him and his captive. Just before one of the katana slit his stomach open, Zabuza jumped back away from the young psychopath. As soon as the jutsu was released, Kakashi sent a kunai at the clone that held Kurenai, destroying it, before he turned to resume his fight with the real Zabuza. Before the two could start again, Kurenai grabbed Naruto by the hood on the back of his straitjacket and jumped back to the group. The fight didn't last long after that. Both ninjas sent a water dragon at each other and Zabuza was sent flying into a tree. Slowly making his way to the downed Zabuza, kunai in hand, Kakashi prepared to make the finishing blow. He never got the chance. Before he could finish what he started, 3 senbon were seen sticking out of the missing ninja's neck. His eyes widened before going blank. Putting the kunai away, Kakashi stepped to the body and checked for a pulse. When he found none, he turned his head to a random tree and said, "Thank you for the assistance, Hunter-san." Before anyone could ask who he was talking to, a masked ninja jumped out of the tree and moving towards the body. The hunter had on a sage blue battle kimono, with their long brown hair tied up in a bun. The mask was mostly blank, except for the eye holes and the Kiri sign on the forehead. Nobody noticed the grin on Naruto's face stretch wider as the hunter passed him. Nodding at Kakashi, the hunter bent down to pick up the body and, without saying a word, body flickered away. Pulling down his forehead protector to cover his eye, Kakashi turned to the group. "Well done you guys, great teamwork, and thanks Naruto, you saved my life. Now, if one of you could carry me the rest of the way to Tazuna's house, I'm going to sleep for a bit." The second Kakashi said this, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Running over and checking her fellow Jonin, Kurenai let out her breath and said to the others, "It's all right, he's just suffering from chakra exhaustion. A few days and he will be fine." Before anyone could say anything, Naruto walked up and grabbed Kakashi by his feet. Before they could ask what he was doing, Naruto started to drag him the way they had been going before Zabuza attacked. When he was a few meters away, he turned back to the group. They were all just stood there, staring at him. What I do? XXX. About an hour later they arrived at Tazuna's house. Kakashi was being carried by Sasuke and Kiba, who had taken him after Naruto had wanted to drag him all the way there. They were all sat around in the living room of the house. Kakashi had been put in a spare room in Tazuna's house and he had regained consciousness a few minutes earlier. He had just finished telling them about how his eye used a lot of chakra, which was why he had chakra exhaustion when he brought up Zabuza. At least now that Zabuza is out of the picture, I doubt we will have any more ninja of his caliber to worry about. Naruto, is there a reason you're laughing like that, or is it just you again? Partway through his talk, Naruto had started to roll around on the floor, banging his hand on the floor and holding his sides as he laughed and giggled. "Ha ha ha ha, you actually believe, ha ha ha, that Zabuza is dead, he he he." This confused the others in the room. When Naruto had calmed down, Kakashi asked him what he meant. All he said was, "That wasn't a hunter ninja." Both Kakashi and Kurenai's faces took on a contemplating look. Then, something clicked into place. Kurenai slapped a hand to her face and Kakashi just said, "Shit." Turning to the still confused Genin, Kurenai explained. Hunter ninjas are required to remove the head and destroy the body of any missing ninja they kill at the site of death, no exceptions outside of a battlefield. Nodding his head, Kakashi continued. "But the one that took Zabuza's body didn't. They took him away. We can only assume that they were working together and the fake hunter put him into a near-death state. This means they will be back." The Genin got scared looks on their faces at his words. "Naruto, if you knew about the hunter, why didn't you say anything? You were dead on your feet." Kurenai still couldn't use her genjutsu. "The rest of us are Genin, and if Zabuza trusts this person to pull his ass out of trouble, they have to be good enough to be a threat. So why do you think I didn't say anything? Besides, this just gives us another shot at them where we can be better prepared for an attack." Nodding his head at the logic, Kakashi moved on. "Fair enough. Now, we need to discuss what we are going to do. From the injuries he gained from our fight and the stress from being put into a near-death state, Zabuza should be out of commission for about a month. Tazuna, how long will it take for you to finish your bridge?" Thinking on it for a moment, the old man said, "A little over a month as long as work continues at the pace it has been going." Nodding his head, Kakashi went on. "Right, which means we are almost guaranteed to run into him again. We have a month. It's not much, but it's something." Nodding her head, Kurenai spoke. "From now until then, we will be taking shifts. 2 of you will be training with me and Kakashi, 2 will be guarding Tazuna and the other 2 will be guarding Tazuna's family. We can switch every 2 days. They all nodded their heads at this. "Potato." Again they all stared at Naruto, who just shrugged. Shaking his head at the strange blonde, Tazuna said, "I just want to thank you for all you're doing for us. If it wasn't for you I would never have made it this far." "Don't worry about it, you old drunk. If we didn't help you then we wouldn't be any better than Gato." Everyone in the room nodded at this, agreeing with the crazy genin. XXX. They were all sat around a table in Tazuna's house with his daughter Tsunami, and her son Inari. Tsunami was a beautiful young woman in her late 20s with shoulder-length black hair and a gentle smile. She had an amazing figure for a civilian and was very welcoming to the guests in her home. Inari, on the other hand, had an air of defeat surrounding him. He had a plain white shirt underneath a set of green overalls. His brown hair was covered by a white hat and his skin was very pale. Obviously he didn't spend much time outside. He also gave all the ninja the cold shoulder. No one said anything as they eat the small meal. They felt a little bad that they were eating so much of the family's food when they had so little. As soon as he finished, Inari ran upstairs to his room without saying a word to his mother. Turning to the ninja, Tsunami apologized to them all. Sorry about him, he was never able to get over Kaisa's death. Seeing the questioning looks on their faces, Tazuna explained about how Kaisa had opposed Gato and had been publicly executed. Kaisa was also really close to Inari and Inari saw him as his surrogate father. It was a sad story, and it got to all of them, even if they didn't all show it. After a few minutes of silence, Naruto stood up and went to the front door. Seeing he was going, Kurenai asked, "Naruto, where are you going?" He didn't turn to face them, just looked over his shoulder with his usual grin on his face. "The roof." Without saying anything else he left. Those left in the room said nothing. Then they heard it, Naruto's violin. Like all the other times they heard him play, it was a soft, sad melody. Tsunami was shocked, this being the first time she had heard the young boy play. It was a beautiful sound and very well played, but it didn't seem right to her for someone that hadn't stopped smiling since he had got there to play a song that held such sadness and pain. Why does he play such sad music? He seems like such a happy boy. All the other people in the room stared at her for a moment before Kiba said, "Happy? He's fucking insane." They all nodded their heads in agreement at this, which caused Tsunami to frown. That's not a nice thing to say about someone. Shino took it upon himself to explain what they meant, as it appeared Kiba's came off more as an insult than a fact. "I'm sorry, Miss Tsunami, but I think you misunderstood. We weren't insulting him. He is actually insane. He spent the last 6 years of his life in a mental institution built to house insane ninja. He was released a few months ago to become a ninja." Both Tsunami and Tazuna were shocked to hear this. But it was Tazuna that asked the next question. "If he is insane, then why the hell is he a ninja? Isn't that, I don't know, unsafe?" Both Jonin shared a look before Kurenai said, "There are certain things that we are not at liberty to saying. I'm afraid this is one of them. But let's just say Naruto isn't a threat to his allies, but I would hate to be his enemy." With that said, they all just sat there for a while listening to Naruto playing. Naruto continued to play well into the night and he was still playing when they all went to bed. XXX. The next morning when they woke, they were all surprised at what they found Naruto doing in the kitchen with Tsunami. Like when they had been traveling, Naruto had been hunting while they slept, but whereas before he had caught a few rabbits and a deer, last night he had caught what seemed like the entire forest that surrounded the area. The room was full of dead rabbits, about 20 different birds and 5 deer. The two were in the middle of skinning and plucking the carcasses and cutting up the meat. None of them knew what to make of it. They all just assumed that when they got here he would stop hunting. When he saw them all just stood there staring, his grin grew. "What?" Stepping forward, Kurenai explained their confusion. "Naruto, why did you go hunting? I could understand when we were traveling, but why now?" He just started laughing. "Ha ha ha, Gato has a stronghold on the whole island and controls what supplies get onto the island due to his shipping company. Tsunami here hasn't been able to shop for decent food for a while, and now that we are all here she didn't have enough food. So I went hunting to compensate for us staying here." Again, none of them knew what to say to this. It had never occurred to them that Tsunami couldn't shop for food. Tazuna was nearly in tears at what the blonde had done. For the next hour they all sat and helped, except Kakashi and Inari. While they were doing this, Kurenai thought about the plan. She realized it was not a good idea to leave any of the genin unsupervised. So as there were working, she told them all her changes. They would still be in teams of 2, but she would go to the bridge with Tezuna's guard, while Kakashi would supervise the training. The other thing was that Kakashi would need to stay within hearing distance of the house in case anything happened. They all agreed, and the Jonin told them the teams for the foreseeable future and what they would do first. Kiba with Shino would be the first to guard the bridge with Kurenai, Sakura and Hinata would be the first to train with Kakashi, and Sasuke along with Naruto would look after Tsunami and Inari. About an hour before they set off for their respective assignments, Tsunami asked if it was okay for her to go into the village to try and find any vegetables that she might be able to buy. After considering it for a moment, Kurenai agreed that Naruto could go while Sasuke stayed to watch the house in Inari. This did not sit well with the Uchiha, but he just nodded his head and agreed. An hour later, Tezuna and his guard for the next 2 days set off for the bridge while Kakashi took Sakura and Hinata just inside the woods for their training. The 3 stayed in the kitchen to finish as Inari sulked in a corner of the room. When they were done with the animals, Naruto took all the organs that they couldn't use outside and dumped them in a circle around the house. Watching him, Tsunami asked what he was doing. "Feeding my friends. I met a small pack of wolves when I was hunting and made a deal. I spread out some food for them and they will help guard the house. Nice bunch. After they tried to kill me they were very sorry. Hehe. You can talk to wolves. Wait, did you say they tried to kill you? I can communicate with most animals. With my bloodline to change my body, all I have to do is alter my vocal cords and a few parts of my brain. Simple." "What's a bloodline?" "Something that only I can do thanks to a genetic trait." "And the trying to kill you part?" Naruto just shrugged and started doing back flips until he hit a tree. Ow. Giggling as he stood up, Naruto went back into the house. "See what we meant last night when we said he was insane?" Looking behind her, Tsunami saw Sasuke a few paces away. Not saying anything, she turned to head back to the house with a worried look on her face. XXX. Naruto and Tsunami were walking down the road towards the village. They hadn't really talked much since the whole wolf conversation. She just didn't know what to say to the young boy. Over the last few years she had seen a lot of things, like men and women killing themselves and their families just so they wouldn't suffer. Or on the rare occasions that Gato and his men returned one of the women they took and they came back as empty shells. But Naruto was different. He had this aura around him. At first she had mistaken it for happiness, but after she talked to the other ninjas she realized that it was his insanity. Whatever made him like this, it was so bad that you could practically see it. It made her sad to look at him. He seemed like such a nice boy, a little. Okay, a lot strange, but still nice. He was walking a little way in front of her, hands folded behind his head. A few minutes later they were entering the town. A lot of people had lost their homes over the last few years because of Gato. Many of the houses were falling apart, or in some cases already fell down. The streets were full of people, both young and old, and if you looked carefully you could see some of them were dead. Tsunami tried not to look around at the people lying in the street. Naruto on the other hand looked at everything with a smile on his face. After wandering around for a while they finally found a stand that had some only slightly out-of-date products. It was then that Naruto said something that shocked her. "This reminds me of when I was little, rotten food at high prices, the smell of hopelessness in the air, or that might actually be that guy over there. I think he's starting to go out of date too." Tsunami didn't know what to say to this. Konohagakure was supposed to be the nicest and wealthiest place to live in all of the elemental nations. How could this remind him of his childhood? Before she could ask him what he meant, Naruto had walked away. XXX. It was on their way out of the village that Naruto noticed a building that stood out from the rest. Unlike those around it, this building was not in disrepair, and the general populace seemed to be avoiding it. The building wasn't very good to look at, seeing as was basically a giant box and lacked any sort of creative flair, but it was in one piece, had a fairly new paint job and a front door, which was more than could be said for most of the buildings around it. "Hey, Tsunami-san, what's in there?" Following his line of sight, her face took on a mixture of hatred and fear. "That's one of Gato's buildings. He made it for his thugs. It's where they take the women they find in the village that they take a shine to in." She didn't finish, she didn't need to. Then she saw a strange look on Naruto's face. It was like he was struggling to keep his grin. Without saying anything, he started towards the building with a slow walk, leaving her where she stood as the people around then all watching on silently as he crossed the street towards the building. When he came to the door, Naruto picked up his left foot and slammed it into the closed door, which flew off its hinges, and walked inside. The inside was nothing but a big room with sofas and beds. To one side of the room there were several women chained naked to a wall of all ages, the oldest looked to be in her late 30s and the youngest being around his own age. Even though it was the middle of the day, the room was full of men that were probably in Gato's employment, about 50, all with a woman. The air reeked of sex, fear, alcohol and cigar smoke. It was almost enough to make the young boy gag if he hadn't smelled far worse. After the thugs got over their shock, they started to get up and surround Naruto. When they had him covered on all sides, a very large, very fat man stepped forward. "You've got a death wish or something?" His words were slightly slurred. He was obviously drunk. It was then that the thugs saw something that hadn't been seen in years. Naruto stopped grinning. His insane grin slipped into a cold stone poker face that kept what he was feeling hidden. The air in the room seemed to get colder and all the thugs took a step back. He didn't say anything, just stood there, looking around the room with cold, calculating eyes. When nothing happened, the thugs started to get their confidence back. The fat man from before walked up to Naruto, but because of the young boy's height he was only a few inches taller than the boy. "Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, you've got a death wish." He never finished. As soon as the man had gotten close, Naruto had thrust his hand forward and through the man's stomach. He was still alive, but in a lot of pain. All the thugs in the room were shocked. Leaning forwards, Naruto put his mouth next to the man's ear and said loud enough for all of them to hear, "You have no idea." Without saying another word, Naruto gave a sharp pull and ripped out a long white object from the man's body. The man gave one last shuddering breath, and then fell over. In Naruto's hand for all to see was what was left of the man's spine, and yet Naruto didn't show any reaction. His face stayed impassive the whole time, until he dropped it. It was like someone had thrown a switch in his head. Slowly a smile grew in his face, and then it turned into a grin. They could hear the giggles in his throat as they became full-blown laughter. Then he started to change. XXX. Outside a small crowd had gathered, but they couldn't see inside because none of them dared to get closer. Tsunami. Turning around to see who called her, Tsunami saw her father running to her side, Kurenai, Kiba and Shino right behind. "Dad. What the hell's going on?" One of the villagers came to the bridge screaming about something happening. "It's Naruto. I don't know what happened. 1 minute he was here and then he was kicking the door down." At the mention of Naruto, Kurenai pushed Tazuna out of the way and grabbed Tsunami by the shoulders, her eyes wide. "What is in that building?" With a shaking voice, Tsunami told her what she told Naruto. Kurenai's eyes widened even more in understanding. Then they heard the laughter, followed by the screams of terror. "Shit. XXX. It was like every other time he changed, the pain, the feeling of every cell in his body screaming in agony. Oh, how he loved it." As the men watched, Naruto started to get thinner and taller, but his body stayed the same size. His arms and legs seemed to be stretching. His clothes melded into his skin and turned into a patchy brown, cloth-like material. His eyes changed into big, round, black buttons that looked like they had been sewn onto his face. Lastly, his mouth sewed itself together into a malicious grin that stretched across his whole face. When he was done changing, he towered over all the thugs at about 11 foot. His arms as long as he was tall and trailed along the floor. The only way any of them could describe him was a giant ragdoll. They could still hear him giggling, although it was muffled by his lips being sewn together. No one in the room moved until the doll reached behind its back and showed them all the black, serrated scythes it now held. When it moved, it was like watching a puppet show. Its limbs were boneless, turning its head a full 360 feet to look at each of them. The dam broke and all the thugs threw themselves at their weapons. What happened next was a mass of flying limbs and blood. The ragdoll seemed to be just that, a ragdoll. It could bend in any way it wanted, twisting and bending around the thugs as they tried desperately to kill it. It never stopped giggling the whole time they fought, and with each swing of its arms another thug would fall with limbs missing, but none of them were dead. Before long there was only one thug left standing. He was nothing special, brown hair and eyes that were filled with fear. The doll was covered in blood from all the other thugs that lay around them, and there was a pool of blood covering the floor. He was frozen to the spot as the doll made its way over to him on wobbly legs. But it didn't even turn to him. It walked over to the girls chained to the wall. They shrank away from it in fear as it reached out, only to cut their chains with its scythes. One by one the doll cut the girls free and watched as they ran out the door with all the others. The thug saw his chance when it had its back to him and ran forward and stabbed it in the lower back with his knife. The ragdoll made no sign that it could feel the knife. Slowly it started to lean back. It leaned so far that its head was in front of the thug upside down. Falling back on his ass, the thug tried to crawl away but stopped when the doll's mouth started to force its way open. "Tell Gato, I'm coming for him." Its voice was rough, like dry leaves rustling together. The thug just nodded quickly and ran out the door in a panic. Standing back up straight, the doll looked around at the men lying on the floor groaning in pain. Seeing them suffer brought another giggle to the doll's throat. Naruto. Turning its head again, the doll saw a crowd gathering outside the building. Stood at the front was Kurenai, Shino and Kiba, along with Tazuna and Tsunami. Turning the rest of its body to face the group, the doll slowly made its way over and stopped a few feet away, its head tilted to one side as it stared at Kurenai with its button eyes. "Can you still understand me?" Nodding its head slowly at her, Kurenai let out a sigh of relief. "Good, now I need you to cancel your shift, okay?" She spoke slowly, making sure each word was clear. It nodded its head, but before it changed back to Naruto it turned to the thugs in the room. Forcing its mouth open again, but this time, instead of speaking it blew out a thick, black ash with embers floating in it. Kurenai could feel the heat coming from the ash, from where she stood in the doorway as it filled the room. They could all hear the screams of the thugs as they were burned alive by the heat, then nothing. Turning back to the crowd, the doll made its way towards them and out the door. The crowd all backed up when they saw it walking towards them. When it was out of the building they could all clearly see the thick layer of blood that coated its body. Slowly it started to turn back into Naruto. All the people stared at the boy in shock. Like the doll, he was covered in blood from head to toe and had almost the exact same grin on his face. "I regret nothing." With those 3 words he fell face first into the road. XXX. When Naruto woke up he found that he was in a small room, the same one that they kept Kakashi in when he had fainted. Getting up he found that he was in a clean white shirt and black pants. He still had his bandages on, thankfully, but he still wondered where his clothes were. Heading downstairs he found all the Konoha ninja along with Tazuna and Tsunami, who was holding his freshly cleaned clothes. Taking the clothes from the woman with a nod he went back up to change. When he came down a few minutes later they all just stared at him. Looking at each in turn he said, "One fine day in the middle of the night, 2 dead men got up to fight. Back to back they faced each other, raised their swords and shot each other. They all face planted." After getting back up Kakashi spoke. "Naruto, what you did was reckless. You could have been killed." Naruto just laughed at this. "I wish it were that simple to kill me." The room went deadly quiet at his words, until Tsunami asked, "What do you mean you wish? Don't you even care if you live or die?" "Nope, but honestly it would take quite a bit of force to kill me." Tears filled her eyes when he said this. "So how long was I out?" Kurenai was the one to answer this time. 2 hours. "Why did you do it?" They all turned to Tsunami again. They all knew what she meant by it. Turning to face her, Naruto got one of his rare real smiles. "Some people need to die. What they were doing was wrong. I hate people like them." Turning to face the genin, Naruto continued. "It's like I said, the things I hate are never around for long." After saying this, his grin came back. Nodding to himself, Naruto headed for the door. "Where are you going?" "Roof." Without another word he left the room. And just like the night before, a few minutes later they heard him playing his violin. Getting up, Tsunami wiped her eyes and turned to Kakashi and Kurenai. "I don't know what happened to make him like this, to make him wish for death, but I think I have an idea. Did you know that people say that Konohagakure is the best place to live in the elemental nations? If that was true, then why when we were walking around town did he say that it reminded him of when he was young?" Everyone in the room was shocked at this, except Kakashi and Kurenai. Both Jonin looked away, unable to meet her eye. That's what I thought. I saw your face today, Kurenai-san. When I said Naruto had gone into that place, I saw the fear in your eyes. I don't know how things work in a ninja village, but whatever that village did to him. Well, I hope you are all ashamed of whatever it was, because that boy has done more for this village than anyone since my husband died. It was then that Kakashi looked up at Tsunami. His eye was so full of regret that it made her gasp. You have no idea. XXX. Hardly anyone spoke to each other the next morning, none of them really knew what to say. Naruto and Tsunami were talking in the kitchen about different ways to cook the meat he had caught during the night. The older woman was going out of her way to learn as much about the boy as possible. She didn't ask about his past, not wanting to bring it up in case it scared him off. So Naruto, how do you know so much about hunting? It's what I do in the village for food. Tsunami stopped washing the dishes to look at Naruto when he said this. What do you mean? All the others in the room looked at him from the corner of their eyes waiting for an explanation. Well, I am not particularly liked in the village, and since I was released I had to find a place to live. Due to the village hating my guts, no one will rent me an apartment, so I live in a forest. Nice place really, no one goes there because of the fence around the place, and I love the feel of nature around me. Everyone looked at him in shock for a few moments before Kurenai and Kakashi decided to take their temporary teams, leaving Naruto and Sasuke alone with Tsunami and Inari. After what had happened the day before, Kurenai decided that it would be best for them not to leave, which everyone but Naruto agreed with. At some point, through unspoken agreement, Naruto was put with Tsunami while Sasuke would guard Inari. Sasuke didn't have a problem with this because Inari never left his room. For the entire morning, Tsunami would ask Naruto questions. Sometimes she would get answers, other times Naruto would remain silent. One thing she did notice was that when he explained something he got very serious and took on a more lecturing tone. There was the occasional mad moment, like when he started juggling knives, badly, but she soon got used to it. If there was one thing Tsunami learned, it was that Naruto was smarter than he looked, the way he explained things in such detail. It was amazing. But there was no denying he was insane. Sometimes she would hear him talk to himself under his breath, or he would just start laughing at nothing. At one point she could have sworn that she saw him cut himself on the arm with a knife out of the corner of her eye. But when she turned to look at him fully, there was no sign of there ever being one. It was the afternoon when Tsunami finally asked him about the day before. She wasn't planning on bringing it up, but something had been bothering her. Naruto, can I ask you something about yesterday? Seeing him nod, she continued. What was that thing you became? I've never heard of a ninja doing something like that, it looked like something out of a nightmare. Turning to face her completely, he grinned. That's exactly what it was. Seeing that she didn't understand, Naruto just laughed and went on. Remember when I said I had a bloodline, something that only I can do? Well, that was it. I can become anything. The only limitations are my chakra and my imagination, that and a high healing factor. The thing you saw yesterday, that creature, was from one of my nightmares. Tsunami was shocked. To be able to do something like that was incredible. Why use a nightmare? Why not an animal or something like that? I use my nightmares as inspiration. I let my enemies feel true fear before I kill them. Besides, why not share my fears and let those that oppose me fear them too? Tsunami really didn't know what to say to that. Can I see? Nodding his head, Naruto lifted up his hand. Slowly, the bandages melted into his flesh and were replaced by thick, wiry black fur. His fingers stretched and his hand grew to about the size of his head. Thick claws grew at the ends of his fingers, curved at the tips into hooks. When it stopped, Naruto's hand was completely changed into an animalistic claw. Tsunami just stared at it for a long moment. She didn't actually see him change the day before and was fascinated. Reaching out her hand, she stopped just centimeters from touching it. May I? Again he just nodded his head, never taking his eyes off her face. Closing the distance between their hands, she was slightly surprised by how soft it was. It felt just like a dog's coat. The claws were razor sharp, perfect for tearing flesh from bone. The whole time she was looking at her hand, Naruto was watching how she would react. Does it hurt? He grinned insanely at her question. It is the second most painful thing I have ever felt. With that, he pulled his hand back and started to walk away to do a perimeter check, his hand changing back to normal as he went. Before he left, Tsunami asked one more question. What was the first? He just laughed and went outside. XXX. They were all at the table for dinner. Naruto made it and had used the meat from several different animals to make something he called game stew. When hearing it was Naruto's recipe, the others were a little scared to taste it. At first Tazuna refused to eat it until Tsunami threatened to force it down his throat. He could still remember the burning in his throat from the hangover cure. But Tsunami assured them that the stew was good. No one but Naruto and Tsunami were eating, they all just stared at the bowl of lumpy liquid in front of them. Seeing that they weren't eating, Naruto put his spoon down and looked at all of them. Eat it or I'll dye all your hair different colors while you sleep, take picture and have them posted all over Konohagakure. They instantly grabbed their spoons and swallowed a mouthful before they could think it through. All their eyes widened at the taste. It was good, the meat was tender and melted in the mouth, the seasoning was perfect and the broth was delicious. Seeing their reactions, Naruto laughed and started eating again. None of them spoke as they ate, even Inari seemed to be enjoying the meal. When they were all finished, they all stared at Naruto before Kurenai asked where he learned to cook like that. Trial and error. First time I tried cooking I couldn't shit for a week. But I have actually been refining what I know by watching Tsunami cook. Nodding their heads weakly, they all went to the sitting room while Tsunami washed the dishes, except Inari, who went to his room. A few minutes later, Naruto pulled out a small orange book from his back pocket and started flipping through the pages at a fast pace. When he didn't stop, Sakura asked what he was doing. Without taking his eyes away from the book, he said in a flat tone, "Reading." The pink-haired girl was confused when he said this. "But you're just flipping through the pages." He didn't respond to this and kept flipping. It was then that Kakashi noticed the title of the book and his eyes widened. "Naruto, where did you get that book?" "Your bag." "Oh, this was so not good." Turning to Kurenai, Kakashi shrank back in fear. She was staring at him with fury in her eyes and a dark aura surrounding her. But before she could kill him for corrupting her student, Naruto closed the book after finishing it, got up from his chair and went over to Kakashi, book in hand. For a moment Kakashi thought he would be like any healthy man and get down on his knees and cry tears of joy. What he didn't expect was for Naruto to slam it down on his head so hard he saw stars. "If I catch you reading this smut again, I'll strip you naked, hog tie you, tattoo pervert on your chest and throw you into a kunoichi-only bathhouse. Understand?" To emphasize his point, Naruto kicked the one-eyed Jonin between the legs, causing all the other males in the room to wince. Kakashi's eye went wide and he let out a high-pitched scream as he curled into a ball on the floor. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Naruto went to the door and left. When he was gone, Sasuke walked over to his sensei to make sure he was okay. Turning to Kurenai, Shino asked, "What exactly is in that book?" Shaking her head and looking down at Kakashi, Kurenai wondered if it would be overkill to kick him herself. "Something that if any woman sees you reading, they will kick your ass. Though I am glad Naruto seems immune to the rotten thing." Nodding their heads, Kiba, Shino and Sasuke backed away from Kurenai. XXX. The next day found Kakashi, Sasuke and Naruto at the edge of the forest that surrounded Tazuna's house. Today they would be training, the girls would be with Tazuna and Kiba and Shino would guard the house. Turning to face the two boys, Kakashi told them what they would be doing. "Okay, since Naruto agreed to teach Sasuke his fighting style, I thought we could work on that." Nodding his head, Naruto gave Kakashi a piece of paper. "What's this?" "A list of things I need to start teaching him." Shrugging his shoulders, Kakashi skimmed over the list. Naruto, why do you need a rope, a rotten fish and a bucket?" Naruto just grinned and made his way towards a tree. 10 minutes later, after Kakashi had gathered what Naruto needed, Sasuke was starting to regret asking for the blonde's help. He was currently hanging upside down with his arms and legs tied so he couldn't untie himself and a rotten fish tied to his head. He could feel the blood rushing to his head and was starting to fall ill from the smell of the fish. Walking up to the Uchiha, Naruto looked over all the knots and placed the bucket under his head. Kakashi was off to one side watching with a critical eye. "Okay, everything seems to be good, now we can start." Grabbing Sasuke's arm, Naruto started to walk around, slowly spinning him until the rope wouldn't turn anymore. Having enough of the blonde making a fool out of him, Sasuke yelled. How the hell is this supposed to teach me to fight, you fucking asshole? Calm down, duck ass, you want my help or not? I'm not sure anymore. When he said this, Naruto smacked him in the back of the head. Shut up, now the reason we are doing this is because you need to get so dizzy you puke. This made Sasuke's eyes widen in sudden fear. He looked at the rope and then at the bucket underneath him. What the hell? My style is all about insane amounts of speed and using the momentum you keep building to increase your attack and defense. You saw when I used it, I seemed to flash from point to point. Well, you need to be able to handle it moving at high speeds before I teach you how to move that fast. Since the drawback to this is that it makes you dizzy and nauseous when you use it, and especially when you stop, I'm going to start with building up your tolerance to motion sickness. Then why do I have a rotten fish on my head? I made a bet with Shino that I could get you to smell like a rotten fish, but that's not important now, and remember to aim for the bucket. Before Sasuke could yell at him again, Naruto let go of his arm and he started to spin. As soon as he let go, Naruto darted away and stood behind a tree. Kakashi, seeing what he was doing, asked why. Naruto just grinned at him and pointed to the screaming Sasuke. As he turned, Kakashi was hit in the face with Sasuke's puke. Ah, that's why. When he turned back to the insane blonde, he was rolling on the ground laughing. When Naruto had calmed down and Kakashi had cleaned himself off with a low-level water jutsu, the two turned back to Sasuke. He was very pale and his eyes were unfocused, but as soon as he was back to normal, Naruto did it again before he could speak. This continued for the next 3 hours straight until Sasuke stopped puking and was able to yell at Naruto while he was still spinning. The bucket was full and the surrounding area now had several puddles of sick. Kakashi had learned his lesson the first time and was able to avoid being splattered again. Finally satisfied that Sasuke was used to spinning at high speeds and wouldn't get sick easily, Naruto went and cut him down with a kunai he had gotten from Kakashi. What he forgot to do, however, was move the bucket. As soon as he cut the rope, Sasuke fell face first into the bucket, which caused Naruto to fall on the ground and laugh yet again. When Sasuke got up and couldn't get the bucket of his head, Naruto started having trouble breathing. After a few minutes, Kakashi took pity on his student and pulled the bucket off. The young Uchiha just stared daggers at the blonde rolling around on the ground at his expense. It took a full 10 minutes for Naruto to calm down and he still couldn't help the odd giggle here and there. Right, now that you got used to feeling sick, I think I should explain more about my style. Like I said earlier, it requires you to move at insane speed to build up momentum but makes you sick when you stop, which is why I spun you around for the last 3 hours. It is because of this I named this style the drunken flash step. Okay, now there are 3 ways to counteract this style. One is to move faster than your opponent to build up more momentum, another is to move at the same speed your opponent, and the last way is to get the person using this style to stop completely, with me so far. When they both nodded, he went on. They had all sat down during the explanation, Kakashi because he knew it would be long and Sasuke because he was still a little shaky on his feet. Now the longer you are able to handle the level of speed I am talking about, the longer you can fight using this style, but if you use it continually for too long, it will take a while for you to get over the dizziness. There are 3 forms to my style. The first is all about attack, the second is all about defense, and the third is about subduing the enemy. Again they nodded. Now the way I used it on the Demon Brothers was the third form. It is a more advanced form that requires great kenjutsu skill and accuracy to ensure you only break the first layer of skin. I will not be teaching you this form. At this, Sasuke shot to his feet in anger and yelled. What? Why not? It wouldn't suit your style. This calmed Sasuke down instantly. This Naruto he could stand to be around, calculating and serious. If he said this, he would have a valid reason. Nodding his head for the blonde to continue, Sasuke sat back down on the ground to listen. The way you fight is all about power. You use your strength, speed and jutsu to overpower your opponents as quickly as possible. Is that a bad thing? No, actually it is perfect for a ninja. Kill quickly and efficiently, in and out. But I made the third variation as a way to prolong the fight, causing the most amount of pain but not killing them. In essence, it is a capture technique and a torture technique. Sasuke thought about what Naruto said for a moment before nodding his head. I see what you mean, but then what are you going to teach me? The first? Actually, I'm going to teach you a bit of the first and the second. You never know when you will need it, just in case. This time it was Kakashi to nod his head in agreement. He's right, knowing both will only help you in the long run. You can still focus on one, but even if you only know the basics of the other, it might mean the difference between life and death later on. By the way, I will only teach you the basics and mechanics of the style. This time Sasuke kept his calm. Why? Because if I show you the basics, you can build it up and make it your own. The flash step is a loose style. It's all about quick, flowing movements, and if I show you all the ways I use it, it might not be as effective. This way it will be perfect for you. I said I'd teach you a style, well, I changed my mind, and I'm going to help you make your own. Both Kakashi and Sasuke were a little shocked at his words. He was not only willing to let Sasuke use his style, but was going to take the time to rework it just so it would work better for him. Then he said something that made their thought process come to a complete stop and their eyes to go wide. You know, now that I think about it, this could be the perfect style for you. I mean, when you activate your Sharingan you can process movement better, right? So in theory you could skip the side effects completely, or at least they would be less of a problem. Both their minds went back into overdrive. He was right, when Sasuke's Sharingan activated, this could be the perfect style. It was a powerful style and the only thing that would be a problem was the after effects. But something was still bugging Sasuke. Why are you doing this? You created a powerful fighting style and now you're doing all this for me. We don't even know each other, actually, I don't even like you. So why are you doing this? Naruto thought about that for a moment, and when he came up with a good reply he answered. Because you asked me to. That's it, because I asked you to. Pretty much, but you're right. We don't know each other that well and I can tell you don't like me, not many people do for some reason. But I can tell you are full of pride, and so for you to ask me for help must have been hard for you. And as for why I'm putting in so much effort to help you, well, if you have a strong fighting style then it looks good on me for helping you create it. This made sense to the Uchiha. By teaching Sasuke this style, Naruto could say he helped make it. Plus this is a good lesson for you. When you have your Sharingan you will be tempted, like so many Uchiha before you, to rely on it too much. This way it shows you the benefits of hard work. Sasuke didn't know if he should be grateful for the help or angry that he insulted his family. Fortunately he didn't have to decide. He's right, Sasuke. Turning to his sensei, Sasuke just stared at him waiting for an explanation. Take it from someone who's fell into that trap already. I became complacent with my skills and relied on the Sharingan too much. It made me arrogant. Because of this I made a mistake that I can never take back. Sasuke didn't see Kakashi looking at Naruto out of the corner of his eye when he said this, but Naruto did. The three of them said nothing for a few minutes, lost in their own thoughts, Kakashi of the past, Sasuke on his family, and Naruto wondering if he could pat his head and rub his belly at the same time while balancing a kunai on his nose. When the moment passed, Naruto stood up and looked down at the two. Anyway, like I was saying, I will teach you the basics of the style and let you do the rest yourself. But I think you should do something else for the rest of the day. You still look ill, so I'll leave you with Kakashi and go do my own training. Later. He was gone before Kakashi could say anything. Letting out a deep breath, Kakashi turned back to Sasuke. He was still a bit pale, his hair had sick in it, and for some reason he was still wearing the rotten fish. Okay, for the rest of the day we will be doing the tree walking exercise. Why the hell will we be climbing trees? Kakashi sighed at his student's lack of knowledge before he launched into an explanation of the exercise. XXX. They didn't see Naruto until it was time to go back to the house. When the blonde came back into the clearing, it was to a tired Sasuke and Kakashi quickly hiding his book behind his back. When they got to the house they were the last to arrive. As they came into the sitting room all eyes turned to them, or more specifically, Sasuke. Without saying a word, Shino walked over to Naruto and gave him some money. Confused by the exchange, Sasuke suddenly remembered what Naruto had said earlier about a bet with Shino. Trying to be inconspicuous, Sasuke made his way over to a window and threw the rotten fish into the lake outside, then turned back and glared at Naruto. XXX. The next day training went more or less the same as the day before, but without the rotten fish, and instead of tying him up, Naruto just had Sasuke spin on his feet in one spot. When he had been doing that for a few hours, Naruto showed Sasuke the basics of the style and how to wield a sword. After another couple of hours of this, Naruto decided that it was time to call it a day and set out to do his own training while Kakashi had Sasuke doing the tree climbing exercise again. At one point Kakashi had tried to find the blonde to see if he could help him in whatever it was he was training in, but couldn't find him. Giving up, he had gone back to supervise Sasuke as he tried over and over again to make it up the tree without success. It wasn't until just before the sun went down that they saw Naruto again. He didn't even seem tired, but then again he never did. Heading back towards the house, Kakashi tried multiple times to get Naruto to tell him what he was doing and where he had been, but every time the boy would just smile at him without answering. It was a little infuriating on Kakashi's end, but he had no authority over Naruto, and Kurenai seemed to let the boy do what he wanted so long as he showed up again at some point. After dinner, all the ninja met up in the sitting room to discuss what had happened in the day and what they would be doing tomorrow. The bridge was going well, but if Tazuna lost any more workers they would start to fall behind. Kakashi gave a quick summary of how Sasuke's training was going but explained how Naruto would go and do his own training and couldn't report on the blonde's progress. When Kurenai didn't say anything, Kakashi guessed that his theory about this happening regularly was correct and it wasn't just him. At some point while they were talking, Shino and Hinata took out their respective weapons and started to clean them for something to do. When Kakashi and his team took notice of this, they all moved forward to see. They had all heard about the new weapons of the Aburame and Hyuga clans, but not many people had actually seen them. They marveled at the elegant tools of death and how much care had gone into the making. Kiba, seeing his chance to ask about the weapons for his clan, stepped closer with a smug look on his face. His mother had been trying to find out who the craftsman was ever since they had been shown at a council meeting. All she was able to find out was that they were connected to a small ninja shop owned by a man named Higashi. But despite numerous attempts at getting the old fool to talk, he refused to say anything. His mother was desperate, as were the other clans of Konohagakure, to have their own weapons made by the mysterious weapons maker known only as the Faceless Blacksmith. So these are the new famed weapons of your clans. They don't look like much. Shino's looks like a pipe. What harm could they do? I bet the guy that made them was just a fraud. Both Shino and Hinata raised their eyebrows at the dog-like boy's words and resisted the urge to look at Naruto in the corner of the room. Standing up from his seat, Shino went over to the log pile next to the unlit fireplace, picked up 2 large pieces of oak and made his way into the center of the room. Putting the wood down for a moment, the bug user fixed his wasp point to his arm. Without saying a word, Shino threw one of the oak logs into the air and, with speed Kiba could barely follow, thrust his arm forward. The pipe-like weapon shot out of his sleeve and pierced the log. What shocked the young Inuzuka was that the log started to disintegrate before his eyes. When there was nothing left, they could all see the bugs flying back to Shino from the pile of dust on the floor. Turning to look at Hinata, she gave a small nod and stood, her hands of kami already on. Bending and picking up the other piece of wood, Shino threw it at the waiting girl. All Hinata did was raise her right hand, which had a light blue glow trailing along several of the seals carved into the metal, and tap the wood as it flew towards her, which caused it to explode in a shower of splinters. They turned their attention towards the shocked members of Team 7 and Hinata explained. Both our weapons are designed to increase our clan's fighting styles. Getting over his shock, Kiba got a contemplating look on his face. When he was done thinking, he looked at them both with determination in his eyes. Foregoing being polite, Kiba asked them straight. Who made them? This time it was Shino to answer. We are not at liberty to reveal the identity of the Faceless Blacksmith. It was a condition made when we received the weapons. Only our clan heads know who he is and are allowed to divulge his identity. At his words, Kiba lost his temper, slamming his hands on the side of his chair and shooting to his feet. He stormed over to the quiet boy and grabbed him by the collar. Listen here, you freak. It's not right that both your clans get special attention, and it's not fair that you don't tell the other clans who the creator is. You think that you can keep him all to yourselves. We all want a weapon made for us. Now start talking or I'll fucking beat it out of you. I would suggest you release me. As I said, I am not allowed to tell you anything, and it's okay, Shino, dog piss, if you don't release my friend in the next 3 seconds I'm going to strangle you with your own intestines. Turning to face the blonde in his rage-filled mind, Kiba barely heard the threat. Shut your fucking mouth, Uzumaki. This has nothing to do with you. Naruto's grin just widened at the dog-like boy, as Akamaru ran away from his partner and hid under a chair. Walking over to Kiba the blonde, without saying a word hit him in the face, sending him across the room, the shock snapping him out of his anger. That's where you're wrong, pup. I'm the faceless blacksmith shit for brains. So I would show some respect. Unless you never want to see weapons for your clan. At his words all of Team 7 turned shocked expressions towards Shino and Hinata. When they reluctantly nodded their heads, Kiba went very pale and stared at the insane blonde that was grinning down at him and said the only thing that he could think of. Fuck. XXX. Flashback. XXX. After he had given his team their completed custom weapons, Hinata and Shino had gone back to their clans with the new weapon and showed their parents, otherwise known as the current clan heads, the new weapon. XXX. Hinata walked slowly back from Training Ground 8, all the while admiring the craftsmanship and beauty of her new weapons. The seals that littered the surface of the metal just seemed to enhance the elegance of the weapon, making it a piece of art. After Naruto had given her the gauntlets, he had explained to her quickly how to use the weapon. Kurenai had then allowed her to test it against a training dummy. Naruto had told her to channel chakra to the tip of the pointed finger instead of her fingertips. To say the results were shocking would be an understatement. The second the metal tip touched the wood of the training dummy, it exploded in a shower of splinters. But now she was approaching her clan compound and was beginning to get nervous. Hinata wasn't sure how the clan would react to the existence of the weapons, as they prided themselves on having a perfect style that couldn't be improved. But as usual, Naruto had blown that out of the water with his out-of-the-box thinking. Hinata turned the corner and the gate came into view along with the two branch members guarding the gate. Hinata walked by them, giving each a nod of acknowledgement before heading into the compound. Once inside, she walked to her father's office, where she stopped outside and knocked gently against the door. "Come in." Opening the door, Hinata walked inside and sat down on the pillow opposite her father while he continued to look over papers pertaining to the clan. After a few moments, Hiyashi put down the papers to look at his eldest daughter. "What can I do for you, Hinata? You know that I am busy." "Yes, father, I am here to show you a new weapon that has been given to me by a member of my team. He claims that it will be able to enhance our gentle fist strikes to actually destroy a person's chakra points." Hiyashi looked at her for a moment before holding out his hand. "Let me see these new weapons, please." "Yes, father." Hinata quickly took out her gauntlets from her bag and handed them to her father. Hiyashi went over them with a critical eye, noting the high-quality craftsmanship, materials and the complexity of the seals. Hinata waited patiently for her father to finish before he looked at her and put the weapon down on his desk. "Have you tested this yet?" "Yes, father, I have tested it and it greatly enhances the power of a strike. I could show you, but I think that I will need to practice more before I am become completely proficient with it." "Alright then, let's go to a training field. I would like to see what this thing can do in person." Hinata nodded and followed her father out of the office to a nearby training ground within the compound. Hinata put on her gauntlets and stood in front of a training post in the opening stance to the gentle fist. Hinata looked at her father, who was standing to the side. Seeing him nod his head, Hinata rushed forward and quickly struck the post several times. Each point of contact exploded outwards, leaving a crater. After the combo, Hinata backed up so her father could see and she looked at him for his appraisal. Hiyashi was in a word shocked. The weapons that Hinata had seemed to increase the power of a single strike, and whoever made it seemed to know what they were talking about. "Hinata, where did you say you got this weapon?" "A member of my team gave it to me." "Would it be possible to get more of these for other members of the clan?" "Father, before I tell you more, first you have to agree with a few conditions. 1. You can't tell anyone where I got this weapon or who was the original creator. The next condition is you can't hound him to make more." Hiyashi thought for a moment before nodding. "Good, the person that made this weapon was my teammate Uzumaki Naruto, and he told me that you can order more of these from a little weapons shop known as the Rusty Kunai." "Alright then, before I do anything else, I believe the council has to be alerted to this development, and I think a demonstration to the clan might be in order." XXX. Shino entered his family's home and moved swiftly and efficiently towards his father's study and lab. Coming to the door, Shino knocked twice and waited. Shino heard some movement before the door opened to show Shino's father and the current clan leader, Shibi Aburame. "Hello father, I must speak with you about a recent development." Shibi nodded and moved away from the door towards his desk. Taking a seat, he motioned for Shino to sit well. "Tell me of this development." Instead of talking, Shino simply placed his new weapon in front of his father. Shibi picked up the weapon and examined it closely. It seems to be a weapon for close combat use, but what does it have to do with anything? This father was made for me by a rather eccentric friend of mine and claimed that it will help to enhance our fighting style and reduce our weakness with upfront confrontation and fights. My friend said that this will allow us to inject our beetles into enemies, thus allowing them to attack from the inside out. Shibi nodded slowly before speaking once again. Would it be possible to secure more of these weapons? Shino nodded and said, yes, under a few conditions. Those being, you are not allowed to tell anyone who created this weapon, which was my teammate Naruto Uzumaki. You have to purchase more of these from a weapons shop in the village called the Rusty Kunai, as they are the only people able to make the weapons besides Naruto, and you are not allowed to ask Naruto to make them for the clan. These terms are acceptable, and I will make sure to secure and test this new weapon for myself before I continue with introducing it to the clan. Shino simply nodded and took his new weapon from his father. He then got up and left the room, intent on training with his hive. XXX. Things became very interesting after that, as not only did the Hyuga and Aburame find Naruto's weapon useful and impressive, but the weapons had definitely got the attention of the other clans in the village. Word quickly spread among the shinobi and civilians of a mysterious new blacksmith working out of the Higashi's shop, otherwise known as the Rusty Kunai. But things got increasingly interesting when the Hyuga and Aburame clans announced their weapons to the public using an exhibition of their new weapons. The other clans were in attendance along with many civilians. They were shocked at the power the new weapons elevated the users' attacks to, and they became very determined to find the maker and get their own custom weapons. Ninja began flooding the shop asking for custom weapons and buy the weapon on the shelves. Higashi and Tenten had to work almost around the clock to keep up with orders, and Higashi even pulled Naruto in to help when he had time. Higashi also hired a person to handle the front of the store while he worked in the workshop. Business became so good that Higashi bought out the store next to him and expanded the shop so he could have a larger workshop and display area. During this time, Higashi and Tenten were constantly questioned about the faceless blacksmith, as he had come to be known, something that had amused the three of them greatly because of Naruto always wearing bandages to cover his face. They always answered the same way, telling whoever, including clan heads, that they were not at liberty to say and that the faceless blacksmith would reveal himself if he chose to. XXX. Flashback end. XXX. The room was deadly quiet, no one knowing what to say. Kiba was still frozen in place, staring at Naruto in shock. Kiba knew that he might have just ruined his family's chance to have weapons made for them. Running up to the blonde, Kiba threw himself at his feet and practically shouted, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it, really. I just wanted to help my clan, please make us a weapon." Looking down at the groveling boy, Naruto's face went hard. He still had the smile on his face, but it didn't reach his eyes anymore. "Get up, dog piss, I said show respect, but this is stupid, show some pride. For Kami's sake have some self-respect, you're a future clan head. Don't bow to anyone but the Hokage. As for the weapons, give me some fucking time, will you? Do you know how much effort and time it took to understand the Aburame and Hyuga clan styles to make those weapons? I had to study Hinata and Shino for the better part of a month before I understood some of the nuances to their family's style. I've been studying all the clans of Konoha for months, trying to learn as much as possible so I can make the perfect weapon for each clan." When Kiba heard this, he raised his head to look at Naruto's face in confusion. "You mean you were going to make something for my clan the whole time? But then why didn't you just say something to the clans? They have been desperate to find out who the faceless blacksmith is for months." Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto regained his normal grin. "It was funny watching them all run around like headless chickens, plus then you guys could pester me to hurry up with the weapons. If you didn't know who the creator was, then you couldn't force them to make something for your clans." This caused all those in the room to sweat drop and see the wisdom in his words. XXX. The next day it was Naruto and Sasuke's turn to guard Tazuna at the bridge. It went without saying that the two boys were impressed with the sheer size of the bridge. At some point in the day, Naruto had taken to helping the workers by moving heavy rocks and equipment that would have needed to be moved with a makeshift crane. Several people had left during the day, saying that they had to think of their families. Tazuna wasn't happy, but he could understand. That night, like every other night, they all fell asleep to the sound of Naruto playing his violin. XXX. The next morning was odd. There was no sign of Naruto for one thing, which was never a good thing. The weather was good, if a bit windy, and they were all in a good mood. Tsunami was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, Inari was sulking in a corner. Shino, Hinata, Kiba and Sakura were talking in the living room and Kurenai, Kakashi and Tazuna were discussing the progress of the bridge. Then something happened that none of them would ever forget. It was one of those moments that engraves itself into your mind and you're never able to forget it. That moment was when Sasuke Uchiha, one of the most uptight people any of them had ever met, came down the stairs in a yellow sundress, with his hair as curls. The room was filled with stunned silence, no one knew what to say. Then, to everyone's shock yet again, Sasuke walked through the front door with a pile of chopped wood in his arms. Sasuke and the imposter stared at each other for a few minutes, still no one saying a thing. Then the Sasuke holding the wood uttered a single sentence. "What the fuck is this shit?" The Sasuke in the dress fell to the floor and started laughing at this. Before their eyes the Sasuke on the floor started to ripple and change. When it was done there was Naruto, still rolling around on the floor. "Ha ha ha ha, why you should have seen your faces. Ha ha. XXX. It had been 2 weeks and the bridge was almost complete. Tazuna said that it would be done in about 3 days. Sasuke's training in Naruto's flash step style was progressing well. He was now actually using the katana and could fight, not very well yet, but he could fight. Naruto was actually impressed with him. Kakashi was completely healed and it was decided that for the rest of the mission they would all be guarding Tazuna at the bridge. Kiba had asked what they would do about Tsunami and Inari, but the Jonin had assured them all that if Gato was going to try anything he would have done it by now. They were currently all sat around the table eating dinner. They were all talking about how their training had been going and planning what to do depending on the situation. Everyone was stressed. Zabuza would be making a move any day now and the weight was getting to them all. Well, except Naruto, he was as happy as ever. It was then, in the middle of the meal, that Inari stood up and started shouting. "Why do you even bother? You're all just going to die anyway. No one can beat Gato, you should just leave." By the end of his outburst Inari was in tears and his voice had started to waver. They all stopped talking and stared at the young boy. After a moment Kakashi got up and walked over to him and placed his hands on his shoulders. "Look, I understand that it may seem like that, but people like Gato are nothing more than cowards that hide behind their money. He may have a small army of bandits, but compared to a ninja they are all but useless." When he finished talking Kakashi gave him one of his eye smiles and moved to sit back in his seat, until Inari threw his food at the back of his head. "Shut up, what would you know about our pain? In your big fancy village, sheltered from the outside world, you know nothing of suffering." The room went deadly quiet, all the genin turned to the enraged Sasuke. But before anyone could say anything to prevent the young Uchiha from leaping at Inari, Naruto started laughing. It wasn't his normal, slightly insane yet pleasant laugh, it was a full-blown batshit crazy, call the people in white suits with the big needle kind of laugh. Without saying a word Naruto stood up and turned towards Inari. Kakashi, worried that he might lash out at the boy moved to stand between them. But Naruto didn't move from his spot, instead he slowly reached up to his head and started to unravel his bandages. When he was done there was a long trail of white bandages going from his neckline and piling onto the floor. The ninja all stared at Naruto's face in horror, except Kakashi, who got a sad look on his face and Sakura, who ran to the kitchen sink to throw up. Tazuna stared wide-eyed at the blonde and took a long drag from a bottle of sake he had hidden under the table while Inari lost all color from his face. Tsunami didn't know what to think. At first she had stared in horror like the others, but that soon changed into a look of sadness. Naruto's face was nothing but one big scar, almost like it had been melted off and what was left of his skin was a bright red and white mess. You could see his teeth and gums through the 2 holes that used to be his cheeks and most of his nose was gone. He said nothing, just stared at Inari with what now became a horrifyingly disfigured grin without the bandages to cover his face. Then something else occurred to the middle-aged woman, something that brought tears to her eyes. When she had taken his clothes to clean them, she had seen that he had his whole body covered in bandages. Satisfied that they had seen enough, Naruto started to re-wrap his bandages. When that was done the blonde turned to them, grin still in place. Sakura had come back, but still looked pale. On my 6th birthday a mob came to my house. They dragged me outside, tied me up with wire and beat me for I don't know how long. I was stabbed, strangled and beaten. I had my throat cut, my stomach slit and my eyes ripped out of my head. But do you want to know the best part of all of that? You want to know what the best part was? I never lost consciousness and I healed almost as fast as they hurt me. Then, to finish everything off, once the civilians were getting tired of beating me, I was tied to a log in the middle of the street where they had built a bonfire. Here his grin stretched wider as he watched their eyes widen in understanding. Letting out a dark chuckle, Naruto continued. Yep, that's right. After a nice little speech by the leader of the mob, 5 ninja with their faces covered lit the wood on fire around me. But yet again, that wasn't the best part. You see, it turns out that my advanced healing factor works at the same speed as a human body takes to burn. I was burning for 3 hours straight before the Hokage came and put the fire out and finally freed me from the pain. Naruto then turned to Tsunami and laughed. The most painful thing I have ever experienced. But don't just take my word for it. If you want more information you could always ask Kakashi. After all, you were there. As he said this he turned to the masked man, whose eyes widened in shock before they became filled with sadness and regret. So you knew I was guarding you that night? At his words everyone but Naruto gasped and stared at the one-eyed Jonin in shock. Of course. Letting out a sign, the Cyclops Jonin locked his eye with Naruto's deep blue eyes. That day was one of my biggest regrets. I got sloppy, let someone get the jump on me. By the time I came to it was too late. I'm sorry, more so than you can ever imagine. At the end of his explanation Kakashi averted his eye to look at the floor. If I blamed you for what happened, I would have killed you the first moment I saw you. Shocked at his words Kakashi turned to look at the boy, only to find him walking towards the door. Where are you going? He didn't get an answer until the blonde got to the door, stopped and turned to look over his shoulder at them all. To release some stress. Oh, and sad sack, if you don't get your act together, I'm going to tie you upside down to a tree and show you how I started Duck Ass's training. If it was possible Inari would have gone even paler, but instead he just went and hid behind his mum. Grinning to himself Naruto turned to go, but stopped again and turned to face Sakura. You once asked me why your dad asked for my forgiveness. Your mother was the leader of the mob, actually she was the leader of almost every mob that attacked me. The young Pinket's eyes went wide at his words and she ran back to the sink to be sick again. But when they all turned back to Naruto he was gone. Turning back to Sakura, Kurenai went over to comfort the girl as she cried on the floor. Trying to help the girl pick up the shattered image of her mother. XXX. Naruto was running through the forest to try and calm himself down. The boy had gotten to him. He knew that. The problem was that he could feel how close he had come to losing himself. He needed to get out, get away from people. As he ran he could see the shadows of the creatures that ran with him. They were the only living things that stayed in the area as he ran. All the other animals had run away when they felt his presence, his killing intent, his rage. They made no noise and stayed in the darker parts of the trees, away from the moonlight. Every now and then he could see breath flashes of black fur, or yellow eyes. He finally came to a stop in a fairly large clearing. It was then he noticed the moon was full and there were no clouds in the sky. Turning back to the tree line his throat and head rippled for a moment, leaving his face looking even wilder, almost wolf-like. Merry Moon Night, my brothers. Without making any noise 7 of the biggest wolves stepped out of the shadows. They all stood at the blonde's shoulder in height when they were on all fours and had black fur, their well-muscled legs showing that they were built for speed and power. The only exception to this was a slightly thinner and smaller wolf that had a pure white stripe running down his back from the top of its head to the tip of its longer than normal tail. It was this wolf that stepped forward. Merry Moon Night pup, what makes you run so? I needed to run. The wolf just nodded its head and turned away. Will you hunt with us tonight? Not tonight brothers, my head is not right, it would not be good for me to hunt with you. I understand, may the moon smile at you. May the moon smile at you as well. Without saying another word, the wolves all turned and ran back into the shadows and Naruto let his face return to normal. For the next hour Naruto just stared at the moon. Every now and then he would hear the cry of the wolves in the distance, closing his eyes for a moment before opening them and started screaming at the moon, which morphed into a terrifying roar. XXX. The next morning found a young girl walking through the forest with a wicker basket under her arm. She had a pretty face and long black hair. She was wearing a pink yukata that hid most of her figure, and her soft brown eyes were scanning the ground around her as she walked. Then she heard it. At first she needed to strain her ears, but as she quickened her pace it got clearer and clearer. The most beautiful, yet mournful music she had ever heard. She could feel it in her heart, the pain and the sadness that reflected in those notes. Haku soon found herself running in the direction of the music, desperate to find the source of the sound. But slowed to a walk when she came to what used to be a part of the woods. Some of the trees looked like they had been pulled out of the ground, while others had claw marks. She had never seen anything like this, but the music was still calling to her. So, getting over her shock, she made her way through the wreckage. A few minutes later Haku came to what looked like a natural clearing and stopped in her tracks. There, sat in the middle of the clearing playing a violin, was the blonde boy Zabuza had been talking about. Not knowing what else to do, she made her way to the center of the clearing and sat next to the boy. He didn't stop playing, didn't even show any sign that he knew she was there. But Haku knew he did. So she just sat there, listening. Eventually the music came to an end and, with slow movements, the strange boy put the violin away, though she didn't see where he put it, and turned to her with the same grin on his face she had seen the day they met. "You play beautifully. You're a bit out of the way, for a civilian, so what brings you out here?" Thinking quickly, Haku decided to tell a half-truth. "I'm looking for medicinal herbs for my friend, he was hurt and I have been taking care of him." Nodding his head, Naruto stood up and looked down at her. "I think I saw something that might help you." Getting up, Haku was surprised when the blonde started to walk on his hands, then do flips, then back to walking on his hands. She couldn't help the giggle that came from her throat. "What are you doing?" Looking at her from his upside-down position, Naruto looked at her, confused. "Handstand." Giggling again, Haku elaborated. "I can see that, but why are you doing a handstand?" "Why not?" When he said this, his grin spread wider over his face. They didn't say anything for the next few minutes until they came to another, smaller clearing filled with different flowers. Walking over to a patch of small purple flowers, Haku turned to look at Naruto over her shoulder. "My name is Haku, what's yours?" "Naruto." "That's a nice name." Turning back to the flowers, Haku started picking the leaves off. "Tell me, Naruto-san, are you a ninja?" "Yes." "Do you have a precious person back at your village?" Seeing that he didn't understand, Haku explained. "I believe that for a person to be truly strong, they need someone to fight for, to bring out their inner strength. Do you have someone like that?" Naruto laughed at this, taking a full 5 minutes to calm down before he could answer. "I have no one, I have no true purpose. There is no one in that place that I would truly fight for. I would just as soon kill them as I would save them." Shaking her head sadly, Haku went back to picking the leaves. "I see, that's sad to hear. You must be very lonely." Nothing was said for a while after that. Haku would move to different patches of flowers from time to time, taking different parts, until Naruto broke the silence. "This friend of yours, is he your precious person?" Smiling to herself, Haku turned back to the blonde. "Yes, he is very special to me." Nodding his head, Naruto's grin stretched back over his face. "Your friend is lucky to have such a beautiful girl such as yourself taking care of him." He couldn't help but laugh as Haku's face turned red and she started stuttering. It took several minutes for her to calm down, but even then she still had a light blush. They talked for another hour before Haku left to get back to her friend and Naruto to guard Tazuna. "I hope to meet you again, Naruto-san." "I'm sure we will." Turning her back to the boy, Haku missed the mischievous look that came to Naruto's face. "I'm sure we will." XXX. Naruto went straight to the bridge to meet up with the others, knowing that they would have already left for the day. When he got there, he went straight to Tazuna and asked what he could do to help. He didn't miss the looks he was getting from the others, or that the old bridge builder couldn't meet his eyes. So, in true Naruto style, he walked up to Kiba and hit him in the face with a fish, then turned away to start working. No one knew where he got the fish, or why he hit Kiba with it. Getting up off the floor, face red with rage, Kiba got right up in the blonde's face. "What the hell? What? Why did you hit me with a fish, you fucking head case?" The innocent look on Naruto's face didn't fool anyone. "I don't know what you're talking about, I don't even have a fish." That was when they realized he was right, the fish was gone. Screaming, Kiba lunged at Naruto in an attempt to claw what was left of his face off. Faster than any of the other genin could see Naruto grab the dog-like boy's arms, stopping him in his tracks, much to the shock of Kiba, and pulled him into a bear hug. Kiba was so shocked that he didn't even notice that Naruto had walked over to the edge of the bridge and dropped the young Inuzuka into the water below. Clapping his hands together and smiling as Kiba shouted curse after curse at the blonde, he turned to the others on the bridge and shrugged. "I kept telling him that he smelled of dog piss, now he smells of wet dog instead." Shaking their heads, everyone got back to work. It wasn't until an hour later that anyone thought to help Kiba out of the water. XXX. The next day when the two teams set off for the bridge, there was no sign of Naruto, so they just went ahead. Tsunami was going around the house cleaning when she heard someone at the door. Putting down the duster in her hands, she made her way to the door, only to have it broken down just before she made it. Stood in the doorway were two men with swords. One of them, the smaller of the two, had on a purple hat and a cocky smirk, while the other had no shirt and had multiple scars over his body. Stepping forward, the smaller of the two drew his sword and pointed it at her, the smirk never leaving his face. "Gato would like to have a few words with you." Backing away from the two men, Tsunami made to run out the back door but wasn't quick enough. Grabbing her by the arms, the two men dragged her outside, kicking and screaming. Hearing his mother in trouble, Inari came out the house with a knife. "Let go of my mom." The two men looked at each other for a moment, then the man with the hat stepped forward, sword in hand. Tsunami was screaming for the boy to go back inside, but he just kept running straight towards the man. What happened next was so fast that she almost missed it. Just as the sword was about to cut Inari's head from his shoulders, a shadow came running out of the wood, shortly followed by 6 more. Before they knew what happened, the man in a hat was rolling around on the ground screaming as he clutched the blooded stump that had once been his arm. It was then that Tsunami heard a low growl behind her. Slowly turning around, Tsunami came face to face with the biggest wolf she had ever seen, and its maw was covered in blood. The thug holding her arm backed away as quickly as he could and raised his sword in a poor attempt to defend himself, never seeing the other wolf that was running at him from behind. The wolf was on him instantly, jumping on the thug's back and biting into the back of his neck, and with one quick shake the man went limp, his spine broken. The thug with the hat was soon dealt with in a similar way, and the area was filled with nothing but silence. Tsunami ran to her son and pulled him into a hug while shielding him from the wild animals at the same time. Then Inari said something that made her eyes widen in realization. Naruto was right. That's right, Naruto had said that he met a pack of wolves and that as long as they gave them scraps of meat they would help them. She couldn't help the laughter that escaped her throat as she cried into Inari's hair, thanking the blonde in her head over and over again. XXX. The first clue that something was wrong was that the closer they got to the bridge, the thicker the fog became. The second was that when they got to the bridge, there was a pile of unconscious workers. Reacting quickly, they all moved into formation around Tazuna, weapons drawn at the ready. Sasuke took out his twin short katana and getting into a low crouch with his feet spread apart, ready to start his rotation. Hinata checked the straps on her gauntlets while Shino kept his hidden in his sleeve in case of a surprise attack and at the same time sending out his bugs to assess the area. Kurenai took out one of her kunai, having learned in their first encounter with the demon of the mist that her sharpshooter was not as effective without her genjutsu to support it. Kakashi and Sakura both took a kunai in each hand while Kiba got into his clan's stance with Akamaru. They stayed like this for several minutes, waiting for Zabuza to make his move, the mist swirling around them as they stood as still as statues. Just when the tension was getting too much for them to take, they saw 2 shadows appear in the mist, calmly walking toward. His voice was as soft as the chiming of bells, pure, innocent. Yet at the same time just as demonic as of the monsters that surrounded them, and at the word down, hell was unleashed. It was like a dam broke, in one big surge the horde descended onto the thugs with the force of a tidal wave. Those that could fly swooped down and plucked the screaming men and carried them high into the air before dropping them back into the slaughter below. The red-eyed rabbit was sprinting from person to person, ripping the throat out of any it could get its teeth into. The gray-skinned Hulk was tearing men apart with his huge hands, roaring like a wild animal as the blood fell on it like rain. The pink blob was making quick work of anything that touched it, absorbing them into its body and getting fatter and fatter with each new person that it ate. Limbs were flying everywhere and blood was falling like a heavy rain. At the center of it all was the small boy, walking in a straight line towards Gato, who had been untouched by the creatures that had massacred his men like they were nothing. By the time the boy stood in front of him, they were all dead. All that was left was a few body parts and blood, so much blood. Kneeling before the boy, Gato begged, pleaded for his life. "I can give you anything, money, power, women, anything you want." The boy cocked his head to the side, as if thinking about the offer. "Anything." Seeing his chance, Gato stood up and moved closer to the boy. "Anything." The boy slowly lifted his hands and put them on the frantic man's head, then leaned in closer so that only Gato could hear. "I want your head." All Gato could do was widen his eyes in horror before the boy gave a sharp pull and his head was pulled from his shoulders, and as the body fell to its knees a fountain of blood erupted from the neck, spraying the boy and ground surrounding him. The monsters all disappeared in a burst of smoke, leaving the boy standing alone in the middle of what was left of Gato's army. Turning, with the head of Gato still in his hands, the boy faced the shocked faces of the Konoha ninjas and the villagers of Wave, who had shown up sometime during the bloodbath. As he walked toward them, his body started to grow, until the original Naruto stood before them, still covered in blood. He stopped a few feet away and tossed the head at the feet of the villagers. "Some people need to die. I regret nothing." With those words his eyes went blank and he fell, landing between Zabuza and Haku. XXX. They all just stared at the young blonde boy that lay on the floor in front of them. All had pale faces and some of them had been sick, but the shock didn't last long. Walking forward towards the decapitated head of their tormentor, Inari bent down and picked it up with trembling hands. All watching thought he was about to be sick like so many others, but were surprised when instead he turned to the crowd, kicked the head in the air, over the side of the bridge and into the water below. All the while yelled in joy. Soon others joined in and before they knew it they were all cheering and hugging each other. While they celebrated, the Konoha ninja moved to look at the downed Naruto. He was breathing and if they didn't know better they would have thought he was asleep. Haku was still alive, but hurt. From what they could see the arrow had missed her heart. Kurenai had applied a basic healing jutsu that she had learned to help stop the bleeding until they could get her properly treated. Zabuza had sat up to watch the slaughter and they could see he was grinning through his bandages. "To think, for years I thought I was a demon, this kid is something else." Walking over to sit next to the missing ninja, Kakashi looked at the still cheering crowd. "So what are you going to do now? You can't keep running, especially since the girl is hurt." "What choice do I have? I can't go back to my village until that monster is dead, and no other village would have someone like me. I'm wanted for trying to kill my cage." Something Zabuza said got the silver-haired Jonin's attention. "What do you mean by that monster?" The Misukage went crazy and started killing whole families because they had bloodlines. "My country is in the middle of a civil war. I was working as a missing nin to help the resistance. I've been giving them all the money I earned." This surprised Kakashi. Zabuza, the demon of the mist, was trying to help people. Seeing the surprise on the man's face made Zabuza laugh. "Look beneath the underneath, isn't that one of Konoha's favorite sayings?" "True, but for someone who killed an entire class of academy students, it seems odd that you would want to help anyone. And for someone that spends all their time reading porn, you haven't been staring at any of the bouncing tits only a few meters from your face." When he said this, Zabuza motioned towards the crowd of villagers. "How did you? Your reputation precedes you." They both laughed at that. Sighing to himself, Zabuza turned to look at Haku on the ground, being tended to by Kurenai. "I did it to prove a point." Seeing the questioning look he was given, Zabuza continued. "Do you know what happened after I killed them all? They stopped using the traditions of the bloody mist. By killing those few, I saved hundreds." Kakashi had never thought about that. It was true that after the incident with the young Zabuza they had changed the final exam. "You could come back with us." Both men jumped in surprise at the voice and turned to see Naruto sitting up and staring at them, grin and all. "When the hell did you wake up? Who said I was asleep? I really want to kill you. Join the club. I hear they serve dango and red bean soup on Tuesdays." As the two continued to banter, Kakashi decided to stop them before they destroyed anything. "Naruto, what did you mean before? Stopping mid-insult, Naruto turned to the masked Jonin and laughed. Section 42, Paragraph 9 of the Dealing with Missing Ninja Laws of Konoha state that in the case of a country in civil war, a missing nin may seek refuge in Konoha and work out of the village until such a time as the war has been decided. He can come to Konoha and still be a ninja of Kiri. Both men stared at the blonde in shock. Looking the boy up and down, Kakashi finally asked, "Where did you learn something like that?" "I read the Konoha library." "You mean in the library?" "No, I mean I read the entire library." Without another word, the blonde got to his feet and walked towards what was left of the thugs. The people, seeing him, stopped cheering to watch what he was doing. Moving through the remains, Naruto would stop and pick up a head or an arm and throw it into a pile. No one questioned him on this, just waiting to see what he would do. When he was done, there were two piles on the bridge, one that was made up of the heads of the deceased thugs and the other of everything else. Satisfied that he was done, Naruto turned to the forest and howled, no one seeing his face changing as he did. Within moments they heard a reply and turned just in time to see the 7 wolves walking out of the tree line and towards the grinning boy. The smaller of the wolves with the white stripe stepped forward and the two seemed to communicate. All any of them heard was growls. Seeming to be finished with his talk, Naruto turned towards the villages, face back to normal. As he addressed them, the wolves moved towards the pile of random body parts and started eating. "Give them a rabbit a week each and they agree to stay and look after you." None of them knew what to say, it seemed too good to be true. They quickly agreed and Naruto passed on the message. Stepping forward, Tazuna asked, "What are you going to do with the heads?" Naruto's grin became sinister as he turned back to the other pile. "Send a message to the world. XXX." For the next few hours Naruto walked around the village and placed each head on a stick. He did this until he ran out of heads and had surrounded the entire village. No one complained, and after a quick explanation from Kakashi they were actually glad. It turned out that Naruto was performing an old ninja tradition. From what the masked man explained, Naruto was claiming the village as under his protection, meaning that if anything happened he was legally allowed to intervene. The reason he was placing the heads around the village was as a show of strength, showing others what would happen to them if they attacked. All that was left was for Naruto to make a signature and put it in the village. He did this by painting a smiley face on the village hall in red paint. The thing that made it stand out was that the smile was a grin that stretched across the whole face and instead of normal teeth it had fangs. The idea was that as he became better known throughout the ninja world the safer they would be, and with the wolves moving into the area permanently they were sure that someone like Gato would never come into power in their village again. Zabuza had thought a lot about what Naruto had said and agreed to come back to Konoha with them, mostly because Haku still needed medical care that he couldn't provide himself. She would be stable enough to move but they would have to be careful. Sasuke had regained consciousness and was less than happy with Naruto, but was more than happy when he found out that his Sharingan had activated. For the rest of the mission he could be seen activating and deactivating it to get used to how it felt. The other genin and Kurenai had been helping clean up the bridge and finish its construction, which had been speeded up by the workers Tazuna had lost coming back now that they didn't have to worry about Gato. When it was finished Tazuna had announced that it would be named the Bridge of Heroes and a plaque was made with the names of all the people Gato had killed, including Kaiza. The day after Gato's death the villagers raided Gato's buildings and took anything of value. Expensive works of art, sake, anything that could be used was taken and the buildings themselves had been set up as temporary homes for those that had been living on the streets. The night before they were set to leave for Konoha there was a huge celebration. The village was covered in decorations, from hanging lanterns to balloons of every color. The air was filled with the sound of music and the streets were full of people. It seemed like the very air they breathed was full of joy and happiness and was spreading it around like a disease. It was also on this night that they all learned a very important lesson: never let Naruto drink. They thought he was bad normally, but that was before they saw him drunk. It took a lot to get him drunk. He had drank about 3 tankers full of sake before he started acting strange, and by then it was too late. Kakashi and Zabuza had gotten the beating of their lives the next day for encouraging the blonde to drink so much. Unlike most people, when they get drunk he didn't get dizzy, he didn't slur his words, and he was as aware of his surroundings as he was when sober. He did, however, seem to lose any sense of limitations he had, which until that night they didn't know he even did have. In one night he had painted the entire village bright orange, stole the clothes of every man in the village and replaced them with pink tutus, each with a small message on the back. Things like, "My other body is a temple," or, "Takes 5 to party." He dyed everyone's hair purple and used some type of permanent paint to paint all their faces like clowns. He had also super glued a rubber duck to Sasuke's head. When they found him he was upside down in a tree hanging with a rope tied to his ankles, the only thing stopping them from seeing him naked the bandages he wore to cover his skin. They had needed to stay an extra day just to get the village back to some semblance of normality. When they did leave the whole village had gathered at the bridge to see them off, Tazuna, Tsunami and Inari at the front of the crowd. Both mother and son had tears rolling down their faces as they said their goodbyes. The only thing that stopped it from being a completely heartwarming moment was that they had found out that Naruto had burned all the clothes he had stolen, meaning that all the men were wearing pink tutus. And they all still had the paint on their faces. Throughout the whole exchange Naruto had never stopped giggling. Just before they set out they all heard the howls of the wolves in the distance. They didn't see them, but they could all tell they were close. Stopping his giggling they all watched as Naruto's face took on a more bestial appearance and answered the howls with one of his own. After that they all set out towards Konoha. XXX. It took a lot less time getting back to Konoha than it did getting to Wave. Without having to pace themselves for Tazuna's sake they could move at much faster speeds. They still needed to pace themselves because of Haku, but it was still faster. Kakashi had sent a message ahead with one of his nin dogs Pakun, a small pug-like dog with a Konoha headband tied around his head and a blue vest. The first time they had heard him talk in his deep tone Naruto had picked him up and started turning him over in his hands. When the small dog had asked him what he was doing the blonde's answer was that he was looking for where the batteries went. This had sparked a small argument between the two as to whether Pakun was a real dog or a toy. When that was finally over Kakashi had given him a scroll to deliver to the Hokage, explaining about Zabuza and Haku so they wouldn't be killed on sight. It took them 2 days to get back, and as soon as they were in sight of the village a full Anbu patrol surrounded them. One of them took Haku and disappeared in a shunshin while the rest stayed to escort them through the village. They received many strange looks as they were led to the Hokage tower, some people going as far as to point at them and laugh. The reason for this was that the paint Naruto had used still hadn't washed off and Kakashi, Sasuke, Kiba and Zabuza were all wearing pink tutus. Lucky for Shino, he had been able to hide one set of his ninja clothes from the drunken Naruto. The message on each of their backs seemed to inspire many a laugh from the people that watched them as they passed. Kakashi's was, "Pervert and proud." Sasuke's said, "I like ducks," with an arrow pointing up at his head. Kiba had, "Just got neutered." And Zabuza's was, "Has anyone seen my eyebrows?" By the time they got to the relative safety of the tower they were all glaring at Naruto who was close to rolling around on the ground in laughter. They were both surprised and mortified when instead of being led to the Hokage's office they were taken to the council meeting room. The entire shinobi council was present. As they walked into the room they were met with stunned silence, but it didn't last long. As soon as she saw her son and the words on his back Sume Inuzuka burst out into laughter. When they had calmed her down the meeting started. They explained everything that had happened on the mission, except the reason for their current state, and ended with Zabuza formally asking for asylum in Konoha for himself and Haku. When they had finished Sarutobi stood up and addressed them. "First of all, on behalf of all of us, I would like to congratulate you all on a successful mission, which due to unforeseen circumstances has been upgraded to A rank. Second, we as a council accept both you, Zabuza and your young charge into our village, provided you agree to a 6-month probation. You will be monitored 24/7 and will not be allowed out of the village during that time. Is that acceptable?" Thinking for a moment Zabuza nodded his head. "Very well, now there is just one more thing I would like to ask you. Why the hell do you have your faces painted like clowns? And why, in the name of Kami, are you 4 wearing tutus?" The 6 ninja looked at each other, then at Naruto, then back to the Hokage. Taking the initiative, Kakashi stepped forward. The night we were supposed to leave there was a small celebration, during which sake was provided. Long story short, Naruto got piss-ass drunk. The room was completely silent. Then all at once, they all started laughing, Naruto joining them. Even the normally stoic Hyuga Hiyashi was banging his fist on the table in laughter, much to the shock of his daughter. It took them 10 minutes to finally calm down and stopped laughing. Standing back up, Sarutobi turned back to the 7 ninja in front of him, still giggling. I see, well that will be all, you can go. Nodding their heads they quickly left, hearing the people in the room burst into laughter yet again. The paint faded after a week, much to the relief of Team 8, 7 and Zabuza, who had to walk around for a week looking like clowns. Haku was doing well. The doctors were confident that she would make a full recovery and would be allowed to leave in a few days. Much to the relief of Zabuza, who had not left Haku's side the entire time they had been in the village. Also to the relief of Sasuke, not that he would tell anyone. He had been spending all his spare time with Haku. Whenever he wasn't training he was with her and, because he never left, Zabuza. Team 8 were currently at their training ground, working on teamwork. Kurenai had told them about the Chunin exam the day before and they were all looking forward to proving themselves. They all signed the forms instantly and now had 2 months to prepare, and they weren't wasting a moment of it. It was while they were training that something strange happened that, for once, had nothing to do with Naruto. Out of nowhere a ball shot into the training ground and exploded. When the smoke cleared it revealed a large banner that was being held up by the kunai stuck into 2 separate trees. The banner read in large bold letters, presenting the sexy and single Mitarashi Anko. They could all hear Kurenai groan in exasperation. Then a blur landed in front of the banner. Hinata's face turned a bright red and smoke could be seen coming out of her ears. Shino just stood there, not moving, but they could all see the blood stain that was growing on the front of his collar. Naruto however just laughed at his teammates' reactions. Standing before them was a beautiful woman. She looked to be in her early 20s or late teens, had purple hair and pupil-less brown eyes. But the thing that drew the most attention was the way she was dressed. She was wearing a tight mesh bodysuit and a burnt orange skirt that barely covered her womanhood and over it was a light tan trench coat. All in all, she was hot and wasn't trying to hide it. Smirking at the genin she frowned when her eyes landed on Naruto. Walking up and getting right in his face her frown deepened and she turned to Kurenai. Hey Nai-chan, your kid is broken. Kurenai just rolled her eyes at her friend's antics. Did it ever occur to you that he just isn't a pervert? Anko gave her a blank look. No. Turning back to the boy Anko walked in a circle around him, looking him all over. Naruto just stood there, giggling to himself. When she finished looking him over Anko walked back in front of him and put her face inches away from his own. You gay? Nope, you. Anko just grinned. Don't get fresh with me brat, do you know who I am? From the sign I would guess Mitarashi Anko, snake mistress of Konoha. If you're going to ask that question you shouldn't make a big sign with your name on it. They could all see the tick mark that appeared on Anko's forehead. What would you know? When you're someone as great and sexy as me you need to announce it to the world. But if that was true then why would you need to point it out to people? They should already know. The two stared at each other for a long minute. It was then that Anko took notice of the kunai in the blonde's hands. It was longer than the normal standard kunai, and was made of a lighter metal. Trying to think of where she had seen it before it hit her like a ton of bricks. It was hers. Grabbing the kunai out of his hands and cradling it like a newborn baby, Anko sent a suspicious look out of the corner of her eye. When the hell did you take my kunai? And for that matter why didn't I notice? The grin that came over the blonde's face worried even Anko for a second, but it didn't last long. Did you know you forgot to put on a shirt today? All those in the training ground except Naruto and Anko face faulted. Turning to her friend again Anko very loudly asked. Is he an idiot or something? I really don't know, your guess is as good as anyone else. Turning back to the blonde Anko gave him another suspicious look. What's your name brat? Again, Naruto just grinned and pointed to her sign, which now read, the sexy and insane Uzumaki Naruto, with a drawing of a chibi Naruto grinning and giving a peace sign. They all looked from the sign to the blonde several times, wondering when he had changed the sign. Then, out of nowhere, Anko burst out laughing. She was soon joined in by Naruto. They stood there laughing for a good 10 minutes, but what scared Team 8 the most was the fact that Anko had a similar laugh to Naruto. It wasn't exactly the same, but it was enough for them to be worried. Finally getting a hold of herself, Anko patted Naruto on the back. You're alright kid, hey Nai-chan, why didn't you introduce us earlier? Shaking her head, the red-eyed Jonin locked a blank look on her friend. The Hokage, council and all the Jonin of the village agreed that it was safer for the village if you two never met. Both raised an eyebrow at that, and then grinned at each other. So people didn't want them to meet, this could be fun. Getting a bad feeling, Kurenai quickly changed the subject. So why are you here, Anko? I thought you were working with Ibiki all day. Facing her longtime friend, Anko pouted. Old Scarface said I needed a vacation, so I thought I would come and see you. Walking up to her, Anko threw her arm around Kurenai's neck. Tonight you, Henna, your 3 brats and I are hitting the town. Anko was curious when she saw 3 of the 4 people stood around her pail. No. Anko was a little taken aback when they shouted at the same time, casting scared looks towards the blonde, who just grinned back at them. Okay, that was weird. XXX. They still ended up going out that night, even after they explained what had happened in Wave. If anything, it seemed to make Anko more eager to go. Henna couldn't make it, so it was just the 5 of them. Teammate kept giving Naruto worried looks throughout the night, counting how much he drank and ready to run the second he did something. But nothing happened. For the whole night Anko and Naruto could be seen laughing and talking. They had been thrown out of several bars for starting fights with other people, but nothing overly crazy happened. The two talked and laughed long into the night, even after the others went home. And the next morning the village awoke to the sight of the Hokage monument painted. They had all been painted to look more real, but each had a little quirk. The Shadaime had a picture of a naked woman next to his head and his eyes closed and a blush across his face. The Nadaime and Sandaime both had perverted looks on their faces and drool falling out of their mouths, and the Yondaime was looking the opposite way at another picture of a naked man with a curious look on his face. The villagers were outraged at the blatant disrespect shown towards the Hokages and demanded that the ones responsible were punished. They all knew it was Naruto, and after Kurenai talked to the Hokage, Anko, but no one could find them. It also soon became clear that they had used the same paint Naruto had in Wave. No matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't come off. Throughout the day several people were caught victim to traps set around the village, from pitfalls to paint bombs. It took the Anbu most of the day to find and deactivate the traps. However, they didn't seem to mind it, when the Hokage asked them why an Anbu in a bear mask and a white hooded cloak answered. The fact that they got around us and set the traps shows we need to improve internal defenses. If they were an enemy, they could have planted exploding tags instead of paint bombs. Seeing his point, Sarutobi agreed to let them rearrange the village defenses so they could avoid it happening again. But they still couldn't find Naruto or Anko. XXX. Nobody saw much of Naruto for the next few weeks. He would show up to team training, but other than that he was hardly seen. Kurenai had gone to Higashi a few times only to be told that he had just left. She, Hinata and Shino had tried to follow him several times, but he always gave them the slip. They would have asked a villager if they knew where he was, but the only answer they ever got was harsh glares and a few murmurs about stupid demon brats, so they stopped trying. Teammate were currently in the Hokage office, Sarutobi looking at them with a worried expression on his aged face. They had been called because of something that had happened during their mission to Wave that they didn't know about until now. Apparently one of the Silent had witnessed the battle at the bridge when Naruto had massacred Gato and his men. The Silent were a neutral organization ran by people that worked for all the daimyos in the elemental nations as scouts for the Bingo book. They would travel around the nations observing ninja, and whenever they found someone of note they would send their information to be printed in the monthly updates. The reason that they were called the Silent was because no one had ever actually seen one. Nobody knew what they looked like and nobody would know they were there until the Bingo book came out. They were both feared and respected by all the shinobi villages for their skills. As no one has ever found one, their base of operation had never been found, and it had been that way for as long as the group had existed, and that had been since before the first Great Shinobi War. The problem was that the Silent that had witnessed the fight at the bridge had thought Naruto impressive enough to add him in the latest update. Shortly after they had arrived, Sarutobi never said a word and had simply taken out the book, turned to a specific page and handed to Kurenai to show them. At seeing the entry in the book, Naruto had just laughed with a grin that reached from ear to ear. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Age: 12. Alias: Horror of the Bloody Leaf, True Horror of Konohagakure. Village: Konohagakure. Rank: Genin. Status: active. Skill level: high B. Taijutsu: unknown. Ninjutsu: unknown. Genjutsu: unknown. Kenjutsu: unknown. Ceiling: unknown. Description: Uzumaki-san showed great power and skill with an unknown jutsu and is believed to be able to use a, until now, thought to be impossible ability to physically transform his body. It is unknown if this is by the use of a new bloodline or jutsu. He is also able to perform the shadow clone jutsu to a degree far beyond what was believed to be possible. During observation he was seen making 1,000 shadow clones and transforming them into an army of demons, which he named as the Parade of 1,000 Demons. The result of this was the complete slaughter of 984 bandits that were in the employ of one Gato, from Gato Shipping Company and the man himself. At one point just before the battle he was also seen stopping a Chidori from the famed Hatake Kakashi with his bare hands and suffering no ill effects. After the incident he was seen removing the heads of all the bandits and put them on pikes surrounding the village and claimed it as under his protection. It is believed that due to his actions observed during and after the incident that his mental state should be in question as he appeared to be enjoying himself while he killed. This was deduced from the laughter that was heard. In conclusion, Uzumaki Naruto has proven himself dangerous and is believed to have no regard for human life. It is advised for anyone under Jonin level not to engage until more information has been gained or he is approached in a group of 9 Chunin. Any less in rank or number should run instead of engaging. At the top of the page was a picture of Naruto, which looked like it had been taken just after the battle when he had changed back to normal. It showed him covered from head to toe in blood, surrounded by what was left of Gato's thugs in a dark, insane grin on his face with his hair covering the top of his eyes. In his hand they could see the decapitated head of Gato still dripping blood on the ground. It seemed to fit the blonde perfectly, the way it caught his grin and the look in his eyes, the fact that he was surrounded by the dead. It just fit. It also showed a picture of Naruto's mark, the demonized smiley face. After reading the entry Kurenai had taken to having the same worried look on her face as the Hokage. It was rare for a genin to be added to the bingo book and most Chunin didn't get as high a skill level as Naruto now had. The fact that he had been given a do not engage was also rare. The problem with this was that it would generate a lot of attention. The fact that it said not to engage if below Jonin would mean nothing to most. They would come looking to challenge Naruto to prove themselves. The only good that would come of this would be that the village would get a lot of publicity. The other thing that worried Sarutobi was the names they had given him. The true horror of Konoha, and the horror of the bloody leaf, hit a bit too close to home for the aged Hokage. It was just before he was about to send them out that Naruto spoke. "Oh, old man, before I forget, how soon can you arrange a meeting for the Shinobi Council?" Looking at the blonde curiously, the old man checked a few papers on his desk before turning back to him. "If it's important then I can arrange it for this evening, but if not it might be hard to get them to come." Naruto just grinned. "Tell them the faceless blacksmith has made the clans a present." This made all those in the room grin along with the blonde. XXX. It was easier than Sarutobi thought to get the clans to meet. The second he had mentioned the faceless blacksmith they had been all too ready to agree. Sume had arrived at the training ground Naruto had asked them to meet 2 hours ago. By the time Sarutobi got there himself he was the last to arrive, even Shikaku had come early. "Right, well you all know why we are here." It was here that Sume finally lost her temper. "For the love of Kami get to the point Hiruzen." Nodding his head at the dog-like woman Sarutobi turned towards the trees at the edge of the training ground. "You better come out before Miss Inuzuka breaks something. Spoil sport." From behind a large oak tree came Naruto, a large scroll in his hands. Without saying a word the young blonde walked over to the group and looked at the shocked faces of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Akamichi and Nara clan heads. The first to get over her shock was Sume. You're the faceless blacksmith." "Yep. You mean that it was you the whole time?" "Yep. And you're only telling us now. If I throw you a stick will you shut the hell up?" "What the hell did you just say?" "I said if I throw you a stick will you shut the hell up. Why the hell do people always ask me to repeat myself?" Before Sume could leap at Naruto and try to strangle him, Sarutobi decided that it was time for him to intervene. "Enough Sume, Naruto asked you all here for a reason, or at least I hope he did." The last part was more for himself than the others. Pouting like a child, the brash Inuzuka stepped back, mumbling under her breath. Putting the scroll on the ground in front of him, Naruto opened it out for all to see the storage seals inside. Let's see, which to show you first. Running a finger over the many seals on the scroll, he came to a stop at one in the middle. Here we go. Quickly applying chakra to the seal, they all waited for the smoke to clear, and when it did, all their jaws dropped. In the blonde's hands was the most beautifully carved bow they had ever seen. It was 5 foot in length, and like all of Naruto's weapons, had a maze of complicated seals carved into it. The wood was stained a dark, almost black-brown, and the ends had small, one-sided kunai-like blades and were made out of a silver metal that caught the light of the afternoon sun. The middle of the bow was wrapped in a silver-colored leather, and printed on it was the symbol of the Yamanaka clan. Walking up to his fellow blonde, Naruto adapted his serious face and handed him the bow. Inoichi marveled at the bow in his hands, but that soon turned to confusion. Seeing the look on the older man's face, Naruto explained. Let me guess, you're wondering why there are no arrows. At his nod, Naruto grinned and went on. You don't need them. Taking the bow back from Inoichi, Naruto pulled back the string and took aim at a log in the middle of the training ground about 20 feet from where they were all standing. They all gasped as a glowing blue arrow made from what looked like pure chakra appeared in Naruto's hand. Letting the arrow go, they all watched as it flew towards the log, only for it to disappear mid-flight. Suddenly a small, deep hole appeared in the wood. Lowering the bow, Naruto turned back to the shocked face of Inoichi. By channeling your chakra through the seals on the bow, it automatically shapes it into an arrow. As soon as you let it go, it fades from the view of the naked eye, although a Hyuga would be able to see it and someone with sensor ability could probably feel it coming. Also, I made it work in conjunction with your family jutsu. By adding chakra into your clan seal, it has the same effect as hitting someone with your mind derangement technique or mind-body change technique, and will increase the distance your jutsu can travel. You will need to verbalize the jutsu though. His eyes widening at what he was being told, the older blonde took the offered bow. Turning back to his scroll, Naruto again trailed his figure along the seals until he came to the one he was looking for. When the smoke cleared this time, it was to reveal a long metal chain with a head-sized steel ball at one end and a hoop at the other. What surprised them was that the chain itself also had seals carved into each link that made it up, and at the center of the ball was the clan symbol of the Akamichi. Stepping towards Naruto, Shuza took the ball in one hand and the chain in the other to examine it. Impressive, but the ball on the end is a bit small, don't you think? Grinning, Naruto told the large man to channel his chakra through the chain and into the ball. Doing as he was told, he was surprised when the ball tripled in size, yet didn't seem to gain any weight. I took the basic idea of your clan's expansion jutsu and applied it to the ball and chain. It only seems like it hasn't gained weight because it's your chakra that's making it grow, and if you dropped it on the floor, it would more than likely leave a good-sized dent. I don't actually know the limit on how big it can get, but if you go full-sized, it should change with you. Without giving Shuza a chance to respond, Naruto turned back to his scroll and released another seal. Walking up to Sume, Naruto presented her with a pair of gauntlets. They were made of a strange black metal and had been molded into the shape of wolf heads with their mouths open and fangs barred. The detail was so good they almost looked alive. The seals that covered them were just as intricate as the others, and the Inuzuka clan symbol was etched into the eyes of the wolf. She took the gloves from the blonde and without a second thought slipped them on her hands and channeled her chakra through the seals. As soon as she did this, the mouths of the wolves closed shut with a loud snap. As you can see, the idea is that you can use them to grab your opponent. They close with enough force to snap bones in one go. Also, you can slip them back up your wrist so you can use your hands for your clan jutsu. This time, before he could turn back to the scroll, he was grabbed in a bear hug by Sume, who then proceeded to give the blonde a deep kiss on the lips. The eyes of all those watching widened and they suppressed their laughs that threatened to erupt from their throats at the shocked look on Naruto's face. As soon as she let him go, he backed off so he was out of reaching distance and mumbled under his breath just loud enough for them to hear. If she hears about this, she'll cut my nuts off, again. Realizing he said that out loud, Naruto quickly moved back to the scroll and released the next seal. What surprised them was that when the smoke cleared, there wasn't a weapon but clothes. There was a long-sleeved shirt, ninja pants, socks, sandals, gloves and what appeared to be a mask without eye holes. They were made of a thin, black material so dark that it seemed to draw in the light around it like a black hole. The only color other than black was the seals, which had been sewn on in a deep blood red, and on the back of the shirt was the symbol of the Nara clan. Shikaku looked over the clothes with a critical eye before letting out a sigh. What are they for? Put them on. Shrugging his shoulders, the scared Nara took off his Jonin jacket and sandals and walked over to the pile of clothing. After he had put everything on, including the mask that he was surprised to find didn't affect his vision. When the suit was on, the seals all connected and the separate pieces of clothing seemed to meld into one. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Naruto released another seal on the scroll, picked up a smaller scroll and handed it to Shikaku. If they could have seen his face, they would have seen his eyes go wide at what was on the scroll, but they could still hear the gasp that escaped his mouth. Turning to face Naruto, he spoke in barely a whisper. Do you know what you have done? The blonde just grinned at him, not saying a word. Worried about his friend, Shuza walked over to him. What is it, Shikaku? He didn't get an answer. Shikaku just kept staring at Naruto for a long minute, then walked over to a tree and stood in its shadow, then made a single hand seal. Shadow Step Jutsu. What happened next was both shocking and amazing. Taking a step back, Shikaku actually melded with the shadow of the tree, only to emerge slowly from the shadow of Shuza. Shikaku rose from the shadow. They could all see black wisps of smoke like tendrils clinging to his body, like he was coming out of the darkest place in the world. Seeing the shocked faces of the people in the clearing made Naruto laugh. Your faces are priceless, ha! Taking off the mask, Shikaku took deep breaths. His face was red and his eyes were wide. He looked like he had just run around the village 5 times. That was incredible. It was like I just stepped through water, and then I was there. Getting serious again, Naruto walked over to Shikaku and handed him a soldier pill, which he took with a nod of his head. The more you use it, the less chakra it will take. After a while it shouldn't take any more than your clan's shadow possession jutsu. Stepping forward and clearing his throat, Sarutobi addressed the two. Would you be so kind as to explain what just happened? Turning to look at them all, Naruto let a smug look cross his face. The Nara rely on their superior mental condition to think up complex strategies in order to trap their opponents. Because of this, I had a hard time making a weapon that would fit their style. The suit allows them to slip through the space between spaces. All shadows are connected, you just need to be able to open the door. With the Nara bloodline to control shadows, this door was always open to them, but they couldn't survive the trip through the shadows, could you, Nara-san? They all turned to see Shikaku, his face looking better now that the soldier pill was taking effect. He's right, we have known about the shadow space for years, but until now it was unsafe to travel. The last Nara to try came out frozen to death. The time before that the pressure was too much and crushed them. Eventually we stopped trying. But how did you know about it? Oh, I broke into your clan vault and read all your scrolls. Don't worry, I didn't take anything, just read enough to understand the mechanics of your jutsu. I couldn't really design a weapon that would be beneficial if I didn't know how everything works. I know that I should be angry, but all things considered, I don't have it in me. It would be too troublesome. Shaking his head, Sarutobi let out a deep breath. So let me get this straight, with the suit Naruto has made for you, you are now able to travel through shadows. Pretty much, but only for short distances. The longer the space between shadows, the more strain it would put on the body. Stick with a few feet at a time until you can build up a resistance to the shadows. Shikaku just nodded his head, understanding what Naruto meant. Letting out a deep breath, the aged Hokage turned back to the grinning blonde. I give up. I don't know if you're a genius or just fucking insane. I'm getting too old for this shit. The clan heads nodded in agreement with their Hokage's statement before thanked Naruto for his contribution to the village and walked away. Tsume was the most adamant in her thanks and even hugged the blonde again, much to the shock of the other people preset. Naruto was the last to leave the training field, and after everyone was gone he disappeared to go train. Team 8 was waiting at their usual training ground waiting for Kurenai to show up. They were sitting under a tree relaxing as Shino observed a bug that was crawling on his finger. Naruto was giggling to himself, not that anyone else noticed at this point as they were completely used to it by now. All of a sudden Naruto looked up and looked over to Shino and asked flat out. Shino, how is the colony doing after you placed that last beetle on me? Shino looked over to Naruto and raised a single eyebrow. My colony has gotten stronger thanks to that instance, but why are you bringing this up now? Well, I forgot up until now, but now that I remember, would you like me to help them more? How would you like more demonic bugs? Shino raised turned to face Naruto completely. Define demonic. Well, they would be faster, stronger, and will be able to drain a Jonin dry in a matter of minutes. And for those that didn't, they would leave a nasty poison in the enemy's system. While this sounds like a giant benefit, what would be the drawback to granting my colony this demonic transformation? Naruto's smile stretched from ear to ear at that, and he began to break out into fits of laughter. They would be a little more carnivorous than the normal breed of your beetles. In fact, they would need to use less of your chakra the more you let them feed on meat, but they would be able to sustain on your chakra and plants. Shino became silent for a moment before looking at Naruto once again. What do you need to do? I want you to unleash your swarm on me, let them feed, and then I will take care of the rest. Naruto got up and stood in the middle of the training field and motioned for to do it. Shino sighed before raising his hands to unleash his colony. They flew and covered Naruto from head to toe. Hinata looked on with a bit of fear as she didn't want her teammate to get hurt. Naruto didn't make a sound, and after 10 minutes like that, Shino called his bugs off. Naruto just stood there and smiled at Shino with his insane grin. That tickled. Hinata and Shino sweat dropped a little at that before Shino started to communicate with his hive. After a few minutes, Shino turned to Naruto. It seems that your chakra has created a variety of changes and mutations. Some are beneficial, some are off-putting, but you have given me plenty to work with and cultivate. The traits you promised I can definitely get after a week of strategic breeding. Naruto nodded, and Kurenai decided to show up at that moment. In her hand she held 3 slips of what appeared to be paper. Alright guys, come here, I want to test something. Naruto, Shino and Hinata gathered around Kurenai and took a seat where the Jonin plopped down. She handed each of them a piece of paper and began to explain. Alright, since the Chunin exams are in a month, I think it is a good time to begin working on your elements so you will be able to use them in the Chunin exams. What you have in your hands in a special kind of paper that can tell you what your elemental affinities when you channel your chakra into it. I want you guys to channel your chakra into the paper, and then tomorrow I will bring a jutsu for each of you depending on your affinity. Now if your paper cuts in half, then you have an affinity to wind, lights on fire you have an affinity to fire, crumples you have an affinity to lightning, turns to dust then you have an affinity to earth, and lastly if it gets wet then you have an affinity to water. Everyone nodded in understanding before Kurani spoke again. Alright, Hinata, why don't you go first? Hinata nodded and started to channel her chakra into her paper, and it immediately became soaked. Kurenai smiled and nodded. It seems you have water, Hinata. That is rather interesting, as most Hyuga have earth or fire as their affinity. Next up is Shino, go ahead. Shino simply nodded before channeling chakra into his paper. The chakra paper started to turn brown before crumbling to a fine dust. Alright Shino, you have an affinity to earth, which in combination to your bugs can prove to be quite deadly. Kurenai then looked to Naruto and sweat dropped at the sight. Naruto at this point was sitting upside down on his head while solving a Rubik's Cube. Are we boring you, Naruto? Naruto looked at Kurenai with his usual insane grin. Well, yes, I could have told you Hinata's and Shino's affinities mouths ago, but not mine since I can't really read myself. Naruto flipped over to be sitting correctly before holding the piece of chakra paper in front so everyone could see. Naruto started to pour chakra into the paper, so much in fact that the paper began to glow a soft blue. Then something interesting happened. Naruto's paper shredded itself into confetti before a third of each pile turned to show he had an affinity to the water, lightning and fire. Everyone was shocked to say the least, but Kurenai was amazed. No one should have a natural affinity to 4 of the 5 elements unless they have a bloodline limit that allowed that. Kurenai tried to pull herself together a little so the shock wouldn't be so present in her voice. Naruto, why do you have 4 affinities? Naruto took on a puzzling look for a second, which seemed wrong on the young blonde as his grin never left his face, but he had his hand on his chin and he was looking up in an attempt to recall some distant fact. Naruto snapped his fingers. I believe I inherited these affinities from my parents. Uzumaki were well known to have wind and water affinities, with water being the more dominate usually. But the other 2 are a bit of a mystery. Well, it looks as though wind in your primary affinity, so I will have you start with that unless you want to practice on your own, which I would never discourage. But for now I think we should talk about the Chunin exams, as I believe that Team 8 is ready to take them when they are held in Konoha in a month. But I am not going to sugarcoat this. These exams are hard and many people die in these exams. if we are going to train for these exams I need a commitment now. Teammate became very quiet after that. Well, at least Shino and Hinata did. Naruto just giggled to himself and continued to smile, laughing at jokes that aren't even there. It was at his point that Shino spoke up. I think as a team we will be more than likely to overcome the exams. We with Naruto's strength, my tactics and Hinata's medical skills, as a team we won't be defeated easily. Hinata and nodded in agreement before Naruto cut in. Will I be allowed to kill people in these exams? Kurani at this point wasn't really surprised by the question, only disappointed as Naruto still held no value for human life. Yes, Naruto, you will be allowed to kill at some point in the exam. Alright then, I am in, so let's get training. After that the team went through their usual training, and Kurenai had a 3-on-1 spar with Naruto as he needed be able to handle multiple opponents at once. XXX. The next day, Shino, Hinata and Kurenai arrived at their usual training field to find Naruto in the middle of the clearing drawing an overly complex seal on the ground. Everyone simply walked to the edge of where Naruto was working and looked on as he finished up. Naruto stood up and looked over to his team. I want to test out a new seal, maximize our training if that is alright with all of you guys. Kurenai looked at Naruto and asked. Depends what the seal does. It is a training seal I invented. It will increase the gravity on the body, which over time will increase speed and reflexes. The seal also puts resistance on every muscle in the body, which acts to like weight training, but it will build tone as well as muscle mass. It is a personal seal, so I have to put it on each of you in order for this to work. Kurenai thought for a second before asking a question. How long would it take for you to apply the seal to each of us? Well, for the sealing I will have to apply seals to most of your back, arms and leg, but that will reduce to a seal about the size of my palm, either on your back or shoulder depending on where you want it. Kurenai nodded and took in the information, but it was Shino that spoke up. I'll do it. I have complete trust in Naruto's ability with seals, and if he says this with help then I believe him. Besides, from what Naruto says the seal will do, it sounds as though this will really help with our physical training. Naruto's smile only got bigger as he motioned for Shino to come forward. Alright then, I will give the seal to Shino. Kurenai, why don't you give Hinata her jutsu and have her start practicing it? I shouldn't be more than a half hour with the seal. Kurenai really didn't mind that since it allowed her to work with each of her students individually, so she led Hinata away from the seal to the other end of the training field so she could give her the first step of water element training in her first water jutsu. Naruto turned to Shino. Alright, then Shino, I need you to strip to your underwear as the seal requires me to write a seal matrix over most of your body. I want you to lay down in the center of the seal on the ground. Once I am done I will activate both seals and then we are done. Shino nodded before he began to take off his coat. Naruto turned to a ring of seals that were around the main seal matrix and channeled chakra into. A barrier went up around the Naruto and Shino, blocking them from seeing outside and from people looking or getting in. XXX. Meanwhile, Kurenai had explained the first step of elemental training to Hinata and had her reading the scroll she had gotten that detailed the process. Hinata read the training exercise quickly before she unsealed a large bowl of water from the scroll. The idea of the exercise was simple: place your hand on the water and use chakra to lift the water from the bowl to create a pillar of water. When you get the pillar to be as tall as you, then you have mastered the exercise. Hinata placed her hand on the water and tried to do as the scroll said, and when she lifted her hand she managed to bring the water an inch out of the bowl before she lost her concentration. Kurenai was currently doing an advanced level chakra control exercise as it didn't take her long to start Hinata on her training and she had to wait on Shino and Naruto. The chakra control exercise was advanced because if done wrong one could seriously hurt themselves. Kurenai was balancing on 10 senbon, one on each finger, while she channeled chakra through them to prevent the senbon from piercing her fingers or digging into the ground. It took a lot of chakra and a lot of control, but for someone who specialized in genjutsu it was almost a requirement to master this exercise and practice control constantly. As promised, the barrier dropped in a half hour and Shino and Naruto stepped out. Shino looked a little fatigued, but other than that he seemed fine. Naruto walked up to Hinata while Shino moved to Kurenai. Naruto walked up to Hinata and smiled. Alright then, it is your turn if you want the seal. Hinata looked from Naruto to Shino. Shino spoke up when Hinata looked his way. I can already feel the seal working. It is hard to move and I feel stiff, but Naruto says that is normal since it will take time to get used to it. Hinata nodded and stood up. Naruto started walking to the seal and Hinata followed closely behind. Once they walked into the seal matrix, Naruto put up the barrier and turned to Hinata. "Alright then, I need you to strip to your underwear in order for me to apply the seal." Hinata's face instantly became a bright red and she nodded timidly as she moved to take off her jacket. XXX. Outside the barrier, Kurenai gave Shino a scroll detailing earth manipulation, while Kurenai explained the purpose of elemental training. Not soon after, Shino went off to start the exercise while Kurenai started with her own training again. It didn't take long for Shino to read the first stage of earth manipulation training before he was able to start the exercise. The training appeared to be easy. Take a rock and use earth chakra to change the density of the stone from rock to dirt back to a rock. The point was to do this until he could change the makeup in less than 5 seconds. Shino found that breaking the rock down was easy enough and he was able to do it after the 3rd try, but in order to build it back to a rock was another matter. Once again it took Naruto about a half hour to apply the seal, and it was then that the barrier dropped, revealing a smiling Naruto and a blushing Hinata. Hinata walked back over to where she was practicing her element and started back up again with Naruto walking over to Kurenai. "Alright, so what jutsu do you have for me?" Kurenai stopped her exercise and looked at Naruto. "I had to ask Asuma for this since he is one of the only wind users in the village, but here is the first stage of wind manipulation, an AC ranked wind jutsu called wind release, spiraling blast. Once you have the first stage of the training done, you can learn the jutsu. If you master both, I will give you something new to work on, alright?" Naruto nodded and went off away from the rest of the team and opened up the scroll, looking at it quickly. Once Naruto read it, he plucked a leaf off a tree and began to try and cut it in half with his chakra. Naruto continued to walk into the forest before everyone lost sight of him. XXX. The Chunin exam were getting closer and every day more and more people were coming into the village, teams from every village in the elemental nations gathering to prove themselves the strongest. Rock ninja, cloud ninja, grass ninja, sand ninja, water ninja, even a team from rain had shown up, as well as nobles from around the elemental nations. Team 8 had kept training right up until the day before the exams. Besides the usual physical exercise and technique work, they had all mastered the first stage of their elements. Shino also managed to master Earth Release, Earth Wall, and he also mastered Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation technique. Hinata had mastered her first technique, which was Water Release, Water Prison technique. But it was Naruto that excelled the fastest, having mastered the training exercise after the first day and then mastering Wind Release, Spiraling Blast the next. After Naruto reported this back to Kurenai, she had Asuma give her as many wind techniques as he could and asked for the next stage of wind manipulation. Kurenai said Naruto on mastering the second stage and gave him Wind Release, great breakthrough to learn. The day before the exam, Kurenai deciding to give them a rest so they would be at their best. Ever since they had been shown Naruto's profile in the bingo book, both Hinata and Shino had been training twice as hard as before, and Kurenai was getting worried that they might burn themselves out from the level in which they were training. It wasn't until yesterday that she found out why, having decided to ask them, and it turned out that they were trying to improve themselves so they could keep up with Naruto. Seeing his picture in the bingo book along with all the other ninja had made them worried about being left behind, and, despite the fact that Naruto was insane, he was still their teammate and they didn't want to be a burden. Not that Naruto really noticed. He would talk to them, train with them and still be as random as ever, but it was like he was in his own little world. His chakra control had improved by leaps and bounds over the last month, and he had even showed them some of his ideas for shifts he had had so they would know what to expect. They quickly learned that he had favorites, though they were unsure if it was because he liked them or so his others would not become general knowledge. But today was different from others because for once Naruto, Shino and Hinata had decided to meet outside of training and missions. It was Kurenai's idea. Apparently she thought it would be good for them to spend time outside work to build bonds with each other and help them work better as a team. So far all they had done was walk around the village and talk, mostly about Hinata and Shino's families. It was while they were walking around the village that they found themselves looking at 3 kids and what seemed to be 2 sand ninja in the middle of an argument. They had just turned the corner into the street when one of the sand ninja, that seemed to be dressed in some kind of catsuit and makeup with a strange object on his back covered in bandages, lifted one of the kids into the air by the front of his shirt and started to shake him. The kid was wearing some kind of helmet with a tuft of brown hair sticking out the top, a faded green shirt, white shorts and a long blue scarf that was too big for him. "Watch where you're going, brat." The only response he got was the boy kicking him in the shin. "Do you know who I am? I'm the grandson of the Hokage." "I don't care, apologize." "Fuck you. You little." Bringing back his fist in preparation to punch the boy in the face, Kankuro was surprised when someone grabbed his wrist and stopped it inches from his face. Turning to see who it was, he came face to face with a tall, bandaged blonde kid with a leaf headband tied to his left arm. "You got a problem." "Yeah, drop the kid." Locking eyes with the blonde, Kankuro suppressed the shiver that ran down his back at the familiar look in his deep, blue eyes. He couldn't put his finger on it. Where had he seen eyes like that before, and why did they scare him so much? Putting the kid down, the kid booked it the second his feet hit the ground, his friends that were watching close behind. Kankuro also noted that for some reason the kid he had been holding had started shaking when he saw the blonde. But Kankuro turned to him and got in his face, ignoring the obvious fear the blonde inspired. "You going to take his place?" Naruto just laughed. "You couldn't hit me, why don't you run along and go fix your makeup, little girl?" "It's not makeup, it's war paint." "Then why does that girl you're with have the same eyeshadow as you?" They could all see the cat-suited sand ninja's face turning red in anger while the girl tried to stifle a laugh by covering her mouth with her hand. Tamari was stood a few feet behind her brother. She had on a purple battle dress and a pair of black shorts, her hair was tied in 4 separate ponytails and the top of her fan was just visible over her left shoulder. Having enough, Kankuro reached around and pulled the object off his back and slammed it on the ground. Tamari, seeing what he was about to do, ran up to her brother and stood between him and Naruto. "You're going to use Crow, here, are you mad?" "Shut up, I'm going to wipe that grin off his fucking face." Shaking her head and stepping back, Tamari turned to look at the blonde, only to see he had gone. "If you're going to threaten someone, don't stand around saying it, just do it. It is a lot more effective." Eyes wide, she turned back to her brother and gasped. The blonde boy had gotten behind her and Kankuro without them noticing and had a sinister, black and red katana at her brother's neck. His hair was covering his eyes and the grin on his face had turned from amused to creepy, almost that he would enjoy to cut her brother's head off. Kankuro had frozen the instant he felt the blade at his throat. They stayed like that for a moment, no one moving. Then, without warning, the blade was gone and the blonde was stood in front of them again, looking at a tree to his right. "You missed." Before anyone could ask what he was talking about, the air was flooded with killing intent and a small sandstorm appeared next to Kankuro. Both sand ninja paled at the sight of the red head with the large gourd on his back that appeared form out of the sand. He had very pale skin and dark rings around his eyes, along with the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead in red ink. His eyes were glued to Naruto. "Dude, you need to get some sleep." Shrinking away from the boy, Kankuro tried to explain. "GG Gaara, it's not what you think. He." "Enough, you are an embarrassment to the village, shut up or I will kill you myself." There was no emotion in his voice when he spoke and his gaze was still locked on Naruto. "Mother wants your blood." Without another word, the cork into top of the gourd on his back flew off and sand shot out and moved straight to Naruto, only to stop just before it touched him. Gaara's eyes widened in shock and, taking several steps away, grabbed his head in pain, the sand falling to the ground. The reason for this was because just as the sand was about to reach him, Naruto released his own killing intent, dwarfing Gaara's. Actually, Naruto's killing intent buried Gaara's. This had never happened before, it wasn't possible. No one had ever beaten him in killing intent, not even his father. Still clutching his head in pain from Shukaku screaming at him to run, Gaara looked at Naruto with panicked eyes as he fell to the ground, still clutching his head. "What the hell are you? Why does mother scream? Why is mother afraid?" Releasing his killing intent, Naruto started slowly walking towards Gaara, who was backing away as quick as possible while still on the ground. Both Kankuro and Tamari were shocked at their brother's actions, not having felt Naruto's killing intent because it was directed at Gaara. They had never seen him scared before. Who the hell was this guy? Walking up next to Gaara, who had his back up against a tree, Naruto bent down so he could look into the smaller boy's eyes and grinned. What happened next shocked them all, including Gaara. Wrapping his arms around the boy, Naruto picked him up into a bear hug. Hinata and Shino just brushed it off as Naruto, being Naruto, but the sand ninja couldn't understand how he got so close to Gaara and was actually able to touch him. Despite the situation, they couldn't suppress the feeling of jealousy towards the blonde for being able to do something they had never been able to do. Hug their little brother. Putting the shocked redhead down, Naruto placed a hand on the redhead's forehead and pushed his consciousness into Gaara's mind, bringing the redhead with him. A wall of pure chakra went up around the two and everyone stared on in shock. Not more than what appeared to be 10 seconds later did the wall drop and Naruto opened his eyes. Naruto then moved to lift up Gaara's shirt, revealing his seal. They were all so shocked that they just stood there, watching as he examined it and shaking his head before standing back up and leaning in to whisper in Gaara's ear. Whatever he said must have been more shocking than the hug, judging from Gaara's sharp intake of breath and the look on his face. Walking away from the still frozen Gaara, Naruto made his way over to his teammates and started back down the street, but stopped and looked back at them before turning the corner. If you want to help him, meet me on top of the Hokage monument, more specifically the 4th at 8. Don't be late either. XXX. Gaara refused to tell them what the blonde had said to him before leaving, just that he was going to meet him and if they told anyone he would kill them. Despite the fact that they were terrified of him, he was still their brother and they had no intention of letting him go alone. They didn't trust the blonde boy. After their meeting and Gaara going off on his own, they had walked around the village and asked people if they knew who he was. Whenever they gave someone his description, one of two things happened. 1, they would get angry and walked away without saying anything. Or 2, they would get scared, look around as if to make sure no one was around and told them to drop it. If they were honest with themselves, it reminded them of how people acted in Suna whenever Gaara was mentioned, which worried them even more. When it was 7, they left their hotel with Gaara and made their way to the Hokage monument, fully geared and ready for a trap. Baki was suspicious at first, but left them alone when they said they were going to scout the village. They had convinced Gaara to leave early so they could check out the area to be sure it wasn't a trap. The only response they had got was a nod of the head and Gaara moving towards the door. It was about a mile away from the meeting point that they felt it. One moment they were walking and the next it was like an invisible wall was blocking their path. The air shimmered in front of them and no matter how hard they tried it wouldn't let them through. It was then that Temari looked at the ground and saw the line. Bending down to get a better look, she turned back to her brothers. Look, I think it's some kind of seal. So how are we supposed to meet him if we can't even get there? After a quick debate they decided to follow the line off the path into the trees and try to find a weak point. They walked through the trees in complete silence for 10 minutes before they came to a break in the line, and it was here they were able to pass through the barrier. It was weird, like walking through water. The air was so thick they couldn't even breathe. As soon as they were on the other side they heard it. Slow and mournful, it almost brought tears to their eyes just hearing it. Making their way toward the music they found themselves at the edge of a steep cliff face overlooking the village. It was a beautiful view, the light of the setting sun in the distance reflecting off the rooftops. It was a once-in-a-lifetime view. And there, sat on a rock facing towards the edge of the cliff, was the blonde, playing a black violin. They stayed like that for another 5 minutes while he finished his songs. They knew he knew they were there, and the fact that he didn't care about showing his back to them was bad. It meant one of two things: he didn't care because they weren't a threat in any way to him, or he was an idiot, and from what they saw earlier it was probably the first. When he was done, Naruto calmly put his violin away and without turning away from the view addressed the sand ninja. It's beautiful, right? When I come up here it's like it never happened. Like the mask that Konoha works so hard to hide behind is actually the face. But it's not. They are no different than any other village, worse in some ways, better in others, but still the same. Losing his temper at the cryptic statement, Kankuro stepped towards Naruto. What the hell are you talking about? Why did you ask us to come here, and what the hell was the barrier thing that we ran into? Naruto showed no sign that he had even heard the questions, just stared out at the village as the sun finally fell and the sky turned black. It was a simple barrier, stops anyone from seeing or hearing us. Nothing an experienced ninja couldn't disable with a well-placed jutsu. The way he said this, the lack of interest or emotion in his voice as he said it, made Kankuro want to throw him off the cliff. But before he could take another step, Gaara walked past him and stood just behind to the blonde. What did you mean before, when you said I'm not alone? I have always been alone. Naruto laughed, He laughed so hard it started to hurt. You're wrong, you have your family, that's more than most have. Looking over his shoulder to see the surprised faces of Temari and Kankuro, Naruto laughed again. It wasn't hard to figure out, the way you look at him with both fear and worry. You're luckier than you know, Red. You have something I never did. Who are you? Standing up and turning to face Temari, he reached down to his stomach and ripped of the cloth and bandages that covered it, revealing scared skin and a dark spiral mark with another 5, smaller than the one in the middle surrounding it. I am Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsunen, the horror of the bloody leaf. They all stood in silence for a long time, the 3 sand ninja frozen like statues, shocked at what they had just been told. Did you think you were the only one? This question seemed to snap them out of their shock. Trying to hide his emotions, but failing, Gaara turned to Naruto, only to see his clothes and bandages were back to how they had been before. Seeing the confusion on his face, Naruto simply said, "We all get something from our tenants. You got your sand, I have my own abilities. Is this what you meant when you called me brother back in the village?" Nodding his head, Naruto walked to the middle of the clearing and unsealed a large brush and pot of ink from a scroll he had hidden in his sleeve and started to draw seals on the ground. We are brothers in pain. We both know what it means to suffer for something out of our control. Both Temari and Kankuro had been listening to the conversation from the side of the clearing, but when Kankuro heard Naruto saying he was like Gaara, it made his blood boil. How dare you say you know what Gaara's been through? What could you know about his suffering? Whatever he was expecting as a response, it wasn't what he got. Without looking up from the seals he was painting on the ground, Naruto laughed. The only difference between me and your brother is that I didn't have his sand as protection. Before my 7th birthday all I could do was heal thanks to the Kyuubi and my own healing factor. Their eyes widened in understanding at his words. By Gaara's 7th birthday he had had more attempts on his life than most Kages did in their rule over the village. Without his sand, Gaara would have been dead a long time ago. But something didn't seem right to Temari. You say that, yet seem to be fine now. Fine, babe, you haven't got a clue, have you? The only reason I'm here is because they couldn't keep me locked up anymore. Until a few months ago I was locked in a mental institution, chained in a cell that was covered in chakra-absorbing seals that if any normal person were to enter would die in a matter of seconds. I'm completely off my rocker and this village knows it, yet they can't do a damn thing to stop me should I decide to cut loose. Nothing more was said after that. They all just stood there, watching him paint his seal on the ground. All of the sand ninja understood the situation they were in very well. In front of them was a person that on a whim could wipe them from the earth, and everyone knew it. The question is why they were here. When he was done, the seal encompassed almost the entire clearing, a maze of lines and curves. And in the center of them all was a small circle without any seals in it. Turning to face the blonde, Gaara looked him in the eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" "Fixing you." Looking back at the 3 he pouted. "Why do people always get confused around me? Maybe you're just smarter than everyone else." This made the blonde grin. "Flattery will get you everywhere." Walking over to where the 3 sand siblings stood, Gaara slightly apart from the other 2, Naruto explained. Your seal is, for lack of a better word, crap. It's too weak to fully hold your biju, too weak to contain its chakra. Whoever made it either thought it would give you more power or didn't know what they were doing, but I'm guessing the first. They were wrong. Having a weaker seal doesn't give you more power, it just makes it nearly impossible for you to control it. I don't understand. Just by having a biju sealed inside you gives you power, no matter how strong the seal is. I told you I would help you. And I will. Here he pointed towards the circle in the middle of the seal. Stand in that circle and I can fix your seal. I have been learning about seals ever since I was released and I can make it stronger. You'll keep your sand, but you lose Shukaku's voice in your head. Gaara didn't look convinced, so Naruto used what he knew would be the deal maker. I can help you sleep. 3 sets of eyes widened at those words. He would never admit it, but Gaara longed to be able to sleep. Why are you doing this? Because, despite what you and everyone else may think, it's not too late for you, you can still prove them wrong, prove that you're not the demon. What about you? The only answer he got was a sad grin. Without another word, Gaara made his way towards the circle, only to stop in surprise when both Kankuro and Temari stood in his way. What are you doing? How do you know we can trust him? For all we know this could be a trap set up by the Leaf Village. Kankuro's right, Gaara. Think about what you're doing, we've only known him for a few hours. He didn't know what to say. They were worried about him, after all the times he had threatened to kill them they were worried about his safety. Turning to Naruto, Gaara let a very rare smile cross his lips. You were right, I didn't know what I had. Walking past them and straight into the circle, Gaara nodded towards Naruto to start. Bending down and putting both hands on the ground, Naruto channeled his chakra through the array. The seals lit up with an eerie blue light as his chakra flowed through them on their quest to reach the center. What he didn't expect was for both Temari and Kankuro to stand next to him and add their own chakra to the seal. As soon as the light reached the center, it sent up a pillar of blue light high into the sky. They could hear Gaara screaming, but couldn't see him. This continued for several minutes until, slowly, the light faded, leaving an unconscious Gaara lying on the ground. When after a few minutes nothing happened, Kankuro and Temari ran over to their brother to find that he had a small smile on his face and was breathing deeply. You did it, he's sleeping. Turning and running towards the blonde, Temari threw herself at him and pulled him into a deep kiss. When she let him go, Naruto practically jumped halfway across the clearing to put some distance between them. You know what, screw it, I am already screwed when she finds out anyway. Not sure what Naruto was talking about, Temari walked over to her brothers and for the first time since he was born pulled her youngest brother into a hug. They stayed like that for a long minute, until Kankuro and Temari locked eyes and nodded to each other. Standing and walking over to the blonde, Kankuro bowed his head in respect. We can't thank you enough for what you've done for Gaara, but this might be a start. You're not going to kiss me now as well, are you? They could all see the tick mark at the back of the puppeteer's head. No. Good, because I don't bend that way. I'm not gay. You sure? You look gay, what with the makeup and all. It's called war paint. War paint. Calm down, Kankuro. Taking deep breaths, Kankuro turned a grateful look towards his sister. After he had calmed down, Kankuro explained all about the invasion and how Orochimaru was the leader of Sound Village. He even told Naruto when the invasion was to start and what the signal for the invasion was supposed to be. When he was done, Naruto went about removing the seal and turned to head back to the village, but looked over his shoulder one more time before he left. You sure you're not gay? With that he ran off the edge, laughing at the sound of the Kankuro's screams of fury as he went. XXX. It was the day of the Chunin exams and Hinata and Shino were stood outside the academy waiting for Naruto. They were getting worried, if he didn't show up soon they would be late for the start of the exam. So, how long are we going to stand here? They both stood there for a moment, eyes closed and taking deep breaths to calm themselves down, before turning around to face Naruto, and their eyes went wide. Naruto had changed clothes. Instead of his straight jacket, Naruto was wearing a long, black trench coat that reached down to his feet. The coat had a hood too, which Naruto had down at the moment. The coat had crimson fire around the bottom edge. The coat also seemed to be covered in seals all stitched in silver, giving the coat a mysterious look. When Naruto turned around to look at the academy, they saw on the back of the coat the same smiley face he had painted on the village hall in Wave Country. It was printed in a silver ink and had been made to look like it was dripping. It was the first time they had ever seen him in different clothes. They had actually thought he didn't even have other clothes. But it confused them a little since they didn't see Naruto's katana on him anywhere. The looks on their faces made Naruto laugh, and without saying anything he turned and went in. Getting over their shock, Hinata and Shino quickly followed. How long have you been here, Naruto? Turning so he was walking backwards, the blonde got a thoughtful look before looking at Shino. About 2 hours. And you didn't think to tell us you were there? Nope. Why not? I was thinking. Should I even ask what you were thinking about? I was wondering what the inside of my nose looks like. I tried to look but just couldn't see up there. Hey, could you do me a favor? Hell no. Naruto pouted but said nothing in response. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't even notice the crowd of ninjas stood outside a door on the second floor and went straight to the third. When they got to room 301, Naruto paused at the door. Is there really this many rooms in this place? Seems kind of small to have over 300 rooms. Shrugging their shoulders, they walked into the room. It was filled with ninja from different villages, all armed to the teeth. The air was thick with killing intent and everyone was giving suspicious looks to the others in the room, even people from the same village. Naruto could see Gaara. Temari and Kankuro stood next to a wall away from everyone else out of the corner of his eye and gave them a small nod. Gaara looked pretty good. He still had the rings around his eyes but they were a shade lighter from what they had been the last time he saw him, and instead of standing away from his brother and sister he was stood right next to them, a small, almost unseen smile on his face. He had a long way to go, but it was a start. Seeing the other rookies in a corner at the far end of the room, Team 8 headed straight in their direction. They got there just in time to see a silver-haired genin with glasses sat on the floor read out information on a card to a rather beat-up Sasuke. Let's see, Rock Lee, taijutsu expert for Team 9. His sensei is Might Guy and due to a medical condition he is unable to use even the simplest jutsu. His team have performed 52 D rank and 5 C rank. If he can't use jutsu, how did he pass the genin exam? From what I understand he became the apprentice of Might Guy. Pickle. Everyone in the room jumped at the sudden noise and Kabuto threw his deck of info cards in the air. What the hell? Almost as one, the eyes of all the people in the room turned to the tall blonde rolling around on the floor laughing, and the two stood on either side of him shaking their heads and trying to look like they didn't know him. Your faces, your faces. When he felt the killing intent in the room spike, Naruto stopped laughing and raised an eyebrow at them all from his position on the ground. That all you got? Really? I mean, that is just pathetic. I can't believe you call yourselves ninja. Before anyone could say anything in response, the room was flooded with enough killing intent to bring everyone not used to Naruto's killer intent to their knees. Pussies. After a minute Naruto stopped and turned back to the other rookies and the silver-haired genin. Hey. Why did you yell pickle? In case you haven't noticed, you could cut the tension in this room with a knife. Turning to the glasses-wearing teen, Naruto grinned. Why not? I remember you, you're that weird kid from the last day at the academy, Naruto, right? Looking at his fellow blonde, Naruto nodded his head. Yep, and you're the Yamanaka girl that looks like she needs a meal. Seriously, eat a cow or something, you look like you might fall over. They could all see the blush on Ino's face. Shut up, you're one to talk, you're skinnier than I am. That's because I have a freakishly high metabolism and until a few months ago couldn't get the necessary calories I needed. You just starve yourself. What the hell are you talking about? Deciding to intervene before Ino started screaming, Shikamaru stepped in. Troublesome, he means his body was starving because he couldn't eat enough food. Now can you shut up, you're giving me a headache. Shut up, Shika. Excuse me, but who are you? Turning back to the silver-haired genin with the info cards, Naruto got a confused look on his face. You're still here. They could all see the sweat mark form at the back of Kabuto's head. Yeah. Walking to stand next to him, Hinata placed a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. That's Uzumaki, Naruto, just try and ignore him and you should be fine. They all watched in surprise when the room went completely silent as, yet again, all the eyes of the room turned to look at them, only this time with slight fear. Turning back to Kabuto, they were even more surprised to see that he had gone pale and was staring at Naruto with wide eyes. You Uzumaki and Naruto, as in, the horror of the bloody leaf, that Uzumaki Naruto. So you've heard of me. At the confused looks of both teams 7 and 10, Kabuto reached into his pocket and took out a copy of the bingo book. He's one of the youngest ninja to ever be added to the bingo book and one of the only people to have a "do not engage" in his profile. Shrugging his shoulders at the looks he was getting, Naruto brushed it aside. It's not that big a deal. It says here you killed almost 1,000 men with a single jutsu and put their heads on pikes around the village of Wave. Well yeah, they pissed me off. All the genin in the room stepped away from the insane blonde. Except 3 girls wearing kiri headbands who stepped forward with their own copies of the bingo book in their hands. The one on the right had purple hair that framed her face and trailed down to the middle of her back, her soft blue eyes shining in a light blush going across her otherwise expressionless face and her skin so pale it seemed to almost glow, and a lollipop in her mouth. She wore a black tank top under a sleeveless white jumper and purple sleeves that covered her arms and a green checkered skirt and stripy purple knee socks. The girl on the left had long pink hair and a very cute smile. Her large blue eyes had a clear innocence about them that seemed to make her all the more beautiful, and she kept sneaking glances at the blonde as they made their way forward. She had on a tight-fitting blue tank top with a white leather jacket and a white skirt that didn't reach her knees. The one in the middle seemed to be the leader and was very beautiful, just like the other two. With her long white hair, blood-red eyes and a body that most women would kill for. She had on the same clothes as the pink-haired girl, except her top was red and her jacket and skirt were black. She walked with confidence and had a smirk on her face as she made her way over to the Konoha genin and stopped in front of Naruto. "So you're the horror of the bloody leaf. I like your picture, but you look cuter in person. Mind signing our books?" Naruto was just as surprised as the other genin at this point, but took the books and drew his signature smiley face on the picture of him covered in blood. Taking the books back, the girl with the red eyes smirked at him. "You've got quite the reputation, slaughtering almost 1,000 men, mutilating their corpses." "Yup, that was a fun afternoon. You're not like most ninja, are you? You've got no idea." The smirk on her face grew bigger. "I'm Akasha, this is my sister Mocha and our friend Mizor. Maybe after the first part of the exam is over we can go out and compare mission notes." The look on Naruto's face showed clearly that he didn't understand what she really meant. "Sure, sounds fun, I'll be sure not to kill you before then." They just smiled and walked off, Akasha looking back at him over her shoulder as they went and winking. "It's a date." Turning back to the 9 shocked faces of his fellow genin, Naruto raised his eyebrow in confusion. "What?" Kiba was the first to get over his shock, but could only say one thing. "Dude, I've got to get in that book." This was followed by the silent nods of Sasuke, Choji, Shikamaru, Shino and Kabuto. "All right you little shits, shut up and listen." Turning to see the source of the shouting, the group of Konoha genin, along with everyone else in the room, saw a group of men and women stood together at the door wearing Chunin jackets. At the front of the group was a large, broad-shouldered man in a long black trench coat and his Konoha headband worn as a bandana over his head. He had 2 scars on his face, one running from the top left side of his head to his chin and a smaller one across his right cheek. His eyes were hard and he had a small smirk on his face that sent shivers down the spines of more than a few genin. "Right, now that I've got you ladies' attention, take a seat. You will be quiet, and if anyone asks a question I will take great pleasure in throwing you out that window." At his words they all hurried to sit in one of the chairs that were set around the room. All except Naruto, who just walked to one at the back of the room and sat on the desk. He didn't realize until after he sat down that he was next to the girl with the white hair, Akasha, who just sat there and smirked at him out of the corner of her eye. He also didn't notice that Ibiki had walked over and stood over him, waiting for the blonde to realize he was there. When Naruto realized that there was a shadow over him, he turned to the imposing form of Ibiki and grinned. "Hey, you know, you've got a lot of nose hair. Are you insane?" "I'm not insane, everyone else is just boring. Quote. Just sit in the chair." "Okay." Rolling back off the table and into the chair, Naruto found himself upside down. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "I don't know, but apparently there's a betting pool going round. You should make a bet, maybe you can win something nice." "I really want to hurt you. You know, a lot of people say that, wonder why." "It's a mystery." Turning away from the odd boy and walking to the front of the room, Ibiki couldn't help but wonder where he had seen him before. "Right, now that that's sorted, let's get on with it. Being handed out to you now is an exam paper with 9 questions. You will have 45 minutes to answer them, and at the end of that time I will give you all a 10th. Unlike most tests, where you get points for each correct answer, in this test you start out with 10 points and lose 1 for each wrong answer. Also, this test is graded as a team, meaning that if one of your teammates fails, you all do. The people around me are going to be watching you for any sign of cheating. If you are caught cheating you lose 2 points, get caught 5 times and you're gone, no arguing, no exceptions." As he was saying this, several of the examiners handed out exam papers to the seated genin. When that was done they positioned themselves around the room, Ibiki still at the front. "Well, what are you waiting for, start." The room was filled with the sound of the papers being turned over. Over the next 43 minutes 10 different teams were sent out for being caught cheating. Some tried to put up a fight but were quickly dealt with by the Chunin around the room. Throughout the entire time Ibiki didn't take his eyes off the blonde at the back of the room, who hadn't written a single thing the entire time. He hadn't even picked up his pencil. It wasn't until time was about to run out that he finally did something. Standing up from his seat, Naruto walked over to a rock genin in the chair in front of him, grabbed the hair on the back of his head and slammed it into his table. Without pause, the blonde then reached around the unconscious boy and took his test, sat back down in his chair, just as time ran out, oblivious to the shocked faces of those in the room. Raising an eyebrow at the boy, Ibiki walked over and, just like at the start of the exam, stood over him. What the hell was that? What? Give me one reason not to throw you out right now. I only cheated once. You said 2 points off for each time we get caught cheating, so you can't do a thing. Eyes locked, the two seemed to be in some kind of silent battle of the minds. They stayed like that for the next few minutes, neither breaking eye contact. Until the older man let out a breath and went back to the front of the room and nodded to one of the Chunin. Walking up to the rock genin and his teammates, they were quickly escorted from the room, much to the protests of his teammates. Let's just get this over with. I need a drink, a very large drink. As the papers were being collected and Ibiki explained about the 10th question. Right, before I give you the 10th question, there are some new rules. First, if you get it wrong, you fail and can never participate in the Chunin exams again. So I'm giving you one last chance to quit, but if one quits, your whole team quits. The room was filled with shocked silence. You can't do that, people have taken this exam multiple times. The grin that spread across Ibiki's face was almost enough to make Naruto jump up and shake his hand. They didn't have me as an examiner. Another 5 teams left in the first few minutes following his words. Making his way over to the blonde boy, Ibiki tried to intimidate him into leaving. You sure you want to continue? If you get it wrong, you and your team will be genin for the rest of your life as ninja. You couldn't even answer the first 9, what chance do you have at the 10th? This time it was Naruto that sent a shiver down Ibiki's spine. Who said I couldn't answer them? It was just more fun to knock him out and take his. What the hell is wrong with you? I think I was dropped on the head as a baby, or it might be that paint thinner I drank when I was 4. What do you think? Fuck it, you all pass, I can't take it anymore, and it's like talking to Anko when she's pissed. What about the 10th question? There isn't one, the question was whether or not to take the question. Before he could say anything else, a cloth ball came smashing through the window and exploded into a banner that read, "The Sexy and Insane Uzumaki Naruto." Many of the boys in the room were thrown back from nosebleeds at the sight of Anko, except for Naruto. Falling off his seat from laughter, Naruto, between deep breaths, looked at the woman stood proudly in front of the banner. Ha ha ha, you forgot to change it back, ha ha ha. They could all see the tick mark form on Anko's forehead. Storming over to the blonde, who was still rolling around on the floor, Anko loomed over him much like Ibiki had. Realizing she was there, Naruto froze. Hey Anko-chan. Hey Squirt, so what's this I hear about you and Sum? Please don't cut my nuts off again, they kissed me. They? Shit. Raising her eyebrow at the exchange, Akasha stood and walked over to them. Are you his girlfriend or something? Turning to face the water ninja, Anko laughed. Girlfriend? Hell no, the kid is fun and strong, but he isn't mine. Then why do you care who he kisses? Because he's the first guy the first met that's not a pervert, so I'm making sure he stays that way, isn't that right, brat? If I kiss a girl, she'll cut my nuts off. If I say something perverted, she'll cut my nuts off, and if I look at a girl in a perverted way, she'll feed me to a snake. Fair enough. Ibiki chose that moment to intervene. As interesting as that is, you need to get on with the exam. Oh, right, hey wait a minute, why are there so many left? Ibiki, you're losing your touch. Just take the brats, I need a drink. After everything had calmed down, and the boys that had fainted from blood loss had regained consciousness, Anko had led the genin from the exam room to a large fenced-off training ground. It had a forest made up of giant trees, bigger than the ones that surrounded the village itself, and was surrounded by a 20-foot-tall fence, with barbed wire running across the top and several signs saying, Training Ground 44, do not enter. Every 50 feet or so were large steel gates numbered from 1 and they assumed straight up to 44. As they got closer to the fence, strange noises could be heard from the other side from deep in the forest, but because of the trees and the shadows in between them, they couldn't make out what made the sounds. Something about the forest seemed wrong, almost evil. The way the shadows seemed to ripple and the sheer size and shape of some of the trees just put them all on edge. Well, most of them. Home sweet home. They all looked to see Naruto walking up with his teammates, the huge grin on his face taking on an affectionate sheen as he gazed into the forest. Turning to her teammate, Hinata got a worried look. This is the fenced-off forest you told us about. It looks dangerous. That's because it is. Jumping at the sudden appearance of Anko, they all listened to what she was saying. What you see before you is the one and only training ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death. Inside is a host of strange animals that have, for unknown reasons, mutated into some of the most dangerous creatures you will ever face. Now sign these death waivers and we can get on with the second part of your test. Death waivers. Yep, it's just to say that I and the village of Konoha are not responsible for anything that may, and probably will, happen to you while you are in the forest and that you are participating under your own free will. After the forms had been handed out and signed, Anko had them all crowd around a tent that had been set up near the gate numbered 1. Right, now that all the legal crap is out of the way, let's get down to business. As she was talking, the purple-haired Kunoichi pulled out 2 scrolls, one brown and one white, both with a different kanji on them. These are the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Get a good look. Each of your teams will be given 1 scroll. The idea of this test is for you to acquire 1 Earth scroll and 1 Heaven scroll within the 5-day time limit and get to the tower at the center of the forest. You will be taken to a different gate each and let in at the same time. Anything goes, killing, maiming, anything. When you get to the tower, you will need all your team to be alive and in fighting condition or you will be disqualified. Oh, one last thing, don't open the scrolls until you're in the tower. Now line up and get your scroll. Quickly doing as they were told, the genin all line up outside the tent and were directed to their gates to wait for the signal to start. Team 8 decided to give their scroll to Shino for safekeeping and made a quick plan of action. They decided to follow Naruto to a place he said they would be safe until they could plan further. When the signal was given, they shot off into the training ground without a second's hesitation and disappeared into the shadows of the trees, Naruto in the lead. XXX. Team 8 had settled into a cave that Naruto knew about, hidden under the roots of one of the large trees that made up the forest. The entrance was small, being only wide enough for them to enter single file. There was no light and it was soon obvious to Hinata and Shino that they were in a tunnel leading down at a sharp angle. Eventually they came out of the tunnel and into a large cavern about 100 feet in every direction, with a strange luminescent mold covering the walls and ceiling in patches of green light. They could also tell that Naruto had been there before on the count of the weapons that had been hung on the wall at the far side of the cavern from where they had entered. There was more than they could count. Swords of different sizes and shapes, axes, hammers, staffs, some things they couldn't identify and others that looked like they were only half finished. There were 3 desks sat against another wall to their right and a small waterfall on the left that fed a small underground stream running through the cavern. They also noticed that the ground was covered in a large, intricate seal that neither of them had seen before. After Naruto had explained the seals he had used on the weapons he made for them, they had both decided to learn the basics of seals. It shocked them just how complex the craft was. One mistake, one line out of place and a seal could have unknown consequences. It could be as simple as it not working and go as far as blowing up in the sealer's face. It had given them a new level of respect towards their blonde teammate. To be able to learn so much in such a short time was truly amazing. They could only understand the basics, but what they did was enough to know it was impressive, whatever it did. Welcome to my home. I'd tell you to wipe your feet, but the floor is made of mud. So this is where you live. I'm surprised you found somewhere like this in such a place. Grinning at Shino for the compliment, Naruto led them to a corner of the room where he had made several wooden chairs and sat down. So, how you want to do this? Taking the seats next to the blonde, Hinata and Shino thought about the best way to go about the exam. The fact that they now had a base of operation made things easier, while other teams would be still looking for somewhere to set up, and they probably wouldn't find a place as secure as this. They could start to plan and get a step ahead. Leaning forward so he would be heard, Shino tried to sum up what the situation was. The problem we have is that both Hinata and I are not straight-up fighters, we are scouts. Although we can fight, it is not our best area. Nodding his head and taking on his serious attitude, Naruto agreed. That's what I was worried about. You're both strong, but we don't know what the other teams are like. or what the next stage of the exam will be, which is why I think it would be best for you to stay here while I go and find us a scroll. We can't let you do that, it wouldn't be fair for us to let you do all the work. Shino's right, we need to work as a team. Just think about this for a second, I know this forest like the back of my hand and can move easier on my own. 1 is harder to see than 3. I know that you're both worried about being a burden to me, but you're not, and I have more chakra and stamina than you both, so it wouldn't affect me as much as you. If I spend 3 of the 5 days in the forest gathering scrolls, 1 can spend the last day and a half resting here, and we can move to the tower together. They both thought about it for several minutes. They didn't like it, but it did make the most sense. Finally, looking back up to the blonde, Shino made eye contact and nodded. Very well, but if you're not back in 3 days, we will come look for you. Spoil sport, you can get food from the seals on the desk. Without another word, Naruto left through the tunnel and was gone. Turning to face Shino, Hinata couldn't help but wonder. We just let the beast out of the cage, didn't we? I fear so. I doubt he will stop at 1 earth scroll. What had they unleashed on the other contestants? XXX. Naruto loved being in the forest, his forest. Here he was king, the top predator, nothing could touch him here, he knew every tree, rock and animal that lived here. His feet barely touched the ground as he jumped from tree to tree, all his senses set to try and pick up something that didn't belong. It didn't take him long to come across 2 teams of rock ninja that had teamed up for this part of the exam, and couldn't help the grin that stretched across his face. They thought they would be safer in a group that was the mindset of prey. Make yourself look big, act confident and huddle together and hope you're not the one to be picked off. It made his blood sing in anticipation. He wanted to hunt, the thrill of the chase, to feel their flesh tear under his claws and their blood flowing through his fingers, their screams of terror when they realized that they would die. He was going to enjoy this, he was going to enjoy the blood. Walking forward out of the foliage, he didn't even try to sneak up on them. Naruto made his way towards the group. It wasn't until he was a few meters away that they noticed he was even there, huge grins spreading on their faces when they recognized him from the first exam. Stepping forward, one of the boys looked him straight in the eye. You got guts, I'll give you that. But do you really think we'll let you live after what you did back in the first stage? Naruto just laughed at him. What makes you think I'll let you live? There are 6 of us in. 1 of. The reason he trailed off mid-sentence was because 5 Naruto clones had emerged out of the forest, all with the same grin on their faces. Hark hark, the dogs do bark. The beggars are coming to town. Some in rags and some in jags. And one in a velvet gown. Their voices melding together into one as they sang, and as they sang their bodies started to ripple and change. When they had finished, the 6 rock ninja lost their grins and huddled together in fear. Where the Naruto and his clones had once stood were now 6 identical things. Their skin was black, so much so they would blend in with the shadows of the trees around them. Their bodies had become insect-like, with 4 long skinny arms and 2 legs. They had long whip-like tails and long bony fingers topped with razor-like claws. But the most terrifying thing about them was their heads. The shape was the same except for the elongated muzzle-like jaws filled with 2 rows of fangs, and where their eyes should have been was smooth black skin. Before the rock ninja could prepare a defense, the creatures had them surrounded and were moving in, hissing in anticipation of the kill. They didn't even have time to pull a kunai before the head rolled, literally. One of the rock ninja dropped to the ground, head rolling away and blood flowing from the neck. The rest followed close behind, their comrades screaming in terror and pain. Throughout the forest, the other genin teams stopped and shivered in fear as the air was filled with terrified screams that echoed off the trees for all to hear. Several teams followed the screams to their source, but by the time they got there, all they found was a clearing covered in blood and a severed head with an expression of absolute terror frozen on its face. XXX. For the next 3 days, teams would come across the same carnage just as they had the first day, clearings covered in blood and body parts. Many had convinced themselves that it was the animals they had been warned about, but not all were so sure. Many teams also found it increasingly hard to find teams with scrolls. XXX. Naruto was on his way back to his team. It had been a good hunt. Currently in the seal in his kunai pouch were 13 heaven scrolls and 15 earth scrolls. He was also carrying a stick decorated with the blood-stained headbands of the teams he had killed. Rock, grass, and cloud headbands were tied to the stick to show off his kills. It was on his way back to his cave that he came across an odd sight. Teams 7 and 10, along with a strangely dressed boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle unconscious on the ground and a team from, if he remembered correctly, Sound. What was strange though was that Sasuke had odd marks spreading across his skin that looked like black flames and was currently trying to pull the arms off one of the Sound ninja. Walking out of the tree line and into the clearing so they could all see him, Naruto pouted. What the hell, I'm supposed to be the only psychopath in this forest. Taking the opportunity to run, Dosu and Kin leapt forward, grabbed Zaku and ran into the forest. Sasuke didn't even seem to notice the Sound ninja had left. His red eyes were focused on the blonde and nothing else. Fight me. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Naruto took a good look at Sasuke's eyes. Why the hell are you high in the middle of the forest of death? Seriously, that's my thing. Losing his patience and charging at the insane blonde, Sasuke let out a scream of rage and tried to tackle Naruto to the ground. Sakura, worried Naruto might get hurt by the new stronger Sasuke, tried to warn him, but before she could say anything Naruto had slapped a seal on his face and punched him in the gut. As he fell to the ground, the strange flame-like marks receded until all that was left was 3 black tomes on his left shoulder. Without looking at the shocked faces from the others in the clearing, Naruto bent down and examined the mark with a critical eye. Naruto picked up Sasuke and slung him over his shoulder and turned to the others. Follow me, don't worry about the green guy, his team is in the tree above us, hey Ten-chan. Jumping down from the tree they were in, Neji and Tenten bent down and picked up Lee between them. Before they left, Tenten gave a nod in the blonde's direction and disappeared. Without another word, Naruto turned and started jumping through the trees, the rest of Team 7 and 10 close on his heels. XXX. Hinata and Shino were both unsure what to think when Naruto came back with an unconscious Sasuke on his shoulder and Team 7 and 10 right behind him. Raising his eyebrow in curiosity, Shino stood up from his chair and walked over to the group. Do I want to know why Uchiha-san is unconscious, or why you brought the others with you? I didn't do it. Well, I might have knocked him out, but he started it. Walking up to the other teams, Hinata sighed and led them to the chairs. As they went, Naruto lay Sasuke down on the floor and started to draw a seal around him, Shino watching him as he went about it. Ino, Sakura, Kiba, Shikamaru and Choji were all looking around the cavern with interest, especially when they saw the weapons on the wall. Walking up to them, Ino was about to take one of the swords off the wall when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she was confused to see Naruto stood behind her. Don't touch the boss's stuff. Boss. I'm a clone. Oh. Walking up to the 2 blondes, Shikamaru looked at the wall. How did you find this place, and all these weapons? Boss lives here and made those. Most are prototypes, but some are finished. Walking up to the wall, Choji was surprised to see a long chain with a head-sized steel ball at the end. This is my clan's new weapon made by the faceless blacksmith. Why do you have one? The clone just looked at Choji for a moment, waiting for the light bulb to turn on. A few minutes later they all saw his eyes go wide in understanding. Oh. Troublesome, so you're the faceless blacksmith. I guess we should be thanking you. Dude, I'm a clone. Hit me in the face and I explode. As if to prove his point, the clone ran into the wall and burst into smoke, leaving Team 10 with sweat drops on the back of their heads. XXX. An hour later, Naruto had finished his seal and was ready to activate it. The black ink glowed blue and the seal on the young Uchiha's neck glowed purple in response. At some point Sasuke had started screaming and both Sakura and Ino were stood at the edge of the seal with worried looks on their faces. As soon as he was done they ran to the still sleeping Sasuke and checked his neck. It's still there. I thought you were going to get rid of it. Are you mad? I wouldn't mess with a seal I don't know anything about. If I tried to remove it without understanding it fully I might trigger a kill switch. Both girls gasped at that and pulled the Uchiha into a tighter hug, unwittingly strangling him. If you don't let him go I don't need to worry about a kill switch. He'll be dead. As the two quickly backed away, Shikamaru walked up to Naruto with his hand in his pockets and looked at the seal on the ground. If you weren't removing it, what were you doing? Diagnostics. I was examining the seal while it was still fresh. But I think I should talk to the Hokage before I tell you anything. Troublesome, it's really that bad? Naruto didn't even bother to answer. Walking over to the weapons on the wall, Naruto moved to an empty spot and placed the stick with the headbands he had collected on the wall. It was the first time any of them had taken notice of the stick, and it sent shivers down their backs when they realized what they meant. Coming up behind him, Shino looked over the headbands with a critical eye. "I take it you got more than one." With a grin on his face, Naruto unsealed the scrolls he had collected and dropped them on the floor at Shino's feet. He then bent down and threw one of each to Kiba and Shikamaru. "You can rest here if you want, but it's probably better if we get Duck Ass here to the tower for medical treatment." Nodding their heads, they all left and headed towards the tower. XXX. It took them 3 hours to get to the tower. Naruto had been serious the whole way, and the others were starting to get worried about just what he had found out about the seal. He had never been serious for this long before. When they got there, they all entered the same room, and before any of them had time to read what it said on the wall, Naruto threw one of each scroll onto the floor in front of them and stood back as they exploded in a cloud of smoke to reveal Kakashi. Looking over the 3 teams, he was surprised to see the unconscious Uchiha slung like a bag of potatoes over Naruto's shoulder. Seeing the look on the blonde's face, the one-eyed Jonin moved toward them and looked over Sasuke. "I need to speak with the Hokage, now. The snake was in my forest." XXX. Naruto was stood in a small office that had been set up in the tower for the Hokage during the Chunin exam. It didn't have any windows, and the wallpaper, which might have been white at some point in the past, was peeling off the walls. The carpet was covered in a thick layer of dust, and whenever he moved it caused a small cloud to rise into the air. In front of him, sat at an old wooden desk, piled high with Akage's greatest enemy, paperwork, was the old man himself. He had a serious look on his face that was matched by the young blonde stood in front of him. "So he's here already. He wasn't supposed to show up until the finals." Nodding his head in agreement, Naruto walked over and leaned on the desk. "Exactly, something's not right. From what Temari and Kankuro told me, the plan was for him to kill you at the final in the chaos from the invasion. For him to risk showing himself early means he has a second motive, and Sasuke is at the center of it." They stayed in silence for the next few minutes, thinking about what it all meant, when the door to the room opened and in walked Kakashi. "I am to guess by the seal on Sasuke the Orochimaru was in the forest." Turning to see the copycat ninja as he walked in, Naruto waited for Kakashi to close the door before he answered. "That fucking snake was in my forest, my goddamn forest." "Okay, but what did Orochimaru want?" Over the next hour the 4 of them tried to think of what reason Orochimaru had for showing himself too early. Then came Naruto's explanation of the seal he had put on Sasuke. "From what I can tell, it's the completed version of the cursed seal that Anko-chan has. It's trying to convert his chakra, though I don't know what into. It seems to be thicker and more potent. His body doesn't like it and is trying to fight, like a disease. I also found a kill switch. We would have 3 attempts to remove it before it turned his chakra into pure poison and killed him. This is basically the same thing hers does. But unlike hers, it also has a compulsion seal mixed into it." At the blank looks on their faces, the blonde let out a breath. "It means that he will eventually go looking for Orochimaru. It will start like an itch at the back of his mind and will grow and grow until he can't stop himself. If we don't remove it, and soon, he will go to him." This worried Sarutobi. He knew why his ex-student would want the boy and what it meant if he wanted him now, but kept his mouth shut. "The last thing I picked up is that the seal is only half finished. There's a second seal that goes over the top of the one he has to complete it." After his explanation, Sarutobi thought through his options. If he let this go on, someone would get hurt, but if he waited, it might be their chance to take out the snake Sanin once and for all. "We wait. It's obvious that he has his own agenda that we don't know about, but he still doesn't know we're onto him. We have the element of surprise, and that's all we need. Kakashi, go and seal the cursed mark on Sasuke. He will be allowed to continue the exam, but keep an eye on him. Naruto, I need you, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, to be yourself. But I also want you to look into the cursed seal. When the second stage is over, there is someone I would like you to meet. He is an accomplished seal master and will be helping you with your research." When he heard the old man's words, Naruto grinned like he always did. "Hee, I think I can do that. All right, now get out, I need to finish my paperwork." XXX. For the last 2 days of the second part of the Chunin exam, Naruto could be found in one of 3 places. In his room with the door locked, in the mess hall eating or with Gaara talking. Ever since his seal had been fixed, the red-haired sand ninja had become a lot more pleasant to be around, especially since he stopped crushing people with his sand. The fact that he could now sleep in the voice of his mother was gone had improved his mood greatly. When he was told about the whole mother thing, Naruto had spent an hour rolling around on the floor laughing at the fact that the great Shukaku was gender confused. It was also the first time Tamari and Kankuro had heard their brother laughing at something that didn't involve killing. During this time several other teams had arrived at the tower. The team from Rain, in their matching yellow jumpsuits and breather masks, they were a bit roughed up, but it was nothing an hour or two of rest wouldn't fix. Not long after that the girls from Water had arrived. You wouldn't be able to tell they had just come out of the forest, their cloths were spotless and there wasn't a mark on their bodies. After them came Tenten and her team, shortly followed by the silver-haired boy that they had met just before the exam started, Kabuto and his team. The last to make it to the tower, arriving just before the time limit ran out, was the three-sound ninja. The one that had his arms broken was rushed to the med ward, and when he came out both his arms had been bandaged and put in slings. When the time ran out for other genin to get to the tower, all the finalists were gathered together in a large room with an old statue of a pair of hands in a hand seal, a balcony running around the room looking down at a wide flat floor. Sat in a high-backed chair on the balcony above the statue was the Hokage, and next to him was Anko, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Baki, a man wearing a cloth over his face and long coat to cover his whole body with a headband with a musical note on it, another man wearing the same clothes as the Rain genin, and a very attractive woman in a blue battle dress and her red hair tied in a high ponytail. A kiri headband was around her waist like a belt, showing her to be a water jonin. As all the genin moved so that they were in a line in front of the Hokage and the jonin senseis, Sarutobi stood and walked to the edge of the balcony to look down on the 24 finalists. For the next few minutes they all listened as he explained about how the genin exam was a replacement for war and that they should all be proud to represent their villages, and ended with an explanation of why they needed a preliminary to bring down the numbers. But just as he was about to explain the rules, he was interrupted by a leaf jonin. The man looked like he was about to keel over. He had dark bags under his eyes and his skin was so pale it was almost pure white. He wore the normal jonin attire for a jonin of Konoha, with his headband tied to his head like a bandana. As he spoke, every few words were interrupted by coughing and he would be forced to stop to catch his breath. "Thank you, Hokage-sama, but it's my job from here." After receiving a nod from the aged man as he sat back in his seat, the ill jonin turned back to the genin. "My name is Gecko Hayate and I will be the referee for the prelims. The rules are that you can use anything you want to subdue your opponent, but if I end the match you must stop. You will be disqualified if you don't stop, or if someone interferes with the match. Your names will be randomly selected by this machine." As he said the last part, the hands of the statue slowly started to part to reveal a large screen TV with pictures of them all with their names next to them. "This is your last chance to quit. If you do, your teammates will not be disqualified, but you will need to leave the tower." For a moment no one said anything until, hesitantly, Kabuto raised his hand. Nodding his head at the silver-haired boy, Gecko motioned towards the doors and Kabuto left. They waited for a few more minutes but nobody else raised their hands, so the ill-looking jonin turned to the screen. The names and faces were replaced with a blank screen, but that disappeared to show two faces. Sasuke Uchiha vs Akado Yoroi. Will those whose names did not show up on the board please move to the balcony? Sasuke Uchiha and Akado Yoroi, please move to the center of the arena and prepare to fight when I give you the signal. When they were all in place and everything was ready, Gecko moved in between the two teams and raised his hand. As he did this, Yoroi slid into a fighting stance and Sasuke drew his twin katana from his back and got into a low crouch. "Ready, begin." As soon as Gecko's hand came down and he had jumped to the side of the arena, the two boys charged each other, Sasuke in a spin and Yoroi in a straight dash with his hands out. By the time they met in the middle, Sasuke had worked up enough speed to generate the momentum he needed. Every time Yoroi came at him with his bare hand, one of the young Uchiha's blades would be ready to meet it, forcing him to pull it back. Not that it was one-sided. No matter how hard he tried, Sasuke couldn't get out of defense. Yoroi moved too fast, and whenever he tried to shift into attack, the older boy would try and grab his arm to stop his rotations. But the biggest problem was that he was reluctant to activate his Sharingan after Kakashi had warned him about the dangers of the seal on his shoulder. The one-eyed Jonin had sealed it, but he said that there was still a risk. This meant that the amount of time he could continually use the drunken spinner was drastically reduced. They were at it for 10 minutes straight, dodging and weaving around each other, trying to get the advantage to push things in their favor. When they reached 10 minutes, Sasuke couldn't keep up his spin and jumped back to put some distance between them. The problem with this was because he was dizzy, he couldn't defend himself from Yoroi when the masked genin grabbed him by the throat. It didn't take Sasuke long to realize what was happening when he felt his feet give out as he fell to his knees. This was bad. If he didn't break the hold on his neck soon, he wouldn't have any chakra left. Leaning back so that Yoroi was leaning over him, Sasuke put his feet into the boy's stomach and kicked him into the air, breaking the hold on his throat. Lion's Barrage. As Yoroi was in the air, Sasuke jumped up above him and kicked him several times in the back, ending with a particularly powerful kick that sent the boy shooting to the ground. When the dust cleared, it revealed Yoroi, in a crater a few inches deep, unconscious. Stepping forward to check the boy, Gekko proclaimed Sasuke the winner and moved out of the way as the medics took him. After he was proclaimed the winner, Sasuke made his way to the rest of his team. As he passed Naruto, he gave the blonde a small nod and went to stand by his team. Once they had taken Yoroi away, Gekko turned back to the screen to wait for the next pairing. Zaku Abumi vs Aburame Shino. Nodding to his teammates, Shino made his way down to the arena and met Zaku in the middle. Even with both his arms in slings, the sound genin had a superior smirk on his face as he looked Shino up and down, while the young Aburame just stared with his normal emotionless gaze. Unlike with Sasuke and Yoroi, when Gekko jumped away, the two didn't move from where they stood. Taking his left arm out of its sling, Zaku raised it so it was pointing at Shino and shot out a blast of compressed air, the smirk on his face becoming a victorious grin when he saw that the bug user wasn't going to dodge, only for it to turn into a frown when the boy in front of him burst into a pile of bugs, with the real Shino nowhere in sight. What the hell? What happened next? Only the Jonin, Hokage and Naruto were able to follow. With speed that none knew he had, Shino had appeared behind the sound nin and, extending his wasp point that he had hidden up his sleeve, stabbed him through the stomach. The room was filled with shocked silence as Zaku stumbled forward, hand on his stomach, and turned to face the Aburame. Why, you bastard? Surrender now and you can get medical treatment, if not I will be forced to kill you, and I assure you it will not be pleasant. The smirk that stretched across Zaku's face was strained, and he was starting to sweat from the struggle to stay stood up. You think this is enough to stop me, ha? As he moved the hand away from the hole in his stomach and raised it to fire another burst of air, Shino just shook his head sadly and, raising his own hand, clicked his fingers. The sound echoed off the walls, and for another moment nothing happened. Then, without warning, Zaku started screaming at the top of his lungs and clawing at his skin in a panic. This went on for 2 minutes, and when it stopped, the young sound ninja fell face first to the ground, eyes wide and mouth open from his screaming. It was then that they all saw a large number of bugs crawling out of the boy's mouth, nose, ears and wound in his stomach and make their way back to Shino. Walking over to the downed Zaku and checking his pulse, Gekko looked up at the Hokage and shook his head. As Shino walked up the stairs back to his team, he was met with complete silence, but as soon as he was in reaching distance, the bug user was pulled into a bone-crushing hug from his blonde teammate. I'm so proud of you, I must be rubbing off on you. Hey, we should get you your own bandages. Thank you, but I will never wear bandages for anything other than an injury. Boring. The next to be shown on the board was Sakura and Ino. It was a pretty boring fight that ended in a double knockout that made Naruto laugh. After they had been taken to the medical ward, the screen yet again moved through the names and came to a stop. Higashi Tenten vs Sabaku Tamari. Again, this was another short match. Unlike with Sakura and Ino, where they were equally bad, Tenten was just not able to get past Tamari's wind. Not that she didn't try, sending wave after wave of weapons at the blonde. In the end, Tamari was able to hit her with a quick wind attack that knocked her out. Akashia Moka vs Inuzuka Kiba. With an excited yell, Kiba jumped down to the floor below and ran to his spot in the middle, while the pink-haired water ninja slowly made her way down the stairs to stand in front of him with a shy look on her face. What happened next was something none would have expected. As soon Gecko had moved away, Kiba had charged at Mocha with the intention of tackling her to the ground. But as soon as he came close enough to see her face, he came to a halt and stared at the girl with his mouth open and drool dripping onto the floor. Up on the balcony, Naruto had started to laugh. Turning to the deranged blonde, Sasuke asked, "Do you know what's happening to Kiba? She put him in a glamour." "A what?" "It's a type of genjutsu that only affects the opposite sex. The more the victim finds the user attractive, the stronger it is. It is actually a really rare form of genjutsu that not many people even know about. Either way, dog piss is fucked." True to his words, the match was called when Mocha walked up to the dog-like boy and held a kunai to his neck until the match was called. "Cute and brains, I might just take you home with me." Turning to see the white-haired Akasha standing next to him, Naruto just grinned while all the others were shocked that they didn't see her before. "How did you know?" "My teacher is a genjutsu specialist." The smirk that crossed the water ninja face was full of confidence. "I see. Uzumaki Naruto vs. 2. They were all confused by the name but saw one of the rain ninja making his way down to the arena. The grin on Naruto's face stretched to painful proportions and he jumped down from the balcony and landed in his spot across from the other genin. Before the match could start, the blonde reached into his pocket and pulled out a coin. Holding it up and flipping it, they all watched as he caught it and looked at what it landed on. The already huge grin stretched wider and he pocketed the coin. They all watched as Gecko called for the match to start, absently noticing that he was already at the side of the arena when he did so. Just out of curiosity, what was the coin for? The rain genin's voice was slightly distorted by the mask on his face, but they could all hear what he said. "I was deciding whether to kill you or maim you. Want to know what I decided?" Without saying another word, the yellow-clad genin sped through hand seals and disappeared. Naruto seemed unaffected as he calmly reached into his kunai pouch and took out a pair of black fingerless gloves. None of those watching could see them very well, but if they could, they would have saw that they were covered in intricate seals in red, and in the center of his palm was a circle with another seal inside it. After putting those on, Naruto slammed his palm down with a yell. Seal of the 7 sins, circle of sloth. From the point where his hand touched the ground, a circle of blue chakra spread out over the floor, not stopping until it reached 50 feet all around him. Inside the circle was the same seal that had been on the palm of his hand, and when he stood back up, the seal stayed on the ground, casting an eerie blue glow throughout the room and under Naruto's face. No one knew what it was for, but watched with bated breath. As soon as the rain ninja stepped into the circle, he became visible again and was hit with an ungodly pressure that slowed him down. It was like walking through glue, and the closer he got to Naruto, the heavier the atmosphere became until he was unable to stand and lay on the floor at the blonde's feet. "What the hell is this?" Naruto just grinned at the boy lying at his feet and lifted his foot in the air, unaffected by the weight that had forced his foe to the ground, and stomped on his head with his bandage-covered foot. The rain ninja's skull gave way with little resistance and exploded in a small shower of gore. Looking down at the boy's body, Naruto smiled. "Kill." Just like when Shino had killed Zaku, the room fell into complete silence, and as soon as he was declared the winner, the circle faded and Naruto did reach down to pull of his victim's headband before he backflipped back to his spot on the balcony. While they cleaned up what was left of the rain ninja, there was a quick intermission. Akasha had stayed where she had been throughout Naruto's match and had her usual smirk on her face, not affected by the gruesome death she had just witnessed in the least. When Naruto came and stood next to her, grin back in place, she decided to ask him what had happened. "So, what's with the gloves?" "Only an idiot would reveal their secrets to the competition. And, luckily for you, I'm completely insane, which is better than being an idiot. I took the idea for training weight seals and added it to my gloves. The closer you get to the center, the heavier it gets. If you don't have the counter seal, there's nothing you can do. It affects everything, people, weapons, everything. I'm impressed." "With what?" "Your seal." "What seal?" "The one you just used." "Oh, that, thanks. You're not joking when you say you're insane, aren't you?" If anything, it's an understatement. Throughout their exchange, the smirk on Akasha's face turned into a genuine smile and she had moved a bit closer to the blonde. XXX. What they didn't know was that a certain purple-haired woman and her red-eyed friend had been watching them the whole time. Shame he's got the awareness of a spoon. And whose fault is that? It's for his own good. Are you going to stop him from being near her? Not sure yet, I'll see what she wants with him first. For both their sakes let's hope it's good, because if not he's going to lose it and Cammy knows he's been through enough. Neither of them noticed the worried look that crossed the water Jonin's face when she heard what they were talking about. XXX. The next few matches seemed to fly by. Kankuro had almost no trouble with Kabuto's other teammate and Shikamaru was able to defeat the Sound Ninja Kin. Choji had lost to Dosu, though he did manage to make the bandaged Sound Ninja work for it. Hyuga Neji vs. Hyuga Hinata. This match had turned more than a few heads. They could all see by the way the older Hyuga had been glaring at his cousin and were interested to see what would happen. Neither of them were wearing their hands of kami and as they stood across from each other it was clear it would be an interesting fight. The moment Gecko moved the two Hyuga met in a fierce battle with their clan style the Gentle Fist. No words were exchanged between them for the first few minutes of the fight, just the sound of heavy breathing as they weaved in and out of each other's attacks. As the match went on the irritation on Neji's face became more and more defined. This wasn't right, fate had decreed he would be the winner, he was the prodigy and she was nothing. Leaping back so he had space Neji looked at his cousin and smirked. You should just quit, you were never cut out to be a ninja. Without answering Hinata lunged at her cousin and tried to send a strike to his left arm. Dodging the strike Neji sent his own to her right and hit, forcing Hinata to put distance between them. You're a failure, a disgrace to the Hyuga name and you always will be. Seeing that his words were getting to her Neji ran towards the trembling Hinata and hit her in the abdomen, causing her to fall to her knees and vomit a large amount of blood. Thinking it was over he turned to Gecko and was about to tell him to call the match, only to see Hinata stand shakily to her feet and prepare to fight. Seeing red Neji charged at Hinata and for the next 10 minutes continued to beat her around the arena floor. 8 times he knocked her to the ground and 8 times she got back to her feet, until finally, Gecko called the match before she was killed. The problem was that Neji, in his rage-filled mind, didn't listen and moved in to strike her in the chest in an attempt to kill her where she stood. He never reached her. All the Leaf Jonin sensei had moved as one to intercept the boy but before they could reach him, he was thrown across the arena and slammed into the far wall. When the smoke was cleared it was to the sight of both Naruto and Shino pinning him to the wall, Shino with his wasp point inches from the Hyuga's stomach and Naruto, his right arm morphed into a misshapen mess of gray muscles, holding him by the throat. From the way his face was changing colors it was obvious that the large hand wrapped around his neck was cutting off his airways and he couldn't breathe. After a moment Sarutobi stood from his chair and turned to address the 3 boys. Let him go. For a moment nothing happened and the Jonin moved to pull them off before they killed him. Letting go of Neji they both backed away and without a word turned to check that Hinata would be okay, Shino's weapon sliding back into his arm and Naruto returning to normal. Another show of favoritism showed towards the main branch. Both boys stopped mid-step at his words and the Jonin prepared to move to stop them, thinking they would attack him. Slowly they turned to face Neji again, both with blank expressions on their faces. The look in their eyes sent a shiver down the young Hyuga's spine. Taking a step forward Naruto's blue eyes locked with Neji's white. Pray that you don't face either of us later on. The only reason you're alive right now is that Hinata asked us not to kill you if this happened. At the shocked look on his face, Naruto laughed and Shino stepped forward. If anyone is a disgrace to the Hyuga clan it's you. XXX. After Hinata and Neji had been taken for medical treatment, the board selected the next matchup. Sabaku Gaara vs. Rock Lee. It was, to put it lightly, the best match they had seen so far. Between Gaara's sand and Lee's speed after removing his weights they almost fought to a stalemate. But Gaara proved too much for the green spandex wearing genin and he was taken away on a stretcher with a few cuts and bruises, but other than losing consciousness he was fine. The last 2 matches didn't last long. It had been the 2 girls from water versus the 2 boys from rain. In both matches as soon as Gecko had gave the signal to start the water ninja had thrown a single kunai at their opponent before they could finish their hand seals and hit them in the chest, killing them instantly. Throughout the room one thought went through everyone's minds at the same time. How the hell did they get this far? XXX. When the matches had been finished all the genin that had won were brought to the arena floor and told to pull a ball out of a box to determine the matchups for the finals. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji. Dosu vs. Aburame Shino. Sabaku Tamari vs. Nara Shikamaru. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Sabaku Gaara. Shirayuki Mizore vs. Sabaku Kankuro. Akashiya Moka vs. Akashiya Akasha. When he saw who his opponent would be, the grin on Naruto's face turned deadly and sent shivers down the spines of any that looked at it. It had been a week since the semi-finals in the tower at the Forest of Death, and Naruto found himself wandering around the village, bored out of his mind. He could train for the final, but he trained all the time anyway and already knew what he was going to do, so there wasn't much point going overboard. Shino was training with his family for the next month and Hinata was still in hospital. He had gone to visit her only once to check she was okay and tell her he would be facing Neji in the finals. Her reaction wasn't a surprise to the blonde. Fear. She had been scared of what he would do to him. They had spent the next hour talking and Hinata had told him what had happened with her uncle and the caged bird seal. She hadn't let him leave until he had promised not to kill Neji. He was a lot of things but never a liar. He would keep his word and not kill the Hyuga, but that wouldn't mean he wasn't going to make him wish for death. The grin that spread across Naruto's face as he walked at the thought of what he had planned for the foolish Hyuga made several villagers practically run away in fear. The seal on Sasuke's neck that the old man had asked him to study was one thing that he didn't find boring. He hated to admit it, but there was no denying that it was a true piece of art. The way the snake had fused the seals into one without killing the host outright was impressive, but from what he could see it would still kill 8 out of 10 people that it was applied to. It was actually because of the seal that he was in the village now. The Hokage wanted him to meet with a seal master to try and compare notes. Apparently the guy had been working on the seal on Anko-chan for several years, and with Naruto's results from the completed version they might be able to remove it completely. The only thing was that the old man didn't actually tell him who it was he was supposed to meet. All he knew was that they would be at the Konoha bathhouse and that he wasn't allowed to kill him, something that had made the blonde pout when he was told. When he finally arrived at the bathhouse, Naruto spent the next 10 minutes searching the area for the mysterious seal master. It was on his third time circling the fenced area that he came across an odd sight. Sat at the fence to the women's bath was an old man with his face pressed to a small hole in the fence that he had obviously made, and a small notepad and pencil in his hands. He wore a gray shirt and pants with a red sleeveless jacket. He had a strange forehead protector with the kanji for oil in the middle and 2 small horn-like protrusions on either side of it, and long spiky white hair that trailed to his hips. Naruto didn't know his name, but he did remember him. It was the man that would come and upgrade his chains when he was in the school. The grin on the blonde's face stretched wider as he realized what the old pervert was doing and silently made his way over to the man without him realizing. XXX. Jiraiya was having the time of his life. The women in the bath were some of the most beautiful he had ever seen. And the size of their tits was giving him a nosebleed. He was getting so much research done he could make an entire book out of what was before him. The fact that it was the kunoichi only bath just made it better. They were always the best because of all the training. So engrossed in the sights before him he didn't even notice the blonde boy sneaking up behind him with a large stick until it was too late. The scream that escaped the toad Sanin's mouth was so loud it alerted the women on the other side of the wall to his presence and had them all rushing to get towels to cover themselves up. The reason he had screamed was because of the large wooden stick that had been shoved up his ass. Tears falling down his face, he desperately tried to pull the stick out, completely forgetting the fact that he had just been caught by a group of sexy kunoichi. When the group of now pissed off women arrived, fully clothed, at the other side of the wall it was to an old man crying on the floor with tears in his eyes and a large stick poking out his ass, and a blonde boy rolling around on the ground a few feet away laughing. Figuring out what had happened, they all gave grateful grins in the blonde's direction and moved to surround the still crying Jiraiya. For the next 10 minutes the group of kunoichi proceeded to beat the white-haired pervert to within an inch of his life. Satisfied that he had suffered enough, they left the man on the ground, bleeding and bruised, with the stick still in his ass. Finally getting control on himself, Naruto stood up and made his way over to the downed Sanin. Looking up at the boy, Jiraiya could only say one thing. Why? Grinning down at the man, Naruto bent and picked up the notebook and gave it a quick look over, then tore it up and stomped it into the ground in front of the pervert's face. I don't like perverts. If I catch you doing this again I'll use a red-hot metal pole instead of this stick. As he said this, The blonde reached out, grabbed the stick and gave one big pull, causing the Sanin to let out another, more subdued scream and threw the stick into a bush a few feet away. So, can you walk or am I going to have to carry you? I want to make a start on the seal and the old man says you are going to help. So get the hell up already, you'd think you never had a stick shoved up your ass before. Have you? Hell no, that would hurt like hell. It was at this point that Jiraiya was able to get a good look at his blonde tormentor. Long blonde hair, tall, covered from head to toe in thick wet bandages, the only reason he didn't recognize him sooner was the change of clothes. Despite what had just happened, the old Sanin couldn't help the smile that spread across his face at the sight of the boy out of his chains. Then the first part of his words hit him. Seal, you're the one that the old monkey got to help me. Yep. You. Yep. I'm not going to survive an entire month with you, am I? Probably not. Alright then, well at least all my affairs are in order already. That's the spirit. XXX. Over the next 2 weeks Jiraiya and Naruto spent almost all their time in the blonde's cave leaning over seals. The reason it was only almost was because the Toad Sanin had tried several times to sneak off to spy on women. Every time he was caught and every time the boy would come up with a new punishment. The first time Naruto had put an enraged weasel in the older man's pants, the second had found Jiraiya tied upside down with a gag in his mouth suspended above the men's bath. The third had, well, the end result had him running around the village being chased by an army of women. But by far the worst was when the blonde had given him a wedgie that had made his voice sound like he had been sucking on helium. After the first week he had given up for fear of his health, and his manhood. Despite everything that had happened, Jiraiya had to admit he was impressed with the young blonde's skills when it came to seals. He knew that it wouldn't take long for the boy to surpass him in every way. Between the two of them they had broken down the cursed seal to its bare components and found out that without seeing the other half of the seal they didn't have enough information to attempt removing it. When they had come to this conclusion they decided to spend the rest of the time looking over some of the seals Naruto had been working on, some basic, some odd, some brilliant and some impossible. The things the blonde could do with a seal amazed Jiraiya, the complexity of them, the fact that he had come up with the ideas himself and that they actually worked was beyond impressive, and like so many before him the old Sanin found himself wondering if the boy was a genius or just completely insane. Or that far more scary option of both. XXX. The finals were a week away and Naruto was, yet again, bored. He had enjoyed working with the Sanin, but he was going to be working with the old man, making sure everything was prepared for the invasion that was to come. Wandering the village yet again he soon found himself standing outside a very familiar ramen stand. It had seen better days, the wood that it was made from looked like it was going rotten and the red blind that was used to cover the front had several holes, not big enough to see the people inside, but almost. Standing outside the stand brought back many memories from his childhood, and unlike most, they were good. This was one of the only places he had felt happy, one of the only places he had been accepted. Old man Tucci and his daughter Ayame had been like family. They fed him, clothed him and cared for him when he was hurt and the hospital would send him away. He hadn't set foot in there since he was released, hadn't seen the old man and Ayame for 5 years. It wasn't that he had forgotten them, he would never forget them, but he didn't feel he had a right to see them. After everything he had done, the way he was now, it just wouldn't be right. They wouldn't care for him, not now. The insane killing machine that he had become was nothing like the sweet, lonely boy they knew. If they saw him now he knew they would hate him just like everyone else. Letting out a sigh at the memory, Naruto turned away from the store and was about to make his way down the street when he heard a gasp from behind him and the sound of bags falling to the ground. The next thing he knew someone had latched themselves to his back and started to cry into his bandages. Normally when someone grabbed him and started crying it was followed by screaming and hitting, but this time it was different. Guessing from the hands that had wrapped around his waist he knew it was a woman, and the faded burn marks on her hands told him she cooked. He was so shocked by the woman's actions that it took him a full 2 minutes to comprehend what had happened. Turning to look at her over his shoulder, Naruto was greeted with the sight of a terror-stricken Ayame. She looked almost exactly like he remembered, the worn brown dress, shoulder-length brown hair tied back into a ponytail. She was even wearing the same white apron he had always seen her in when she worked behind the counter. The only thing that was different was that she looked a little older and the dark marks under her eyes. It was then that he heard her talking, slightly muffled because of the way she had her face pressed into his back. "We thought you were dead. 5 years and nobody knew where you were. Why didn't you come sooner?" He didn't know what to say. This wasn't right. She was supposed to hate him. Why was she crying for him when she was supposed to hate him? Maybe they didn't know what he had become. "I think you have me mistaken for someone else." She didn't show any sign that she had heard him. "When Hokage-sama told us what had happened and that you were released, we were so happy, but you never came back. We waited and waited, but you didn't come." All thoughts that she didn't know who he really was flew out of Naruto's mind. This wasn't right. Why didn't she hate him like all the rest? Why would she be happy? Before he could ask, Ayame let go of him and, after quickly collecting the shopping bags that she had dropped, pulled him into the stand. The inside wasn't much better than the outside. The counter was worn and the stools had seen better days. One of them was actually missing the seat. "Dad, he's back. Naruto's back." They both heard the sound of pottery falling to the ground in the back of the store and the hurried footsteps that followed it. Bursting out of the door behind the counter, an out-of-breath Teuchi ran up to the blonde and pulled him into a bear hug, tears in his eyes. Naruto said nothing, frozen in place. When he let the boy go, Teuchi took a step back to get a proper look at him and a small frown crossed his face. "When the hell did you get so fucking tall?" Staring blankly at the two people in front of him as Ayame pulled out a frying pan and hit her farther round the head for swearing, Naruto was about to run when he was pulled to one of the seats at the counter, a menacing aura surrounding both father and daughter as they looked at him. "You're not going anywhere. You're going to sit down and eat the ramen we are going to make you, and then you're going to explain why this wasn't the first place you came when the Hokage let you out of that place. Got it?" Debating in his mind if he should just turn into a mouse or something and run, Naruto let out a sigh and started telling them about his life since they had last seen him, leaving some things out of course. XXX. For the next few hours they talked. Both Ayame and Teuchi had been saddened at the way he was chained, but had laughed at some of his antics since he had got out. He didn't tell them he was the faceless blacksmith, or that he had killed so many people, but did tell them some of the things that had happened in Wave. And in turn Naruto learned why the stall was in such poor condition. Apparently they had been turning away anyone that spoke bad about him, and it didn't take long for word to get around that they were demon lovers. Because of this, business had been very slow and they were having a hard time getting by. It was when Naruto was finishing his 50th bowl of ramen that the flap opened and in walked Zabuza and Haku. But what surprised him was that they were followed shortly by the team from Mist and their Jonin sensei. When they saw he was sat there, both Zabuza and Haku quickly hid their surprise and walked over to greet him. "What the hell are you doing here, brat? I'd have thought this place too boring for you." Grinning at the older ninja, Naruto stood up and flicked him in the forehead. "No brow, how you been?" They could all see the tick mark that was forming at the back of Zabuza's head. "Until now, good." "Ah, don't be like that, you know you love me really. If I had my sword I'd cut you in half. And if you did that I'd rip your eyes out and replace them with your balls." "Mummy boy. No brows. Scarecrow. Overcompensate much with that huge sword you're always carrying around. What did you say?" They carried on like this for the next 10 minutes, throwing insult after insult at each other. For Teuchi, Ayame and Haku it was very entertaining, but for the four Mist Nin, it was one of the strangest things they had ever seen, something that was clear by the slightly shocked looks on their faces. Just when it looked like the two were about to start fighting, Haku intervened. "It is good to see you, Naruto-san." "Oh, hey Haku-chan, so you're out of the hospital?" "Yes, they released me about a week ago." "Still hanging out with Duck Ass?" The blush that came to her face was all the answer he needed. Nodding his head, Naruto turned back to the counter and ordered another bowl of ramen, his fight with Zabuza forgotten. "So any reason you six are together and not trying to kill each other?" At his words they all froze and the room was filled with an uncomfortable silence. Unaffected by the tense atmosphere, Naruto pulled his new bowl towards him and started eating. Sharing a quick look with his fellow Jonin, Zabuza nodded and sat on the blonde's right and ordered some ramen. He was shortly followed by Haku and the other girls, with Haku next to Zabuza, Akasha next to Naruto, leaning toward him, her sister next to her, and their sensei and Mizore at the end. When they had all received their orders, Zabuza turned to Naruto and spoke. You already know the girls, this is their sensei, Mei Terumi, an old friend of mine. Without looking up from his bowl, Naruto replied. Meaning you used to fuck her. Both Zabuza and Mei nearly choked on the ramen and the others started laughing. After finally getting a hold of themselves, Zabuza and Mei, with red faces, turned to the still-eating blonde and, clearing her throat, Mei asked. What makes you say that? I can smell your perfume and no brows actually had a bath, this is the first time I can remember smelling soap on him. The blushes on their faces, if possible, increased tenfold. Lifting up his bowl, Naruto drained the last of his ramen in one go. When he was finished, the blonde turned away from the counter, jumped off his seat and moved towards the flap. Just before he left, Naruto threw a roll of money onto the counter, much to everyone's shock. Food of the gods, that's for today, when I was little, and for whatever they order, treat them well, old man. And with a wave of his hand he was gone. Nodding to the mist Nin, Tucci moved to the back of the store to talk to his daughter and give them their privacy. All mirth gone from their faces, Mei turned to Zabuza. Are you sure he can help? I'm sure. You weren't there. That kid can do things you wouldn't believe. The fact is he scares the shit out of me. The surprise on the Miss Jonin and her Genin's faces was clear. You're joking, right? Shaking his head and eating more of his food, Zabuza seemed to get a far-off look in his eyes. I don't know what they did to him, but whatever it was. The kid is broken. People think I'm a demon because of the things I do, but I always have a reason and a limit to what I do. He has no reason, no limit. He could, and probably will, do worse than anything I could ever do. This is why I don't like your plan. He would probably agree to help us if I told him he could kill people. You have your ways and I have mine. Shaking his head and nodding towards Haku, they both got up and started heading out. Whatever, just remember I warned you. XXX. The sound of thousands of voices echoed around the village, all talking about one thing. It was the day of the finals for the Chunin exam, and people had been coming from all over the elemental nations to watch a group of teenagers kick the crap out of each other. Dignitaries and commoners alike had come to watch, and all were excited to see what would happen, and of course, make a few bets. The arena that was to hold the exam was the biggest building in the entire village, bigger than even the Hokage Tower, with enough seats for all. The shadow it cast over the crowd as they made their way through the large archway was intimidating for any that hadn't seen it before. But something none of them were expecting was to hear the sound of a violin over the excited chatter as they came into the seating area. The sound stopped almost all conversation as it reached their ears, and all eyes were drawn towards the center of the arena. It had been set up to look like a real landscape, with uneven ground and a few trees. It was as real as they could make it. The ground was just dirt, no grass growing or flowers. The trees were small but would be enough for cover and spaced out so it wouldn't be an obvious hiding spot. And in the middle of the arena was a tall blonde boy covered in bandages, eyes closed, sat on the ground playing a beautiful black violin with a red lining. It also had red strings, with the bow being in the same color scheme. The music being played seemed to hypnotize the crowd, drawing them in. None could look away. They didn't even notice that the other contestants were stood around him. Like the crowd, they were in a trance. The only exceptions seemed to be Shino, Gaara, Tamari and Kankuro. Even Neji was entranced, though he hid it well behind a scowl. As more and more people came in, the seats filled up, and soon enough it was full of people, all looking down at the strange boy. Up at the top of the arena, in a small booth set up for the cages, Sarutobi sat in a chair listening to the music, but unlike the crowd he wasn't affected by the genjutsu laced into the notes. He loved to hear Naruto play. It was the only time the boy didn't seem like he was about to rip someone's throat out. Stood next to him acting as his guard for the exam was Jiraiya, looking down at Naruto with the same look on his face as his old sensei. The only other people with them though were the Kazakage and his bodyguard, both wearing white robes and clothes to cover their faces. The only thing that told them apart was the blue and white hat that rested atop the Kazakage's head. The Mizukage wasn't able to come because of the civil war, and no one knew anything about the Otokage, at least, as far as Orochimaru knew. The second the snake Sannin stepped into the booth, Sarutobi knew it was him and signaled Jiraiya to be on guard. When he was sure that the arena was full, the aged Hokage stood and walked to the edge of the booth so all could see him. Clapping his hands to get their attention, he felt a sweat drop form on the back of his head when he realized Naruto was still playing. "Naruto, can you stop? I need to address the crowd." At the words, the blonde halted his playing and sealed the instrument in a seal drawn on his right leg and sent a pout to the Hokage. "No fair, I was about to make them dance the funky chicken." Shaking his head at the boy and turning to the slightly dazed crowd, Sarutobi announced they were about to begin. As he said this, a man appeared next to the group of young ninja. He had shoulder-length brown hair and a Konoha headband tied to his head like a bandana with the metal plate at the back. He wore the normal Jonin uniform, a blue bodysuit and a flak vest. In his mouth was a senbon and his face showed indifference to what was going on around him. Stepping towards the group, he announced, in a bored voice, "Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji, get into your positions. The rest of you go to the competitor's box and wait for your turn." When they had all left except the two boys, the man turned to them. Seeing the Hyuga in his family stance and the blonde just stood there smiling, he shrugged his shoulders and started his speech loud enough for all to hear. "Right, my name is Genma Shiranui and I will be the referee for the finals of the Chunin exam. The rules are simple. First to fall unconscious or die will be the loser and move on to the next round. If I tell you to stop or your opponent surrenders, you must stop, and if you fail to comply you will be disqualified. Understand?" At both their nods, he raised his hand in the air and dropped it down, signaling the start of the match and disappearing in a swirl of leaves. The entire arena went silent, waiting to see which of the boys would make the first move. For a moment neither of them moved, both staring into each other's eyes, Neji's cold and Naruto's gleeful. "You should give up. Fate has already decided that I will win this tournament. A worthless piece of trash like yourself has no chance against the might of the Hyuga clan." The smile on the blonde's face turned into a wide grin at his words. "So you're a psychic? Excuse me. Well, you claim that fate has already declared you the winner, but even if that was true, the only way you could know that is if you were psychic. I'm not a psychic. So you were just bullshitting. You must have really low self-esteem if you need to try and scare someone like that to give yourself an edge in battle." The cold expression on Neji's face turned to anger. "How dare you insult a Hyuga? We are the strongest CL." Smack. The arena was filled with stunned silence at what had just happened. Getting up off the ground with a hand on his left cheek, Neji looked at the boy in front of him with a mix of both shock and anger. "What did you just hit me with?" Giving a curious look to the item in his right hand, Naruto shrugged and threw it over his shoulder. "A kitchen sink I found in an ally. It had a dead cat in it when I found it. Can't remember what I did with it." Pushing his rage back down so he could concentrate, Neji got back into his stance and charged Naruto without another word. As soon as he got within striking distance, he sent a strike straight to the blonde's chest, hoping to end the match early and kill the boy for insulting him. What he wasn't expecting was for Naruto to bend back away from his strike so far that his head almost touched the floor. Instead of standing back up, Naruto carried on with the movement and brought his feet up to kick Neji in the stomach with both his feet, sending the Hyuga back several feet. Though he was slightly winded, Neji was able to stay on his feet, being more careful of the blonde. This time when he was within range, he sent a chakra-powered strike to Naruto's right arm and followed up with another to his waist. Both were avoided with practiced ease and he received another kick to the stomach. Instead of rushing in this time, Neji took a step back to try and assess the situation. From what he had seen in the prelims, the boy had a strange jutsu that made it so he could change his body, but for some reason he wasn't using it. This meant one of three things: it had a drawback that made him reluctant to use it, he was saving it for later, or he didn't think he was worth using it on. The thought of this no clan ninja looking down on him made him so mad he wanted to kill him, but his pride wouldn't let him show it. Another thing he had noticed was that the blonde was extremely flexible, something he was using to his advantage to avoid his strikes. Taking this into account, Neji decided to wait for him to attack. But instead of attacking, Naruto put his hand in his kunai pouch and pulled out a pair of black fingerless gloves. Remembering what had happened to the rain ninja, Neji quickly jumped back to what he assumed would be a safe distance. Without looking towards the Hyuga, Naruto started to pull the gloves onto his hands. You know, seals are truly unappreciated in the world of ninja. If you know what you are doing, you can make them do anything, from an explosion tag to a strengthening seal. You can even use them to replace hand seals, but enough of that. Slamming his right hand on the ground, Naruto called out, "Seal of the Seven Sins, Circle of Wrath." Just like last time when he activated the gloves, a seal shot out of his hand and spread out. But unlike the last time, it was a different seal, and the circle covered the entire arena floor, the whole 100 meters, lighting the arena up with the same eerie blue light as in the prelims. Bracing himself for the crushing weight to hit him like it did the Rain Ninja, Neji almost laughed when nothing happened. Turning to the blonde, he let a small smirk cross his lips. "Your seal failed, I don't feel anything. This isn't the same seal as the one I used in the exams." Without explaining what he meant, Naruto ran to Neji and sent a right-handed punch to his stomach, which Neji used as his chance and sent a strike to his wrist. Taking his chance, Neji quickly followed up with a strike to his upper right arm, forgetting the seal completely. Jumping back with a smug look on his face, the white-eyed boy looked at his work, and it was then he noticed the glowing blue seal on Naruto's stomach and, following the boy's eyes, saw an identical seal glowing on his own stomach. The grin that came to the blonde's face was starting to make him nervous. It was then that he felt pain in his right arm. He was so surprised that he forgot to keep up his calm act and, grabbing his arm in pain, let out a yell. Hearing laughter, Neji turned back to Naruto to find him laughing. With a scream of rage, Neji lunged at Naruto and hit him in the stomach, only to double over in pain. Looking at the blonde, he let out another scream when he saw the grin still in place. Getting back up, he started to strike him over and over again, ignoring the pain. The grin never left Naruto's face. "You know, Hinata told me about your clan. And your father." He could feel the rage building. "Shut up. Shame that you would spit on his memory like this. Shut up. All this talk about fate and how it's pointless to fight it, but that's exactly what you're doing now." "I said shut up." Finally giving into his rage, Neji sent a strike straight to Naruto's chest. Naruto didn't even try to stop him, just stood there and let him hit him. The strike sent him flying back from the Hyuga several feet, and both collapsed to the floor, blood coming out of their mouths. "Well, that was fun. You're not dead, are you? I promised Hinata I wouldn't kill you." Getting to his feet, Neji glared at Naruto, breathing deeply, and ripped his head protector off his head, revealing to all the seal placed on his forehead. "This is the sign of enslavement among the Hyuga clan, given to us at birth for no other reason but to be the slaves of the main house. You have no idea what it's like to be treated like nothing because of a seal that you had no choice in. Wow, you're really retarded, you know that. What's that supposed to mean?" Getting back up and placing his hand on his stomach. "Use your all-seeing eyes and tell me what you see. I know more than you could ever understand." Doing what he was told, Neji looked at the boy's stomach and, when he concentrated, he could just make out the seal on his stomach under the one that was visible for all to see. He barely took notice of how he couldn't actually see what the boy looked like under the bandages. At the sight of the seal, Neji lost all reason and made to charge yet again. What did he know of his pain? What did he know of the pain of losing the only true family he had because of the cowardliness of another? When he was close enough, Neji got into a stance and announced, 8 divination signs, 64 palms of the hand." For the next minute, Naruto was as helpless as a training dummy as he had all his chakra points sealed. When he was done, Neji took a step back and looked down at the blonde. Then fell to his knees and started hacking up blood. Glaring at the still form of Naruto, he and all those watching were shocked when the blonde burst into a puddle of blood. Still coughing, Neji shakily got to his feet and looked around the arena for his opponent. It was then that the sound of a violin filled the air, just like before the exam started. Turning to look at one of the trees, the young Hyuga saw an uninjured Naruto sat at the top on a branch, playing his violin and grinning down at him. The fact that he didn't have a scratch on him was the most shocking. "What the hell is going on? It's called a blood clone. I found a reference to them in a history book and recreated it. 1 pint of blood and half of your chakra and you have yourself a clone that can take a hit and has about 25% of the caster's overall chakra. I switched with it after I first sent you back. Nobody saw because they were all looking at you." The implications of his words hit Neji like one of Guy-sensei's fists. He had been fighting a clone the whole time that was only a fourth as strong as the original. Neji had barely been holding out against his enemy. To know that he was only fighting a cheap knockoff cemented that Neji never had a chance. Looking at the seal that was still on his chest, he suddenly saw the thin line of chakra that was connecting it to the seal on the ground. Seeing what he was looking at, Naruto laughed, never stopping his playing. Like it, another seal I made, or remade I guess. I got the idea from an old religion I read about that could make someone share their injuries, but I went one step further. Something I didn't explain about my 7 deadly sin seals is that they react to both emotion and personality. The more you are guilty of the sin that the seal represents, the stronger the effects. Take wrath for example. Whatever you do to me happens back to you, but, and here is where the true genius comes into play, the angrier you are the more damage you receive. Realization suddenly bloomed in Neji's white eyes, which had just turned off the Byakugan due to the loss of chakra to maintain it. You had your clone make me angry to make the damage more severe. Yep. It was at this point that Neji fell face first to the ground and had just enough strength to turn around onto his back and look up at the sky. The music stopped and he could hear the sound of feet hitting the floor and footsteps coming towards him. You said you knew what it was like to have a seal ruin your life. He couldn't see him, but Neji knew he was right next to him. Looking down at the prone form of the Hyuga, Naruto got a thoughtful look in his eyes and looked around at the crowd. Now that they were over their shock at what had happened, almost all of them were cheering and screaming for him to finish the boy off. It sickened him. He had a reason why he could kill without remorse, they didn't. What right did they have to call for the blood of another? Taking a deep breath, Naruto reached up and slowly started to remove the bandages on his face. The whole arena fell silent when they saw his face, the scars and missing parts of his face. The fact that it looked like it was melted. The fact that he was still grinning even though he didn't have a whole face made it look all the more sinister. Turning from the crowd to the horrified face of Neji, Naruto said loud enough for all to hear. I am the true horror of Konoha, a representation of what this village is truly like behind the mask they have made for themselves. I am this village's biggest regret. Just before Neji lost consciousness, Naruto bent down and whispered so only he could hear. You think that all the main branch treats you like a slave, but tell me this, has Hinata ever used the cage bird seal on any of you? It was this that was the last thing he heard before being pulled into the sweet abyss that was unconsciousness. XXX. By the time Genma turned made it to the boys, Neji was out and Naruto had, thankfully, replaced his bandages. It had looked bad from a distance, he didn't want to see it close up. He had to admit, he was impressed, and the boy had just defeated one of the favorites in the finals without even getting a scratch. If anything, it was more like Jonin level, not Chunin. XXX. As soon as he declared Naruto the winner, the blonde was gone and the medics ran out and took the Hyuga to the medical bay. But when they got there, they were all shocked to find a dead cat stuffed in the boy's jacket. XXX. Up in the cage booth, Sarutobi had a sad look on his face. He couldn't even deny what Naruto had said. He was a representation of everything bad about the village. But hopefully after the exams that would change. Next to him, Jiraiya had the same face as the Hokage. It was the first time he had seen under the bandages and it sickened him what had happened to Minato and Kushina's son. But what really got to him was that he could have prevented it. If he had taken the boy like he was supposed to, this would never have happened. With Minato's death and Kushina disappearing on the night of the attack, it should have fallen to him to look after the boy, but he couldn't, not so soon after Minato's death. And he would always regret that. XXX. As he made his way up the stairs to the contestants' box, Naruto ran into both Shino and Dosu. The sound Nin sent him a small, almost unseen nod and walked on, but Shino stopped and looked at him for a moment. Would it be pointless to ask if you are okay? Yep. Very well. Without another word, Shino started to make his way to the arena floor, but stopped when Naruto spoke. Remember what we talked about, the less of them there are, the easier it is for us later. I understand. As he made his way to the contestants' box, where the rest of the genin were waiting for their turn to fight, Naruto's thoughts went to what was about to happen. He didn't really care if other sand ninja joined the attack, sand, sound, it was all the same to him. The only real difference it made was how many he could kill. They knew that Orochimaru was going to signal the invasion at some point during Gaara's match, but now that Shukaku wasn't a problem anymore, it would undoubtedly change his plans. Thoughts of different ways the snake could alter his plans plagued the young blonde's mind as he got to the top of the stairs and walked into the box. All eyes turned to him as he made his way to the ledge and stared out at the arena floor as both Shino and Dosu got ready to fight. No one said anything as they watched him. His face had been just as big a surprise to the leaf genin as it had the mist and sand. The only ones that didn't have a sad look on their faces were Shikamaru, who had a contemplating look in his eyes, Gaara, who knew how hard it could be for the life of a Jinchuriki, and Akasha, how just looked on as if nothing had happened. Walking over to the blonde, Gaara and his siblings stood on either side of him and looked down at the fight. "We will not be fighting in the invasion. As soon as the signal is given, me and my siblings will be leaving for our village." Casting a sideways look to the redhead next to him, Naruto grinned, then looked back to the arena. XXX. As soon as the fight started, Dosu had ran at Shino and tried to hit him, which the bug boy had dodged with ease. They could all see the smirk in the sound nin's eyes turn to confusion and then slight fear as he jumped back just in time to avoid the exploding bug clone as it went off, thousands of bug that had started to fly towards him as soon as they took their original form. When he had gotten to a safe distance, Dosu had lifted his arm and, turning it so his forearm faced the incoming swam, flicked the metal bracer he had on his wrist. The effect was instantiations. The swarm became erratic and started to fly in all directions before falling to the ground, stunned. When he was sure they wouldn't be a problem anymore, Dosu turned his back to them and started looking around the arena for any sign of Shino. This turned out to be a big mistake. As soon as he turned away, the now stunned bugs disappeared in a cloud of smoke and out of it leapt Shino, his arm drawn back in preparation of a strike. Seeing his opponent out of the corner of his eye, Dosu was able to move out of the way just in time to avoid the long needle-like weapon as it shot out of the young Abarame's sleeve. But what he wasn't accepting was for another to come out of the other and impale him in the stomach. Unlike in the prelims when he faced Zaku, this time when Shino backed away, he didn't offer Dosu the chance to surrender and raised his hand in the air. Seeing what he was doing and remembering what had happened to Zaku, Dosu's eyes went wide. Wait. When he clicked his fingers, the sound echoed around the stadium, shortly followed by the agonized screams of Dosu as his body was eaten from the inside out. The bandage-covered boy fell to the ground and squirmed in pain for a few moments before going completely still. Without even waiting for Genma to declare him the winner, Shino turned his back on the corpse, recalled his bugs and walked calmly to the tunnel back up to the waiting area. XXX. Seeing that his teammate had finished, Naruto turned to Temari and Shikamaru, who had joined then at the balcony when the match had started. "Go as far with your fight as you can without killing each other." "I thought we needed to save our chakra," said a lazy Shikamaru. "Don't want the snake to get suspicions. If he sees you both holding back, he might realize something is wrong too early." Both teens looked at each other for a moment, nodded their heads and walked towards the stairs just as Shino came up. XXX. When he got to the arena floor, Shikamaru couldn't help the sigh that escaped his lips as he looked to the steel-faced Kunoichi standing across from him. This was going to be so troublesome. Taking a kunai out of his pouch and getting into a loose defensive stance, the young Nara nodded to the proctor to let him know he was ready. The moment the match started, he jumped away as far as he could in order to avoid the wind attacks that the sand nin sent towards him. For the first few minutes of the match it was the same. He would try to catch Temari with his shadow while she would send an attack at him whenever he got close. At some point Shikamaru found himself hiding behind one of the few trees that had not been destroyed by Temari. After sending a look to the sky and finding the sun directly over the stadium, the lazy Nara made a choice and released the henge he had on himself. The cloud of smoke that burst alerted Temari to his position and she sent a strong blast of wind at the tree, cutting it in half. But when the smoke cleared, there was no sign of her opponent. Before she could react, she felt a kunai pressed to the back of her neck, forcing her to drop her fan and surrender. As soon as she did, the kunai was taken away from her neck and she turned to find a boy in a black and red bodysuit and mask without eye holes fall to their knees, panting heavily. Reaching up to his head, Shikamaru pulled off the mask and fell back and looked up at the clouds. When he still hadn't gotten up after 5 minutes, Temari got a tick mark on the back of her head and, grabbing him by his left leg, dragged him back to the waiting booth. This was met with many wolf whistles from the crowd, causing her to blush. XXX. After Shikamaru and Temari's match, there was a 10-minute break. When they got to the booth, Temari, who was still dragging the lazy Nara, threw him into a corner at the back of the room and went to stand with her brothers. Because of the way she had thrown him, Shikamaru found himself upside down with his feet next to his head. Walking up to the down boy, Naruto stood over him for a moment before standing on his head and smiling at him. "How you doing? I'm exhausted and can't feel my arms and legs. Sounds like a night in with a girlfriend. You know I think Tamari likes you. Why are you standing on your head? I thought it would make it easier, you know, with you being upside down. Why not just turn me back around? This way was more fun." Before Shikamaru had time to think of a retort to that, the insane blonde put a seal on his forehead, got back up and walked back to stand with the sand ninja and Shino, who was having a whispered conversation with Kankuro. Before long the seal on his head started to glow and within a few minutes his chakra was full restored. But instead of getting up, the lazy genin closed his eyes and went to sleep. XXX. When the 10 minutes were up, Gaara and Sasuke made their way down to the arena floor. They both knew what they needed to do. It was their job to put on a convincing show until Orochimaru set off his attack. The light hit them as they walked out of the tunnel and into the arena, the crowd cheering loudly at what was probably one of the matches they had been waiting for, and bet the most money on. Just like the other, the two stood across from each other in ready stances and waited for the match to start. Gaara had borrowed some of Temari's makeup, much to Naruto's amusement, to darken the rings around his eyes so it looked like he hadn't slept. Ever since Naruto had fixed his seal he had been able to sleep without any risk, so his rings had lightened, but not disappeared. As he stood with his arms crossed and his eyes locked on the Uchiha, he tried to put as much killing intent into his gaze as he could. The moment the match started, Sasuke jumped back to avoid a tendril of sand that had tried to grab him while running through had seals. When he finished he sent a large ball of fire at the sand, turning it to glass. When he saw the sand turn to glass, Sasuke smirked and spread through a large amount of hand seals. Fire style, dragon bullet. The dragon-shaped fire charged towards the red head, leaving a large scorch mark on the ground. Making no attempt to dodge, arms still folded, and the dragon hit Gaara dead on and a cloud of smoke rose from the impact zone. Not wanting to get caught off guard, Sasuke, who was panting from the strain that particular jutsu put on his chakra coils, moved away from the smoke. Before it cleared fully, another tendril of sand burst out of the ground between his feet, wrapped itself around his ankle and hung him in the air. The smoke cleared for all to see a large wall of sand with patches of glass in it protecting a stone-faced Gaara, arms still crossed. Still tired from using the dragon bullet that Kakashi-sensei had taught him, Sasuke was unable to do anything as the sand slowly made its way down his body. "Hey, duck ass, if you don't win I'm tying you to tree in the forest of death and using a bigger fish this time." Sasuke's eyes shot wide open. He didn't need to look to know who had said that, and, knowing Naruto, the blonde would keep his word to the letter. Just as the sand was about to cover his face, the raven-haired boy replaced himself with a branch that had been broken off one of the trees from Temari's wind attacks. Using the switch as cover, Sasuke ran up on Gaara from behind with one of his short sword in hand and made to smash him on the back of the head with the hilt. The instant it made contact with the sand ninja's skin he burst into sand, which lurched back and tried to wrap him in a cocoon of sand. Reacting quickly, Sasuke used another replacement with the same branch as before and escaped the sand just before it swallowed him whole. Reappearing in a swirl of sand at the opposite end of the arena, Gaara looked at the now panting Uchiha and a small smirk spread across his face. Speeding through hand seals and slamming both his hand on the floor, the red head announced in a voice early above a whisper. "Earth conversion jutsu." The ground under their feet started to shake and, slowly at first but picking up speed, it turned into sand. The arena had just become a miniature desert. His smirk turning into a full-blown grin, Gaara went through more hand seals. Sand cocoon jutsu. At his words the sand around his feet rose up and encased him in a sphere of sand, a small eye forming about a foot above it. This was what Sasuke had been waiting for. Speeding through hand seals of his own, holding his right wrist he gathered his chakra and announced, "Chidori." As the lightning coated his hand, Sasuke ran forward, Sharingan blazing, and charged the sphere. As he ran he was forced to dodge multiple sand spears that erupted from the sand and tried to impale him. When he was only 3 meters away from his target, Sasuke jumped up in the air and slammed his lightning-coated fist straight through it. For a moment nothing happened, the entire stadium silent. Then the silence was replaced with an ear-splitting scream. "Blood, my blood." Pulling his hand back and jumping away from the now frantic boy, everyone could see the blood on the young Uchiha's hand. XXX. Your brother's a better actor than I thought. Up in the competitors' box, all the Naruto, Shino and Shikamaru were preparing for what they knew would happen next, as the sky was filled with small white feathers. Even the three girls from Mist were checking their equipment, although Naruto wondered how the hell they knew about the invasion. What none of the people watching in the stadium knew was that Gaara was not actually hurt. The blood on Sasuke's hands was the result of a blood packet. Gaara had to make it look like he was hurt. Gaara simply maneuvered Sasuke to hit it with his Chidori, which had exploded. The ploy had worked perfectly. XXX. The moment Orochimaru had seen the blood, he had sent out the signal, expecting Gaara to go berserk. This meant they were able to partially control when he would start the invasion. The moment the crowd was asleep, a group of ninja appeared in a puff of smoke and shined them away in large groups. No sooner had this happened than another large group of ninja appeared, these wearing head protectors with the symbol for the Sound Village. Looking around in slight confusion at the empty seats, they didn't notice the sand they were stood on moving. It exploded at them in a huge cloud, and, before they could even scream, it solidified around them and blood exploded out of the large cocoon. Turning to where the sphere of sand had been moments before, Sasuke looked at Gaara with a questioning look. Shrugging his shoulders in a bored manner, the redhead just let a small smile cross his face. Old habits die hard. Ha ha, you got that right. Appearing next to the sand ninja, Naruto slung an arm around his shoulders and pulled him into a headlock, the other genin appearing moments later. That was a good show. I can't breathe. Laughing at his word, the blonde let go and looked up at the strange purple box that had appeared at the top of the cage's booth and shook his head before turning to the large group of sound nin that was filling the stadium, being careful to avoid the sand after what had happened to their comrades. Naruto then turned to Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. I would get out of here if I were you. It is only going to become more hectic. Take out any sound ninja as you leave if you can. The sand trio nodded before leaping out of the stadium. As the sand siblings left, many sand ninja noticed and immediately began to fall back, knowing that Gaara was supposed to be the distraction that kept the leaf ninja distracted. Naruto watched his friends leave before he focused on the task at hand. Taping a small seal on the inside of his wrist, 3 large scrolls appeared in a cloud of smoke in front of the group. Looking at the scrolls curiously, Sasuke walked over to the insane blonde. What are they for? Remember that jutsu I used in Wave? How could he forget it? Seeing the boy's nod, Naruto continued. Well, this is the completed version. They each contain a parade made of blood clones, each shifted into a different creature. The problem I had with making them was that a blood clone doesn't get a bloodline when it's made, so I had to shape them as I made them. Both Sasuke and Shino's eyes widened while the others, that hadn't seen the jutsu he was talking about, were confused. Walking up to the blonde with a slight sway of her hips, Akasha leaned over the scrolls. So that's why it didn't change when you were fighting the Hyuga, it just couldn't. Yep. Picking up the waist-high scrolls, the blonde threw one to Shikamaru and one to Shino, keeping the last for himself. Go to different points in the village and releases the seals. Nodding their heads, they were about to leave when the blonde stopped them. Oh, and put these on. Turning to the boy, they were just in time to catch the small rings that he had thrown to them. They were made from a very dark type of steel and were covered in tiny seals. What are they for? They let you lead the parade. Without further question, they jumped away in opposite directions, Shino going north and Shikamaru and Sasuke going east. That left Naruto, the 3 mist ninja. Nodding to the mist ninja, he made a shadow clone and sent it off with the last scroll before turning his attention back at the purple box and jumped to the roof. XXX. As they made their way through the village with a scroll that contained an entire army, Shikamaru was struck by just how many sound ninja there were. They didn't seem that strong, cannon fodder at best, but there were so many of them that they were able to push their way through the village because of their numbers alone. For every leaf ninja there were about 10 sound ninja. Putting those thoughts to the back of his mind, they made their way to a street that had become overrun with sound ninja. They had surrounded a group of 10 leaf ninja and were moving in for the kill. Quickly slipping the ring on his finger, Shikamaru bit his thumb, running it on the top of the scroll and threw it into the air, unreeling it in the process and channeled some chakra into it. The air was filled with a thick white smoke, and when it cleared it was to the sight of 1,000 demonic creatures, standing on the roofs of the street. The smoke had been enough to draw the attention of the sound nin away from the group in front of them. When they saw the mass of creatures looking down at them with hungry eyes, many lost their nerve and tried to run. But before they could get far, the voice of Shikamaru rang out. "Kill the sound ninja and help and leaf ninja you find." All eyes were drawn to the voice that had seemed to be layered by several others when it gave its command. The ring on Shikamaru's hand was glowing a faint blue and both his eyes had glazed over. But before any could get a better look at him, the horde sprang from their positions on the roofs and crashed into the sound ninja like a meteor hitting Earth. XXX. Shino had little trouble getting to their destination. The Ninja Academy of Konoha was completely surrounded by sound ninja and, though the teachers were putting up a good fight, it looked to be a losing battle. At the front of the group of Chunin was Iruka, his scared face set into a determined scowl as he sent a kunai into the chest of one of the sound ninja, only for another to take his place before he hit the ground. They could see the students stood at the windows with scared looks on their faces as the teacher were getting pushed back further and further to the school. Putting the ring on his right index finger, Shino bit his thumb and let a few drops of blood fall onto the scroll. Kicking onto its side, he pushed it towards the sound nin who had yet to notice them. Seeing the scroll rolling towards them, Iruka let out a warning to his fellow teachers, thinking it was an exploding tag of some kind. The scroll burst into smoke, and when it cleared, the sound nin that had surrounded the school were trapped in a circle of laughing demons. "Protect the academy and its students." The voice that came from Shino's mouth had a weird echo to it that made it seem like several people were talking at once. As soon as the command was given, the creatures surged forward. XXX. In the stands of the stadium, many fights had broken out between the Jonin and sound ninja. In the center of the arena turned desert stood the mist ninja. Whenever one of the sound ninja got too close for comfort, one of three things would happen. 1. They would look at the pink-haired girl and stop in place to stare at her before getting their throats slit. 2. They would be hit with a strange kunai that seems to be coated in a nasty poison thrown at them from the purple-haired girl. Or 3. They would be cut to pieces by a long, red whip that was coming out of the white-haired girl's palm that looked like it was made from blood. XXX. Naruto landed on the roof where the Hokage, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were fighting in the large purple box to see if 4 Anbu stood on the outside watching the battle inside. Walking up to one in a cat mask, the blonde inquired. "So, why are you on this side when the fight is in there?" Turning to look at him out of the corner of her eye, the cat-masked Anbu pointed to a blackened corpse laying a few feet away, smoke still rising of it. Getting a curious look in his eyes, Naruto walked up to the purple wall and poked it with his finger. The flesh on his finger was burned away, and when he pulled it back it looked just like the corpse on the ground. Nodding his head in thought, the young blonde took several steps back and charged at the wall. The Anbu moved to stop him but were too late, he hit the wall and was consumed by fire. XXX. Jumping back from his former sensei and teammate, Orochimaru sent a quick glance to the body of whomever it was that had tried to get past the barrier. "It's time I ended this, impure resurrection jutsu." Slamming his hands to the floor ground, the snake Sanin stepped back as 3 swirling purple portals appeared on the ground and 3 wooden coffins slowly rose from them. On each coffin was a number, 1, 2 and 4. Realizing what he was trying to do, Sarutobi made to throw several kunai at the coffin labeled with the number 4 but was stopped by a hand grabbing his wrist. Turning to see who had stopped him, the old Hokage came face to bandaged face with Naruto. "What are you doing? I have to stop him." He got no reply, and when he turned back to his old student it was too late. In front of them were 3 open coffins, revealing the Shidaime, Nidaime and Yondaime Hokage. Both the Shidaime Hokage and Nidaime Hokage started to move and stepped out of their coffins, but the 4th didn't move. Getting a confused look on his face, Orochimaru stepped closer and picked the body of the 4th. It didn't move. What the hell? Hearing laughter behind him, the snake Sanin turned to find the blonde boy pointing at him and laughing. Before any of them could act, the blonde stopped laughing and, in a burst of speed that caught the 3-cage level ninja by surprise, grabbed the body from the coffin and ran back to where he was standing. Looking at the pale-faced man across from him, Naruto grinned. "Thanks, I've been trying to find a way to get him his body back for almost 3 years now." What are you talking about? You were able to summon the body but not the soul, which, it just so happens, I can. Orochimaru's face went even paler when the boy said this and quickly stabbed a kunai into the back of both the Shadaime and Nadaime Hokage's heads with a seal attached to them. Stop him, kill them all. Without a word both men ran forward, heading straight for Naruto. Looking to his right at both the Sandaime Hokage and Jiraiya, the blonde boy spoke as quickly as he could. I'll explain later, stall them, the snake can't move while he's controlling them. I need time to get this done. With only a moment of hesitation the two men ran to meet their opponents. Jiraiya engaging the Nadaime Hokage and Sarutobi the Shadaime Hokage. XXX. At some point during the fights the Shadaime had created a small jungle inside the barrier and Naruto had been lost from sight. Leaning over the body in front of him he worked quickly, drawing seals over its entire body. This had better work flashlight. It will. XXX. The strain was starting to show on Orochimaru's face as he kept supplying the chakra needed to keep the Shadaime Hokage and Nadaime Hokage fighting. His plan had been for it to only take a few moments for them to kill Sarutobi, but with Jiraiya and then the Kyuubi brat showing up it had become a very dangerous situation. If he stopped supplying chakra to the Hokage, he would be able to move and retreat with his Sound 4, but if he did that Sarutobi and Jiraiya would be on him in moments. It was while the snake Sannin was preoccupied with the fights that he didn't notice the blonde blur sneaking up on him from behind. By the time he was able to sense it he was too late to act. Orochimaru was prepared for many things to happen, from a kunai in the back to a fireball hitting him in the face, but what happened next was something he could have never expected. Patting him on the back Naruto walked around to his front in a calm way and looked him in the face. Hey, I don't think we've met. I'm Naruto, but you can call me, dear God make it stop. If you want. Despite the situation the pale-faced Sannin couldn't help the sweat drop that came onto his face. Sitting down in front of him the blonde boy took out a few kunai and started to use them to juggle. Confused as to why he didn't try to attack him Orochimaru decided to try and get some answers. Why aren't you trying to kill me? Oh well, if I did you would just release the flow of chakra to your puppets, but if I wait then when you do that it will be easier for me to fight you. Damn, he's right, if I keep this up I'll be an easy target. Getting up off the ground Naruto put his hand in one of the kunai pouches on his hip and pulled out a black permanent pen. For the next few minutes Orochimaru was forced to stand and do nothing while the boy draw on his face. When he was done Naruto took a step back and admired his work. The man in front of him had a pair of glasses drawn on his face along with toe swirls on over his eyes and a goofy grin over his mouth. Losing his patience with the insane blonde Orochimaru lost concentration on his jutsu and grabbed him by the collar. Enough, now I'm going to enjoy killing you slowly and painfully. The grin never left the blonde's face and just as the snake Sannin's cheeks bulged out and he was about to spit a horde of snakes onto the boy he was hit in the face by Jiraiya and almost sent flying into the barrier. Just before he made contact with the purple wall of death it vanished and the four-sound ninja that had been holding it jumped up, grabbed the snake-like man and shunshined away. Not happy that they were getting away Naruto took out his two scythes out from behind his back and threw them in their direction just as they were disappearing in a swirl of leaves. The scythes started to spin in midair like a pair of buzz saws and disappeared along with the five ninja, just as a scream of pain was heard echoing around the village. Turning to the shocked faces of Jiraiya and Sarutobi, Naruto grinded. Well, that was fun. The next few minutes were spent in complete silence, both Sarutobi and Jiraiya just staring at the insane blonde in front of them. Naruto just stood there, looking off into empty space and humming to himself, when suddenly his face lost its grin looked annoyed. That freak took my scythes. Both elderly ninja faced faulted at his words. After everything that had just happened he was pissed that he had lost his scythes. Waving off the Anbu that were rushing over to check on him Sarutobi let out a breath and walked over to Naruto, patted him on the back before getting a serious look on his face. Naruto, what did you do with the body? Turning to look at the old man Naruto looked confused. What body? The body of the Yondaime. What? The blonde man. Oh, I forgot about him. All those on the roof sweat dropped at that, even the Anbu. Flashlight is over here, he was weak from the transfer so he couldn't fight. What do you mean weak, Naruto, the Yondaime is dead. The boy just grinned and led them to a small clearing in the trees that the Shadaim had made. There, sitting in a meditative position with his legs crossed, was a tall blond man in a white trench cloak with flames on the bottom. They were all stood in shock when he opened his blue eyes and smiled at them. "Hey, so what have I missed?" XXX. Flashback. 3 years ago, Naruto's cell. XXX. Naruto sat in his cell, the seals on the walls and chains glowing blue in the otherwise dark room. It had been 2 years since he was locked in here, nothing to do and the only company being the Kyuubi in his own mind. Over the last 2 years he found himself in his mind more often than in the real world, but how could blame him? After his first meeting with the oversized fox in his head, Naruto had done a little redecorating. Instead of the dark sewer with blood flowing through it, there was now a full-scale village, to be more specific, Konoha. It had all the same buildings, the shops and houses, even the Hokage Tower. But unlike the real Konoha, this one was like a ruin. The buildings were in disrepair and the ground was dry, vines grow over what was left of the buildings and walls. The sky was always dark, with a blood-red moon casting a red glow over the village. Another thing that was different was that instead of people walking around the streets, there were strange creatures that could have been straight out of a nightmare, which, as it so happens, they were. Naruto had learned long ago that most of the buildings were gateways, doors that led to different memories. He could walk up to any building and find himself in the past. Another thing that he had learned was that the creatures that lived in his mind, while being a part of him, were separate at the same time. He had asked Kyuubi about it and was told that they were all his different personalities, emotions and thoughts given form. He was currently walking down the street towards the Hokage Tower. When he was in his mind, Naruto didn't have any scares, not that he would care if he did. The only reason he didn't hide them with a shift was because it was funny to see people's reaction to what he looked like when he took off the bandages. He was wearing a white shirt with an orange spiral on the chest and a pair of loose black shorts. Walking next to him was a beautiful girl in her mid-teens. She stood at about 5'7" in height, with long red hair that she let fall loose down her back, and on top of her head was a pair of red fox-like ears. Her breasts were at least a D cup and she had curves in all the right places. The blood-red kimono she wore did little to hide her figure and left very little to the imagination. It stopped just a few inches below her hips. She wore a pair of tight black shorts with 9 red tails sticking out at the base of her spine. Her face seemed perfect in every way, from the curve of her lips to the pair of fire-like red eyes. Yes, the Kyuubi was a girl, and not just any girl, what might be one of the most beautiful girls in the elemental nations. The first time she told him, Naruto had laughed, that is until she shrank right in front of him and changed into the woman that stood next to him now. That in itself wasn't the problem. It was the fact that she had been completely naked. That had been the first and only time Naruto had fainted from a nosebleed, something Kyuubi was very proud of. Ever since then she had tried to get him to do it again, but with little success. She would always flirt with him, even though he was still young, but what was age to a 1,000-year-old demon? To a demon like herself, the only thing that mattered in a mate was power. If they were strong, they were hot. The main problem she had found was that despite the reaction he had had to her at first, the blonde was, to put it simply, a dense idiot when it came to women, and she found it too funny to tell him. Maybe when he was older. Naruto had never actually go to the Hokage Tower, though he didn't know why, probably just couldn't be bothered. But Kyuubi told him there was something interesting that he needed to see. As they walked down the street they were greeted by several others, a large gray behemoth, a skinny man that seemed to be made of rags, and a small rabbit with glowing red eyes. When they finally arrived at the tower there was no one else around, which was strange. Walking up to the doors, Naruto kicked them open, causing a loud bang to echo off the walls. Inside it was just like the real tower, though older and a little run down. A spiral staircase running around the outside of the circular room leading to hundreds of different offenses, and at the top a balcony that lead to the Hokage's office. Not bothering with the other rooms, Kyuubi led him to the top of the tower and stopped outside the door to the Hokage office. Raising an eyebrow at her, he kicked the door like he did the one at the bottom. It was just like the real thing, the desk and the paintings. The only difference was that there was no window looking out over the village, and that unlike the rest of his mind, this room was in perfect condition. If it wasn't for the blonde guy sat in the chair behind the desk instead of the old man, he would have thought he was in a memory. The man looked like an older version of Naruto himself, with the same blonde hair and blue eyes. He knew who it was straight away. Seeing the boy stood in the doorway, Minato stood from his desk and walked around to the other side, a warm smile on his face. It wasn't there for long. Seeing the smile had done something to Naruto that hadn't happened in 2 years, he got angry. The grin fell from his face and was replaced with a look of absolute hatred. His skin began to ripple. Running into the room straight at the man, which apparently thought he was going for a hug, Naruto lunged at him and tried to tear out his throat. Minato was so surprised that he was barely able to stop the now clawed hands an inch from his neck. Neither of them noticed the laughter that came from the girl that was stood in the corner, watching the two as they rolled around the ground, both trying to get on top of the other. After a few minutes, Kyuubi walked over and grabbed the smaller boy by the scruff of his neck and pulled him off the older man, kicking and screaming. It was just so cute. When Minato finally got his bearings, he looked up to see something that made him blush. The boy that had attached him, that he knew to be his son, was being held in a bone-crushing hug by a beautiful girl in a red kimono. She had lifted him up off the ground so his legs were kicking about wildly. The reason for this was that his face had been pressed into her large cleavage, suffocating him. "You're so cute when you're angry, Naru-chan." Her voice was like the tinkling of bells, and the seductive way it was said made a shiver run down the former Hokage's back. If his wife was here, she would kill him. Just when it seemed the boy would suffocate, the red-headed woman turned him around so that he was facing Minato, but didn't releases him from the hug, and the back of his head still nestled in between her breasts. The moment his face was out of her breasts, Naruto took in several deep breaths, his face red from lack of oxygen. When he got his breath back, the young blonde looked at the girl holding him, all the rage at seeing his father gone, and pouted. "You said you wouldn't do that anymore." Lowering her head so it was level with his, Kyuubi rubbed her cheek against his. "But you were so cute, like a little chibi kit. I just had to hug you." The pout still on his face, Naruto turned his eyes back to his dad, who had just noticed Kyuubi's ears and tail and had backed away. "What the hell are you doing here?" Minato was slightly taken aback by the way Naruto spoke. "Watch your language." Both Kyuubi and Naruto stared at him for a moment with blank expressions on their faces, giving nothing away. Then, without warning, they both broke out in laughter. Getting a tick mark at the back of his head from being laughed at, Minato snapped. "What's so funny?" Still laughing, Naruto slowly stated to speak. "Ha ha, you actually think ha ha that I would listen to anything ha ha you say ha ha. I'm your father." That stopped them laughing. Locking eyes with Minato again, the smaller blonde got a blank expression on his face. "Fuck you, flashlight. XXX. From then on, Naruto and Kyuubi would go and see Minato whenever they could be bothered. It turned out that he wasn't able to leave the room, which meant that he couldn't see outside. It took almost a whole year before Naruto would have a real conversation with the blonde Hokage, and even then he still didn't talk much. It broke Minato's heart to see how much his own son hated him. The look in his eyes when he saw him was almost enough to bring tears to his eyes. As time went on, he noticed several things about Naruto, two that stood out from the rest. The first was that the village must not have treated him like a hero the way he had wished, and the second was that he was completely insane. It was little things at first, a random word here, uncalled for laughter there, but over time he pieced it together to a certain extent. They never talked about the village inside or outside his head. Naruto had said in passing that he was in the institution, but before he could ask him to elaborate, the younger blonde had moved on to something else. He never asked about Kushina, afraid of what he might hear. The only reason he could think of for her not being there for their son was that she was dead. The fact that Kyuubi was always with Naruto had at first worried Minato, thinking that she had done something to him that had made him like this, but his fears went away after seeing how she acted around him. It was actually kind of creepy. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, strongest of the 9, seemed to like his son. Naruto, being the idiot he was, couldn't tell, but Minato did. She would always hug him and was never far away at any one time, taking any excuse to touch him. When he thought about it, it was actually kind of funny. It took a long time, but the older blonde was able to get Naruto to at least be natural around him. It didn't hurt that he started to teach him how to make seals. He was surprised when one day Naruto's voice started to echo around the room that was for all intents and purposes his prison, telling him that he had his body and was going to move him into it. The world around him started whirl, and the next thing he knew he was laying on a tiled floor surrounded by trees. A wave of sickness hit him and he found he was unable to get up. Bending over him with a blank expression on his face was Naruto. "Stay here." Without another word he turned and left. XXX. Flashback end. XXX. Everything seemed to move at super speed after that. The sound ninja had retreated, at least the ones that were still alive, and the wounded had all been moved to the hospital, including Minato. After getting an explanation about how he was alive, something to do with accidentally sealing himself in his son, Sarutobi and Jiraiya had turned to the blonde and asked why he didn't tell them about Minato. His response had caused all in the room at the time to face fault. "Thought I did. Hey, does anyone else see that llama in the corner, or is it just me?" Of course, it was just him. Both Shino and Shikamaru were also in the hospital. It turned out that although it didn't take much chakra to control one of Naruto's parades, it did put a lot of strain on the mind, something about a constant mental feedback to keep command over all the monsters in the parade. They would be okay, but tired for quite some time. It was for this very reason he had given them the rings in the first place. He knew that they would be able to handle it better than one of the others. The news that the Yondaime was back spread through the village like wildfire, through only a select few knew how. But that didn't stop the rumors. Some of the more enthusiastic Naruto haters thought he was back to finish what he had started and would finally rid them of the demon brat, once and for all. Others that had heard about what Orochimaru had done thought the jutsu had gone wrong and had accidentally brought him back. And the rest were just so happy he was back that they didn't care how. As soon as they were brought out of the shelters hidden in the Hokage monument, the people of Konoha had surrounded the hospital hoping to see him for themselves. XXX. A week after the invasion, Minato was reinstated as Hokage with very little opposition. Not even Danzo argued with the decision, knowing he would lose. It was around this time that Minato apologized to any foreign ninja still in the village for the Chunin exams, including the team from Mist. It was during this time that Mei approached Minato about help with the Mist civil war going on and specifically asked for Naruto's help. Not even a week into being back as Hokage, and Minato wanted to just burn this village to the ground and be done with it. After recovering and taking back the hat from Sarutobi, Minato was debriefed on everything he had missed from Sarutobi and Jiraiya. They told him of Naruto's treatment after his death and everything he had missed out on in the 12 years he had been gone. Minato was livid after everything was said, and his attitude only became worse as he looked over the state of the village. On the surface it appeared to be fine, only receiving minor and easily repairable damages from the invasion. No, the real problem lied within, the inner working of the village. Everything was corrupt or broken. Every system or service had so much bureaucratic bullshit that he was amazed anything got done within the village. On top of that, the Ninja Academy had to be completely overhauled, as the curriculum had been watered down to involve classes like floral arrangement and ballroom dancing. Seriously, how did that help make better ninja? But the invasion also showed some serious holes in the village's defense and showed that the medical ninja that they currently had were not enough or weren't as good as they needed to be. Not to mention that he still had to deal with Suna and eventually Iwa, once they find out he is alive. Now, while the invasion had been a failure, that didn't mean that the village didn't take damages. But beyond the property damage, the village had lost very little in terms of human life. Only a handful of ninja were taken down and the rest receive injuries ranging in level of severity. In contrast with the information that the Sand Trio gave to Sarutobi and Naruto, the Sound Village and the Sand Village had taken a very large hit, losing many ninja. Sound more than the Sand, but the alliance with Sand was on rocky terms until things were cleared up, since they did break a treaty. He expected a new offer of alliance relatively soon, but wasn't not so optimistic to not think about other possible actions the Sand Village may take. The problems that Minato had uncovered in the village he went to work fixing, even though he knew they would be highly tedious and require a ton of time. Needing to make sure the shinobi force would be maintained, he restructured the academy curriculum. The first year was general knowledge, math, history, science, reading, writing and those sort of things. Not really exciting, but necessary to make well-rounded ninja. The second year would be dedicated to learning the basics of chakra, what it can do and about elements. They would also be training on how to throw kunai and shuriken, along with learning the academy taijutsu and infiltration tactics. Third year of the academy was to learn the 3 basic academy jutsu, otherwise known as the Kawarimi no Jutsu, Bunshin no Jutsu and the Henge no Jutsu. Students would also begin chakra control exercises by mastering the leaf sticking exercise. They would also start to gain combat experience by sparing other students and the instructors. This is also the year when Genjutsu would be introduced and students would learn how to break out of one. Supplemental jutsu would also be given to those that exceed expectations or show promise in ninjutsu, and genjutsu would be given to students that show promise in that field. The fourth year was to be a year for refining chakra control by learning the tree walking exercise. This year was also to expose the students to the more advanced fields of in the ninja world. Mainly kenjutsu, where students would learn the basics of fighting with blade, fuinjutsu, where they would learn how to write sealing scrolls and how to seal and unseal an object, and medical ninjutsu, which will only be offered to those with exceptional chakra control. There would be other classes offered to specific students depending on ability, with those options being interrogation, torture and seduction. This is also the year where the kunoichi classes take place, what to do if captured and what possibly could and would happen as a female shinobi. This is also where students will be able to take D-rank missions on teacher-assigned teams that will change every week. These missions are after-school activities and it is mandatory for graduation. By the end of the 4 years, the genin that come out of the academy should be ready to take on low C-rank mission and the more difficult D-rank missions right away, thus allowing for the Chunin more time to take on high C-rank to low A-rank missions and Jonin to take the more difficult A-ranks and S-rank missions. Anbu would be used for the most challenging missions. Minato also promoted Iruka to the headmaster position as he had shown amazing loyalty to Naruto and was an amazing teacher, thus he felt he would be able to lead the academy with his new curriculum. The medical ninja problem, unfortunately Minato had no way of remedying immediately, but he knew that he had to get Tsunade back to the village if he wanted any hope of change in that department. He wanted to enact Tsunade's plan of putting a medic on every team, thus reducing casualties and creating a trained medics corps for times of war. But in order to do that he needed someone to train the next generation of medics and someone to help improve the current medics, thus he needed Tsunade to run that program as well as organize the hospital. The problem with the village defense was quite simple, it needed to be upgraded. The seals that created the barrier that allowed the barrier team to detect enemies while impressive was old, created by Mito Uzumaki and an army of shadow clones, but to fix that a team of seal masters would need to create a new seal over the entire village, and he didn't have the seal masters at the moment or the time to devise a better seal, so he had to push that off for now. But there also seemed to be a major leak of intelligence. Orochimaru seemed to know how to cause the most damage to the village even if they knew he was coming. Had they not been prepared, then the invasion could have taken a drastically different turn. Minato also dismissed Koharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado as the Hokage advisors and instead instated Hiruzen and Jiraiya as his advisors. He needed people that he could trust by his side, and while Minato believed that Koharu and Homura had the best interest of the village at heart, but their knowledge of the world was outdated as they had not left the village in some time and had no knowledge of the new political climate. Then there was Naruto, his most pressing and important issue. Minato had been informed of the village's actions since his revival and honestly felt like leveling the entire village with Gamabuta's help for what they had done to his son. But that wouldn't help Naruto in the end, and Minato owed Naruto for the shit he put into his life. To help the situation, Minato had given Naruto his rightful inheritance and the keys to the house that Kushina and he had owned. After Naruto got the keys to the house, he had closed himself inside the house and put up the barrier that protected the compound from people entering. He even locked Minato out. That fact that Naruto secluded himself was not the issue, it was what he was doing inside that bothered Minato. From the time in Naruto's mindscape, Minato had learned that Naruto may be insane, but he was also a genius and an incredibly hard worker. That fact, combined with the fact that inside the house was a library and jutsu collection that had every jutsu and technique that Minato, Kushina or the Uzumaki clan ever created, stole or copied. While Minato was alive, he managed to copy the entire Hokage library and added all those scrolls the family library. Naruto was basically sitting on an information mother lode, and Naruto knew about Shadow Clone's special ability. To add to the trouble, Minato had met with the leader of the rebel faction in Mist that was trying to overthrow the current Mizukage. Mei Terumi, the leader of the rebels, was very adamant about receiving Konoha's help and potentially a team or two of Leaf Shinobi, and more specifically Naruto. It appears that Naruto's performance in the Chunin exams and invasion has drawn a lot of attention. How could things get any worse? XXX. Baki found himself growing increasingly frustrated as the meeting of the Sunagaku Advisory Council dragged on. The sheer lack of progress was infuriating, and he was currently tuning out his fellow counselors as he skimmed reports of the invasion that he knew was doomed from the start. Amazing, he thought bitterly, we have a situation that requires decisive leadership and none of these old fools can agree on anything. It's fortunate that we have at least managed a ceasefire with Konohagakure, but if our scout reports are to be believed, we need much more than that. We need to somehow convince them that we mean more than mere lip service to the idea of an alliance, especially difficult after the recent disaster of an invasion. The reports on the table in front of him showed Baki that Sunagakure was in a desperate position. The failed invasion of Konohagakure had cost Sunagakure a significant chunk of its best Chunin and Jonin. The village was already weakened by the fiscal neglect of the Wind Daimyo. Sunagakure now stood as the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages by a fair amount. According to the reports from scout teams, Iwagakure was currently probing along the border between Earth and Wind Country. Not a promising sign given the bloody history between the two powers. Historically, Iwagakure was the reason Sunagakure had allied with Konohagakure in the first place. His eyes widened as he considered that, perhaps Sunagakure's position wasn't as hopeless as he thought. Konohagakure simply cannot afford to allow Iwagakure to conquer us unless they wish to hand Iwagakure a great strategic advantage. Especially with the Yondaime was back in power. Iwagakure will be moving very aggressively against Konohagakure than ever before. Baki snorted at the thought. No strategist worth his water would allow such a crippling disadvantage if they could avoid it. It was with that thought that he flipped to the last page of the invasion report and almost spit his coffee out in shock. Clipped to the page was a picture of the Konohagakure genin that had been decisive force in the Leaf invasion. Baki had met the person that had helped Garo with his seal, but as he looked at the picture of the Naruto Uzumaki he realized why the kid had looked so familiar. Namikaze. Startled by the sudden movement next to him, Yura glanced at Baki curiously. With only a year of service to the council, Yura was a rising star for his industriousness and loyalty. Still, given his lack of seniority, he had only made a handful of statements during the council sessions. Baki looked at the picture, ignoring his fellow counselor, and looked at Enigma that was Naruto Uzumaki, otherwise known in the horror of the Bloody Leaf. Quickly taking out a recent bingo book, Baki flipped to Naruto Uzumaki's page and looked at the information. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Age: 12. Alias: Horror of the Bloody Leaf, True Horror of Konohagakure. Village: Konohagakure. Rank: Genin. Status: Active. Skill level: Low A. Taijutsu: High C, Low B. Ninjutsu: Low B, Mid B. Genjutsu: Unknown. Kenjutsu: Unknown. Ceiling: Mid A, High A. Description: Uzumaki Naruto is a ninja of exceptional skill and unbelievable talent. While much of his power is still unknown, his apparent ability to control the flow of battle and be several steps ahead of his enemies is baffling to say the least. Uzumaki Naruto also seems to have a never-before-seen bloodline that allows him to change his form to anything he desires, that coupled with his unending stamina and chakra makes him a dangerous shinobi. His most notable feats while under observation was his ability to make 1,000 shadow clones and transform them into an army of demons, which he named the Parade of 1,000 Demons. The result of this was the complete slaughter of 984 bandits that were in the employ of one Gato, from Gato Shipping Company, and the man himself. He was also seen stopping a Chidori from the famed Hitaki Kakashi with his bare hands and suffering no ill effects. After the incident involving the bandits, he was seen removing the heads of all the bandits and put them on pikes surrounding the village and claimed it as under his protection. It is believed that due to his actions observed during and after the incident that his mental state should be in question, as he appeared to be enjoying himself while he killed in. This was deduced from the laughter that was heard. He was also observed in a Chunin exam that was held in Konohagakure and the invasion which followed. In both he showed an impressive ability with seals and an even stronger version of his signature technique, Parade of 1,000 Demons. He used to turn the tides of the invasion, using a total of 3,000 blood clones transformed into various demons. In his fight against a Hyuga Neji, he showed his impressive ability for seals as well as his penchant for unorthodox plans. During this whole event a smile never seemed to leave his face, which seems to only lend credence to his mental instability. In conclusion, Uzumaki Naruto has proven himself dangerous and is believed to have no regard for human life. It is advised for anyone under Jonin level not to engage until more information has been gained or he is approached in a group of at least 9 Chunin or 2 Jonin. Any less in rank or number should run instead of engaging. Yura carefully leaned over, nudging Baki. Baki looked up quickly to see who had nudged him. Yura leaned over again and whispered. Something wrong, Baki? You look like you've seen a ghost or something. Baki examined his fellow council and decided to share his thoughts. I am just a little shell-shocked and excited, Yura. It's possible I may have come up with a way for Sunagaku to recover, but I'm unsure of its chance for success. Yura rolled his eyes. Come on, it can't possibly be worse than Otokazu's brilliant plan to bribe Tanagaku into betraying Konohagakure and allying with us. Something tells me that they are not interested at all in being our buffer against Konohagakure. Baki snorted with disgust as he thought of that plan. It had taken some effort on his part, but he'd managed to scrap that little disaster before it left the council chamber. No, I plan on trying to regain our alliance with Konohagakure. We've shared with them how the Kazekage died and Orochimaru's betrayal, and while that stayed their hand, we need a military alliance, not just a truce. Really? Yura whispered back, confused. Given how our last alliance ended, what could we possibly offer as a show of sincerity? I may as well explain my plan to the council instead of doing it piece by piece. Standing, Baki addressed his peers. Honorable members of the council, some new facts have come to my attention and I believe I have a partial solution to our current issues. Seeing he now had the undivided attention of everyone in the room, Baki braced himself and clasped his hands behind his back. The only realistic solution to our current trouble with Iwagakure is to somehow re-establish our alliance with Konohagakure. It is only through such an act that we can buy the time we desperately need to recover, and we all know this. The question facing us is, how we go about proving that we won't betray Konohagakure again. Baki ignored the winces from several of the council members as he reminded them that Sunagaku had indeed betrayed Konohagakure once before. Ignoring the rising back chatter, Baki considered how to phrase what he needed to say before he thought. Perhaps a small Konohagakure history lesson. Raising his hands for silence, Baki waited until the room quieted. In the past, Konohagakure had an ally it trusted with everything. The alliance between Uzushiogakure and Konohagakure was sealed by a marriage between the Shadaime Hokage and a woman named Mito Uzumaki. That alliance lasted for many years until Uzushiogakure was destroyed